I haven't really been seeing how the teams have been playing, but off the draft alone, I think this anti-mage pick is going to work.
I think if they lane it smartly, since you go offensive to shut down the anti-mage. I also think Fnatic's the better team, judging from what I saw last game, so I'm going to go with Fnatic. No game 3 here.
Well, we'll see. Parker?
Yeah, I want to see how aggressive they can be, whether it's aggro trialing with the Veno, even just like the Nyx with the Nature's Prophet. I think there's a lot of potential to really pressure the AM and his lane. Fast phase boots, Orb of Venom, Nature's Prophet can really bully an anti-mage around. It's tough. I think Fnatic are definitely on a bit of a timer here, but if they can win the lanes, they should be able to take this game. I'm going to go slightly side with Lumi, but I don't think either team's like won this draft by any means.
Well, the go gets called. Rubik's not in the game. QO doesn't care. Just wants to start playing, start running at people.
He just reconnected. He probably didn't get the memo that it wasn't just him DC'd.
Yeah.
So yeah, Raging Potato is going to hold on to that puck. That is not what we've been seeing. It's been almost, yeah, just Nando playing the puck for the most part in that off lane, but I guess he made the call, says, I want the anti-mage, and we'll be taking that one.
I mean, does that... I feel like this isn't something that's necessarily, like... Sometimes when you have rule swaps, it's that there isn't a confidence in one particular player, but to this it feels more just like he's comfortable running this hero.
I mean, something Lumi mentioned is they're all incredibly talented. There's been a lot of, like, even James has played a bit of the puck. They really have mixed up who's been playing it. Raging Potato is not his only game in these qualifiers on the puck, so they've got 3 great puck players. It probably comes down to more who they want playing the anti-mage more than anything. James has almost always been in that mid lane, so early TP's up. DJ and Chemo will scout each other out and see if they can stop the other from putting down wards, or at least figure out where the ward is going.
I wonder if that's a thing in the game at all. Like, you have all these players that are really good on one particular hero. DJ, a little bit of casual all chat there. But then, like, you know, you don't do well and then you end up flaming your teammates slightly afterwards. Like, I would have won the game probably.
I think there's a discussion about, hey, should we really be swapping roles in big matches? That's maybe a concern. But I don't think there's ever that kind of negativity going to the point where it's like, hey, I would have won us the game if I was there. See, that is like probably one of the worst things you could say to a teammate after a loss. It's like the goalkeeper accidentally messes up in a football, soccer match, and you blame him for the loss afterward. You got to pick him up and focus towards the next match.
I used to play keeper when I was playing soccer growing up. Football, sorry, I know, but...
Me too. I think I was just tall and gangly, and they're like, hey, you're the tallest person. You can reach a lot of things, so... I was like, you'll be goalkeeper.
I was wide and big, so I, you know, would block balls every time it bounced off me.
We both had different things going for us. Both awkward in our own ways.
Exactly, lovely stuff. So wards placed down a couple of them, trying to block out this camp. There's at least one that's taken down. It looks like the offlane camp, there was a sentry drop there as well. We didn't see if it ended up getting dewarded at all. DJ's still hanging on to his other observer ward as well. But yeah, the aggro.
Yep. Aggro, tri-lane, less to put on pressure more because they feel like they think AM's going to have a better time in this lane matchup. And this is a very, like, Pinoy Dota kind of thing, the 1v1 side lane matchups. They give their incredibly individually talented player 1v1. That's what they're going to do for Raging Potato. It's a very tough matchup. Top lane, a lot of aggression coming in, perhaps not expecting 3 heroes.
Yeah, 3-person Gale. Nando, though, has the mana break, so he wasn't able to blink forward any further to try and secure that kill. Still a lot of damage dealt with that Gale, and Ajit's going to be back up to full HP. A lot of tangos in his inventory as well.
Febby will be coming top now. He just did a double mana burn or a triple mana burn at mid. James is completely burned. Can't do a whole lot mid as far as mana goes. Very hard to solve this problem. Bottle doesn't give you quite the mana it used to. You can bring out some clarities, but they can perhaps easily be cancelled. So it's going to be a tough, annoying lane for James.
Man, Ohio is getting in the head of Raging Potato here. 3-3 versus 2-0 so far. Is this just by virtue of the treants and their ability to help out with the last hitting, or is this just an outlane?
This is... You start the lane with the 4 treants. They're now 36 damage, not 32. A hero that's received some buffs, and he is just, yeah, out laning Raging Potato largely through the nature of his hero having an advantage here. A good nature, you're really just seeing that he is one of the best Nature's Prophet players. Back when like Bulldog was playing this year at TI3, he was the #1, and in my mind, Ahaya was like the 2nd best Nature's Prophet player in the world.
TP back here as well. Febby going for, I guess, moving in to secure himself that rune, and maybe thinking about going for James. Is there kill potential there at all?
Not. Perhaps with him this slow there is. He's grabbing bounty runes for now, and we'll swoop on in. Impale into Searing Chains. Yeah, there's kill potential. James is pretty low here.
Yeah, they're going to go through. There's the mana burn to start it. James not really caring, apparently, and I guess he just realized that he was dead regardless and wanted to get a last hit first.
Yeah, or it's also probably caught by surprise by the fact it was a haste rune, so couldn't really be outrun. Just a bit of slow reactions there, unfortunately.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Things looking good in this mid lane for Fnatic. Top lane some more aggression to pull in. Veno. Trouble.
Still does have that heal, and the heal is going to do a lot of work. Nando, no more blink for 4 seconds. He's barely going to be able to survive through that 90 HP. Now, RR getting a good bit of right clicks into him as well. Ajit is not afraid. He's just still going to come back in here. Last hit, pull the creep wave, and that's a whole lot of CS.
He's got a lot of tangos to play around with. Won't have mana for any more Gales. That's the bigger problem.
Raging Potato in trouble. They get the block off with the trees, and they find the kill. Ohio knew what he had to do.
He was owning Insara's harassment. The CS was actually kind of even on last hits, with Puck just using spells to last hit, but the problem is you use those spells to last hit, you expose yourself like that to a kill. Puck actually going for an unconventional Orb of Venom pickup as well, not a big fan of. Another kill win. Boy.
That was a really odd decision. James got mana burned and then decided to stick around for more last hits.
Raging Potato bottom is manned up and made his feet again.
Oh no, Fnatic.
That's phase boots on Nature's Prophet. You cannot fight him. Luckily he fogs, so he gets the salve off for a little bit, but he's still incredibly low.
Man, he's trying to get out of there. He's going to be able to go for the orb. He actually doubles back, so he's going to be able to escape.
Went for that Wild Wings on 10 HP. That's a nice big chunk of gold that can be picked up. TP bottom. This is Quab. This is a kill they have to get. He's going to TP out the...
Ohio's already gone and still getting denies while he's out of there. Oh, excuse me, no, that was the Puck. At the very least, they're able to get a little bit of alleviation of the pressure onto Raging Potato, but that hurts to rotate James and not find anything.
There's so much wasted time. He's going to now blink his way back mid. Level 4.5 to the Ember. He's level 5. Ember not as high level as he could be because he's been sharing XP with Nyx, but still dominating the lane. Well and truly looking more and more like an anti-mage versus the world kind of game with the start that Execration have had.
Is that something that's still... Oh, we might hold that thought. Is that something that's still viable, though? I feel like we've seen a couple of anti-mage games go well, but it often is off the back of the rest of the team also having a good time and making space for him. Can he do anti-mage versus the world in modern meta?
It's possible, because of how well his hero matches up against Fnatic's lineup. Very good at dealing with Nature's Prophet. Veno doesn't really scare you at all with the magic damage. We may see more of a physical damage Veno build, if anything. I'd love to see that if Ajit farms well. The question is, can he actually farm well? He's been pressured a decent amount in lane and may not be able to find that good farm. If they can find any more kills, this Invis rune on Kuo could potentially set up some aggression.
He's holding on to it still for the moment, but obviously if he ends up leaving the lane at any point, Creation are going to have to be worried.
He was level 6 though. This ultimate is a big boost in damage anywhere on the map. Not to mention he can actually TP in as well.
3 points in Treants. If he does manage to find a kill on any of these heroes, it could be a pretty quick and easy tower as well.
Being ganked though. 2 heroes down here is Rubik TPs and the third is walking.
Night Stalker, no points in silence, so the ways to break a TP right now are Rubik Lift as well as a silence if he uses his ability to TP out. Potato still chasing. They're in range. The orb is there as well. No level 6 right now in Raging Potato, and is going to end up dropping down the trees as well. Ohio trying to back out. He ends up popping out, creating a couple of treants, wants to turn it, but is still going to die nonetheless. They get out for all the trouble.
That's pretty cool. He sprouted himself and then used a Tingo out, so he gets some extra heat out of that, while also like vision blocking his enemies. But Night Stalker, of course, able to fly. Actually, does not get fogged by it, so well counterplay.
Set up on him. Wants to take down the Puck. Gets the chains. Gets the kill.
Fear not your death.
Nyx with early mana burn has been incredibly effective. There are a few games where you want to go level on mana burn, but against the Quap, or something you see against the Darks here, he's had a very high impact. It's been incredibly annoying.
Do you like the idea of
early mana
maxing
burn has been incredibly
second after
effective.
Impale, or do you think that it's just too value having the Spike Carapace?
I think the Carapace is a setup. Because you've got a... if you can guarantee a proc against a lot of puck spells, Queen of Pain spells, so it sets up the Impale. Impale's just not a reliable stun, so you want to be able to set it up whenever possible.
Big fight here going on. Ohio, if he is able to get out of here somehow, some way, they still fly up, but they haven't been able to bring down Ohio. Trying to man up against the Puck. Puck's not going to be able to take down Ohio. And out. That one hurt so badly. James, though, comes in to clean up, and now QO, has James gone too far? He doesn't have his Flame Guard up, still on a little bit of a cooldown. DJ here as well, trying to amp up that damage being dealt to James. They have all of the Fatal Bonds onto the creep, but it doesn't look like it's quite going to be enough to kill him off as of yet. So James gets out.
He's lucky the Searing Chain not letting go.
The caster's curse. You know,
Unfortunately,
Fnatic wish they had the Bloodseeker again.
this is the tough part, I think, for Nature's Prophet. You're very strong in the first 5-10 minutes in lane, but once your opponents get some levels, you have to be very careful about going down too often.
Good silence there, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep Puck alive. Down here bottom, they're also able to find themselves another. The Rubik got caught by the mana burn, able to steal it back, but is not able to save his life. So Rubik goes down as well, and Ohio is even going to TP in, I'm sure. Summons free, take the tower.
Yeah, he wants to stick with his team more now. He doesn't want to go to that bottom lane alone. That's where Anti-Mage Quap will just kind of gank him up. Nightstalk is very scary to deal with as well, so good time to start joining up for the gank into push kind of strat. Like Ember, Nyx lead the gank, they find a kill, Nature's Prophet TP's in, helps secure it, and helps make sure they can secure the towers to follow up with the
Puck there.
He's going in aggressive.
End up using his orb.
Under attack.
That would have been big. They could have found the chain, but like you said.
He's the one, and also he doesn't have backup there, so I think he's unlikely to get killed regardless. Decent still on Plague Wards. Rubik comes in quickly just to grab them off Argent, and that will help defend these towers. Mid lane, meanwhile, Bebby goes down.
Alright, well, easy one there. Limek is going to be punished for that, of course, as he's around the map. You need to watch out for those kills. And it's still the Anti-Mage who's been left alone. Like 71 CS at this point, 12 minutes in, he's getting close to a Battle Fury. Like you said, you need another core, as Raging Potato might end up dying up top. But still it's feeling like this is a game where Anti-Mage can't take over if he's left alone for a while. It doesn't feel like Fnatic are going to offer him that possibility.
Yeah, and I think there was a couple approaches you could take to try and stop that. Either go all in, like early game aggression, or you just try and get some Midases and match the Anti-Mage in the late game. For now, it's all in aggression. Veno's queued up a drum. That's not an item you'd normally expect to see. I think if you wanted to go for the late game, Veno goes like Midas, Dragonlance, like he goes right-click farming items. Veno actually scales very nicely as a right-click carry with some of his talents. He gets plus 75 damage, he gets extra poison sink slow, he gets some health at level 15 as well.
Trying to block off their way
Mid
with the
lane.
Plague Wards here. There's a battle going on down on the south side as well. R is going to go down. It looks like Ajit might be able to... Nah, he's not going to get away unless the Nyx has to turn this back around and save his life. Night Stalker, they wanted it. Nando still chasing, but he's going to have to let Ajit get out of there. And, well, the Night Stalker barely away on very limited HP.
Barely sort of it.
I think he will, at least. They're still sort of
Radiant's
looking.
middle tower is under attack.
He spots him, he gets him. Night Stalker trying to run away. They do have the global teleport, of
Could
course.
TP in. Yeah.
But
Actually, I don't know if he saw he had no mana or no TP, but he's not going to go looking.
he spots him again there. Limek trying to get out.
Kill.
That was so weird.
He's a good Nature's Prophet player.
You mentioned the oh, this is a big kill if they can get it. Febby, they got him. Ended up getting greedy going for the bounty run. That really hurts.
It's been the, I think, theme of a lot of Fnatic's drafts, picking comfort heroes. You see the QO Ember, the Ohio Nature's Prophet, and the plays are coming out from these two already, giving Fnatic a lot of early towers, early kills. Here come Execration looking to stop and slow them down.
They know if they can get it. They jump forward on Ohio to start the fight. Febby, they think about it. They turn back around with the Warlock ulti. Ohio still staying alive in this one. The Sonic Wave, it is going to be enough to kill him off. Raging Potato low on mana, but still trying to get away from them here. And Nando's showed up for the fight as still looking to take down GJ. He's going to be controlled. Duo doesn't have enough mana for chains. Oh, he ends up popping the wand, and that's going to be enough for the kill. Very well played. Ajit now about to find Raging Potato as he can chase him down. Drops the ulti. And that puck is out of there. I believe is going to die.
That
is a huge fight. The Warlock was just ready for that aggression to come in. Nature's Prophet gets gone on and does ultimately die since he hasn't got the defensive capabilities against that kind of aggression, but it set up the perfect Rock Fatal Bonds combo. I think Quap lucky to have survived on about 80 HP with the Fatal Bonds, just that there wasn't any follow-up damage to complete and completely kill her off, but that would have been a disaster of a fight if she had died as well. Even so, you see the result is 4 net worth leaders all on the Dire side, and Duo is just feeling it. He just wants to keep on playing aggressive.
He throws out a remnant there. Kill off James. Wasn't quite able to do it. He needed a couple more seconds before he was going to have a second one off cooldown. And I guess the only thing that you maybe need to be a little bit worried about for Fnatic is they have fully itemized for this early game pressure, like double drums on their lineup as well. Yep. But it doesn't really feel like there's much that Execution can do to stop it and hold off the game, really.
They've got the 1 Midas on Nyx, and I think now that you've got the Venos Midas, perhaps he's going to say, okay, we've secured the early to mid game, maybe now he goes a bit greedier. I think that his drums wasn't necessary considering Nature's Prophet had one, but we'll definitely see elements of greed back in from Fnatic now that they have map control. They're probably going to feel like they can't actually break high ground despite having this big 8k gold lead. So the greed will kind of come back. It's going to be more greed around the whole idea they have map control. So they're going to control all the farm on the map. It's going to be very hard for Execration to leave their base. Because of that, you can out-farm Execration and turn this like 9k gold lead into a 15k gold lead, then a 20k gold lead.
The Plague Ward's stolen from Rubik is, like you said earlier, very huge too for trying to hold off against high ground, but like you mentioned, if it is still only farming 1 wave at a time, Rubik's getting the majority of those kills with Plague Wards. It's not really what you need out of you.
So, looks like Roche is on the agenda for Fnatic. The Warlock, Chaotic Offering's about to be back up. I think realistically the team fight of Execration is just there to fight this, but they are smoked. They actually want to go have a go. This just seems very opportunistic of them. I don't really see this working too well.
Alright, let's watch if they can do it. Darkness is going to be popped immediately. Recoil, the Sonic Wave, not what they needed. Oh god! Let it end. Execration just eviscerated in the river.
Kind of how I saw that one go. And they jump the Warlock and burst him down, perhaps. Oh, they're not done.
Yeah.
Big.
RR, he wants to get away. He's going to pop the Flame Guard. And, well, you know, magic on magic damage. He's trying to get out of there, but Duo just is having none of it.
It's going to be D2, so that's physical. Roche will be secured, and all for nothing. Febby is like, anyone else lurking around? Let's dive some towers, see what we can find, but Roche looks like it has got a Veil. Oh no, sorry, that's Kua with the Veil. He's going Radiance. He's the one who's going to get the Aegis. Ajit's going to pick up a Hood, so he is going to go very early game. They want to end this game fast, have a way to push high ground.
Radiance Courier.
Kua going to be kind of the late game insurance policy with his build.
Looks like he ended up popping a Remnant, maybe going to head back home also. Nando, 18 minutes, finishes off the Battle Fury. It's a tough game for the Anti-Mage. Like, this is sort of what we were talking about in the draft, though, too, where we felt like they needed something that could fight earlier, and this is the problem with that not happening, is now you're left in this situation without any way to stop the push.
This puck just got owned so hard bottom lane. That's definitely one of the biggest issues. You give the puck a 1v1 lane. He's meant to be the hero that does okay in lane, can then be a tempo controller and fight early on, but he's been playing catch-up all game long.
Battle of Ruin over here by the Ancients. That is going to be a dead Rubik. And looks like the Night Stalker will get out. In the meantime, Febby is still chasing the puck, who is going to be able to walk away. Raging Potato just gets the TP out. And, well, top lane now, they've caught the Anti-Mage, the hero that was meant to be the be-all, end-all.
Not feeling like it. Feeling pretty neutered at this point by Fnatic's aggression.
Radiant's top tower
last game, they put on quite a show, and it felt like Execration had ways into it. This game, I don't know what the hell you do. This is just, it's so impossibly hard to deal with this. It's Plague Wards on RR yet again, but...
Dire's bottom tower.
TP's bottom to defend, but he's left a Remnant behind so he can rejoin his team. fairly soon. So he may just want to finish off his Radiance if he can before coming back. He's got the money that doesn't want to carry out. So the pipe means this Quap Puck duo are not going to be dishing out much damage. Like, it's already an underfarm Puck, and now you're looking at even less damage output. There's no Veil or anything like that on him. The Veil is on the Quap, so very hard to take fights. Execration are going to maybe look to use this nighttime to get initiation. The Warlock has Rock back up though, and if he positions well, it is so hard to do.
They're going to jump on the Venomancer.
Ready.
This is not going to end well. They don't even actually need to use it. Immediately, Execration are like, yeah, let's not do that anymore.
Definitely. Hightail it out of there.
Ohio wanting to come in and take him down. Nonetheless, chains onto 2. That is going to be a hell of a lot of damage. The Quap is dead. The Rubik's dead. Night Stalker's dead. They're all dead.
Ohio's like the most selfless player. He's like, he TPs into 4 heroes knowing that he's likely going to die, but his team are going to win a fight. He is like the definition of a selfless offline player in my mind. Never thinks about himself or the outcome for his hero. It's always about the outcome for his team. TP's in, dies for the cause, and Fnatic are on high ground. Do have an anti-mage split pushing top, getting a T1 tower, but at this point, losing racks, you don't care about losing a T1 and anti-mage games.
Again, Puck, it hurts every time seeing him go down like that. You've got that anti-mage, like you said, he's up there in the top lane, but QO just wants to dive deep for them. He's going to be able to kill off that Rubik another time. 8-27, and maybe they end up getting a tier 2 tower here. Nando is doing whatever he can. This game feels, I mean, it's over. There's nothing to do.
There's no point in Anthony's coming back to defend. All he can do is split push, and they're going to die even further.
Yeah, Kit's killing him. And Lumic is just going to try and run away. It's an ultra kill for QO. Oh,
Anti-Mage will just keep telling his team, like, guys, this Ember has an Aegis. What can I do? I'm just going to, this is my job. This is what you picked Anti-Mage for.
You know, I think I got reported in a game for doing this one time. Pubs don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, this Anti-Mage is doing the right thing, but it's more like the fact this game is just kind of lost at this point, as you said. Very little they can do. QO tries to TP back, gets it cancelled by a Dream Coil.
Okay.
But Bebby said defend top. I mean, you're not going to give up a Rax at this point. You can finish off bottom lane with 3-4 heroes. You've got an Aegis. QO doesn't really care what happens right now. They may even go for the third lane. Bebby forces the AM to TP, and then he's already headed back to the Radiant base.
And we're going to see exactly why it is that the anti-mage didn't TP back, because there's nothing that he can really do to stop this at all. And
yep.
This is
still 30 seconds of Aegis left. QO is unkillable in the sense that he has got 2 lives to work with. We're going to kill him twice.
It actually is going to expire in 17 seconds.
Found Swap in the side.
Oh, Queen of Pain, run away! There's a Remnant forward as well if they wanted. They could just dive for James, but yeah, it's Execration staying in until the bitter end, and it is quite bitter for them indeed.
Bruce can back off, get his regen before going back in. Does lose the regen.
Okay.
But he's got plenty of regen.
This is the part, this is the line in the sand. Go for it, everybody. They're trying to take him down. Nando trying to burn through the mana, but it was never going to be enough. Mana Void, the most ineffective one that we've seen in a while. They kill off the Ember, but
got it.
They lose the game. Sad trombone indeed. Well, Gods, Fnatic 2-0. What do you think?
They're good. They're very individually talented in QO.
NP, with the SF gone, they feel like they need to pick up what's almost certainly Fada's hero in the Queen of Pain. Now, worth mentioning, both MSS will play this offlane, and there is, back in the day, EE has run safe lane Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining.
This will be Fada's hero against
5
the pocket in the
seconds
mid lane.
remaining.
Yep, that's Queen of Pain is the pocket pick you don't
Reserve time.
pardon me, the flex pick you don't expect, because you think of her as that mid hero, which she is maybe 90% of the time, but we've seen Z-Freak, for example, do the position 4 roaming kind of jungling Queen of Pain. It's not great, but we've seen it.
There are only
We've
like
seen,
3 teams that do that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's...
But it's an
have it
example of
here.
how she is a deceptive flex pick. She can play the safe lane. Eternal Envy has done it before, but is it likely? Probably not. Here's a great counter pick, though. 3 forms of silence now against the Queen of Pain.
It's not, so it's interesting to me that it's not that we're seeing Silencer. We've actually seen a lot of Silencer. Silencer's like 21 and 14 overall across all 6 regions.
10 seconds remaining.
No, I'm sorry. He's 24 and 21. My bad.
5
But
seconds
it's not that we're
remaining.
seeing the Silencers. That we're seeing the Silencers relatively early. We've actually seen a couple in the first phase, and we've seen a
Reserve
couple
time.
opening the second phase. That surprises me. He's not necessarily. I mean, he can be a mid as well as a
he's
support.
flexible.
But I have yet to see a mid Silencer game where I was like super impressed by it.
Well, you haven't been watching CIS Dota, Nahaz.
Oh well, okay, all right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. There are a couple CIS teams that played mid Silencer.
I do know what you mean, though. The games where it seems to really shine, it
10
feels like
seconds
it's
remaining.
because he was left alone. You know, if he gets an early Midas, he can farm and get a lot of
DC's turn
momentum.
to
But
pick.
the Legion Commander for NP, that'll be your Mojo hero, I think.
I was hoping they'd go back to this for Mojo because he really had a tough game on his LC against Odd. They did win, but he was underfarmed for most of the game. He actually picked the plus dual damage talent at level 25.
Really? I have
seconds
not
remaining.
seen any pros go for
And
that, I think.
he had by the end. That was, of course, it was a 100-minute
5
game,
seconds
but he had
remaining.
over 500 dual damage by the end of the game.
I mean, infinite scaling on the
Wowzer.
Legion Commander,
There
I
you go.
guess.
But
Reserve time.
the fact was, I think you go back and you watch the early play. Like MSS is not going to be happy with.
Dire team ban.
Oh, Enigma, finally. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think you like. I don't think you're picking Meepo into a
10
queen. And
seconds
no,
remaining.
so
this is not a Meepo game.
Meepo.
But it's Abed, dude.
Meepo
5
counters
seconds
queen
remaining.
in lane. Okay, pretty hard. But again, we saw this with Odd against
DC's turn to
Newbie
ban.
at Galaxy Battles, where they picked Meepo against SECC's queen. When you have number 1, a really good queen player on the other team, and number 2, you have a couple of other heroes that do well against Meepo, the queen can be viable. I
10
don't think
seconds
you're picking Meepo into a Legion or a clock either. But
Yeah.
You don't want to play
5
Meepo here.
seconds remaining.
I like
They
the
don't need
Enigma.
to. I like the Enigma, too. It feels like this is an often forgotten
don't
about
like the
hero.
Reserve time.
I
That
don't like
is
the Enigma at all.
very good. Clockwork,
Explain
notoriously good
yourself.
against an Enigma, right? You've got Hookshot, which goes
Hookshot
through
and
BKB. Duel is also quite good. So is Battery Assault. You just get up in there.
So there are 2 reasons that you pick Enigma in this meta. One is that you think his laning matchup is going to be favorable, and that's entirely possible. But the other is the other side lacks BKB Pierce Disables. I mean, you do need to be a little bit creative
However,
to cancel Black Hole with Duel, but you can do it.
I think talking about Enigma just in the context of Black Hole is misleading. The value of this hero early on is not the whole for massive team fights. It's just securing those kills, kind of like you're seeing Magnuses use RP on 1 heroes just to get that early momentum. Great at pushing. Early Met Carrier usually does some big AoE damage. Good stun for team fights. I think this is more about some early 5-man. You got this nice front liner with Night Stalker, Silencer with some team fight. They're going to push, baby.
Yeah, and the Silencer does offer a degree of protection against said disables, canceling the Black Hole. But Clockwork is a natural Lotus builder.
DC's turn to
Somebody
pin.
else on the team can build Greaves. Like Global is not necessarily going to protect that Black Hole indefinitely.
We're afraid of a
Void.
safe
that's
lane
really good
void.
ban. That's a really good ban.
I think it
It's a little scary to pick Void into all that silence, but at the same time, it is really good if you can
10
get those
seconds remaining.
initiations. I think it's a safe ban.
5 seconds
What is the
remaining.
pick here? They need a safe laner.
Bristles banned, Razors, they banned Razor themselves. the
Lycan.
Lycan.
What did I say, baby? They're going to push. They're going to get it in there.
All
What
right.
did you take before this cast, dude? You're pretty peppy.
You got to bring the hype. This is the
It
final
is.
game of NA before playoffs.
Dude,
How
I'm-
are you guys not more energized right now?
am
'Cause I got hit
actually
by a
like a kid on Christmas. Yes!
Okay, this
That
is
is a
actually
great
sick.
pick.
This
That is such a
super
sick pick.
I thought DC was in good shape,
What,
and now
it's
I'm
rubbing
really
off on
nervous.
you.
No, I'm like I get excited by the draft, and that's actually
Okay,
fucking
Nahaz,
super sick,
is
dude.
this a game where Lycan goes back to his roots and gets a Necro book? Because it's actually a tool against Medusa. They have no one else that can, like, maybe you get a Diffusal on Night Stalker. Mana Drain? Huh? Is this like the one time that Necro book is somewhat appealing?
Jesus, dude, that's actually
I like.
that's not a certainty that he'll do it because Mason is super comfortable fighting with that armlet buildup, but
Still,
there's an argument to be made.
Medusa is great against Enigma, though. You pop the Stone Gaze, makes for it so
10
difficult
seconds
for
remaining.
Ferev to comfortably jump in with Black Holes. This is going to be one of the games where we probably won't see Black Hole
5
use that much.
seconds remaining.
Okay,
when we
so
do, it'll
is gonna
be
Envy Medusa safe lane.
one or two heroes at most. I think it's going to be tough, but
This is so.
I like the Dusa pick a lot. Really good.
This
high
is
ground
one of
defense.
those games where I actually like hope. I hope they don't roam too much mid. I so want to see this 1v1. Like Abed versus Fata on Puck versus Quap. This is like one of the key. It's one of the like signature 1v1 laning matchups that they often play in 1v1 tournaments when they're not just both the same hero. But Quap versus Puck is regarded, at least in the past, it's been regarded as very even. And these are the young phenom versus one of the better.
It's like two heroes that are notoriously hard to gank, very mobile, right? You've got
Look at those
Blink, Phase
abs.
Shift.
Sorry, Enigma's model is very
Dude, like he's
He's
like
jacked,
a
dude.
formless void dude. How does he have a 6-pack? What the? I mean,
That's, you may not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like.
damn, dude.
Performance.
The freaking
He didn't even
Bo-
accomplish.
Total number of smoke gank kills by
Prepare for
25
battle.
minutes.
You can run the. Apparently, you can run the
As
no.
well as that's Bulba.
Bulba.
Right? Yep, Bulba. And he placed the ward. We've seen Owie actually TP a lot of time with no wards on him. He has them on him this time. He knows one has been placed, and man, he's just gonna harass him down. I think Bulba's just gonna go heal after this anyways, but it's gonna be a lot of damage done. Force him to heal.
It's well worth it for AUI, right?
Yeah.
Because he's just going to lose 75 mana.
Yeah.
By the time the laning phase is actually good, he's still fine. But Bulba, in the meanwhile, this is not something you could just walk off. You actually do need to heal this much.
And they might know where the ward. Are they countering right now? Yep, they counter it.
got
They
it.
give it to the Quap too. So 100 gold plus another 100 from the rune. That's already pretty big from NP right there. Another ward placed top already though. So, or that's
30
where are we?
seconds to
Oh,
battle.
yeah, it is top. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
we got the ward block.
No, yeah, I'm
or
losing
the
it a
full
little
block.
bit here. It's been a long day of NA, which I will never complain about.
Yeah, you've been here since, what, 9, Grant?
8 a.m., yeah.
These are just NA is just the most cardiac games that I've seen of like.
These,
There's something. It's hard to describe because SCA has a lot of like kind of weird throwy stuff happening too, but it's not quite the same as NA.
Dude, yeah, like that last game was full throttle before it needed to be. Like,
Yeah.
we were still in mid game where Invoker's running around with like Maelstrom
Phase boost
and
and
yeah,
everything.
phase boost. And it was like, but we were already in late game somehow.
Yeah.
Like we were at the one fight could actually determine the whole entire game. It was crazy.
Yeah, and these are such razor's edge games. You kind of want to throw your hands up and be like, forget talking about the strategic part of this game. They're just gonna fight, and it's gonna come down to like these razor's edge executions to determine how it goes.
oh, yeah, and look at this, the tri-lane beginning from Team DC. Not look at, NP brought 2 to the lane. The DC said we'll bring 3.
Apparently, this is the next progression of the meta.
Oh my
We
goodness.
started with like, and it's pretty funny, right? It's literally, we started off with like supports, like one support rotating into mid.
Yeah.
Then we got into this patch, 2 supports rotating into mid. And then later on in the patch, we got into support always sitting mid from the get-go. And apparently DC are just like, well, the next logical step is starting with 3 supports sitting mid lane.
It was interesting. They were actually, he tried to orb and kill the range creep, but Abed missed him.
Radiant team ban.
Being the dominant people and see throughout the whole period of time, and then finally not to be able to make it to TI. But these are the sort of the next generation, if you will. Clutch Gamers may be one of the only teams, with the exception of Faceless, that didn't blow up their roster. They've been together, even though their recent performances haven't been that stellar.
5 seconds
No,
remaining.
I think they're the team that has a lot of potential. Again, the narrative with them in the last couple of days is that their previous playstyle has not really worked, at least to the extent that they have. And now it's time to develop a new style, or kind of adapt to what's been currently popular in the region, which seems to be non-stop fighting from the series that you just casted.
Yeah.
Radiant
Well,
team
that
ban.
might be a
Fnatic
just like a
specialty.
QO thing, a QO raging potato kind of game.
That's the thing, right? Is that it feels like it's very team dependent, and this to me feels like the Clutch Gamers of old. You pick a Sand King, you pick a Puck, these heroes that can constantly
10
go in and
seconds
team fight,
remaining.
but the defining factor is going to be how do they
5
negotiate
seconds
their
remaining.
want to team fight with their ability to like take towers and then make sure that they have like buyback in those
Reserve
instances and not just
time.
always going in.
Yep. To me, Mag is one of those players that also, I think, thrives the most when it's more of a team fight game. His decision making is very strong. His initiating role is very strong. He had a very strong Void game, a very good Clockwork game that I remember seeing. So those to me are the heroes that more or less suit the playstyle and the pacing of the game that Clutch Gamer also want to go for. So it'll be very interesting to see if both teams opt for that kind of mid-game, one fight decide it all kind of draft. And those games, I think, are also very, very fun to cast and watch because both teams going to be like 3-4K difference in net worth. That one fight to decide it all. That's good stuff.
And that's what happened in the previous series too, where it was just suddenly Execration in that game number 1 lost a team fight and they didn't have buyback, and then they lost the whole rest of their base. Now this game's a little bit different because obviously we don't have like the biggest tower hitters yet. Maybe you start building into a couple of those type of heroes. And
Lena's a good tower hitter, I would say.
Well, she is, but it also depends upon her getting a lot of items. And in the mid game, you're not going to have the items that turn her into a tower hitter.
I would say levels is very important as well, right? Well, because once you get to 25, you are a tower sieging machine.
10 seconds remaining.
It feels like by the time she gets 25, the game could be
5
decided
seconds
if Clutch
remaining.
Gamers are able to punish her enough. Because we've seen a couple of times, right, where Lena, she starts off hot and then
Reserve
suddenly gets
time.
picked off a few times. And even though the Bloodstone, you'll come back quickly, you kill up the rest of your
Radiant
team.
team
If you're
pick.
losing and losing her over and over again and not getting anything for it, that's where it really starts to hurt you.
All right, we got the Fly Solo Rubik here. The man can play. Very fast fingers. Not exactly the best spells to be available right now to
10
steal, but
seconds remaining.
perhaps we'll limit 1 or 2 picks coming out from Mineski.
5 seconds
Certainly
remaining.
a powerhouse in the meta as it stands, and another one of those heroes that, again, allows them
Reserve
to
time.
take these fights and turn them back around, depending upon what's happening. For instance, maybe you throw a Light Strike array out there that gets stolen from the Lena, and you can completely swing a team fight into your advantage. It's really going to depend. So I like it. I guess the other question is going to be like the way that the laning stage works out. Rubik can be a strong laning hero if he has other heroes in the lane that can follow it up. What are you talking about? No. Like, think about it. You pull somebody back in, and if you got somebody else that's tough.
All right. Okay, I can give you that. I agree. Rubik by himself, not very, very strong, but once you have the proper combination, I think we saw it was EGM and Ake actually just 2 days ago did run this like AA Rubik combination where you put the cold feet, you lift into a stun. So there's some stuff you could do. We've seen Clockwork plus Rubik in the past as well, where Clockwork
5
cogs
seconds
somebody.
remaining.
When the cogs is about to end, you lift him up, throw him into the side of the cogs, and he gets bounced around a little bit. But yeah. So as you were kind of mentioning earlier, Lena might not be the mid here. DK is going to be the mid, looks like. And we're going to have a Bristleback coming out from Clutch Gamers.
Strong lane.
10
We
seconds
talked about they need
remaining.
it. Sand King's going to be running around trying to make stuff happen, picking up bounty runes, getting boots
5
early.
seconds remaining.
And DK, to me, feels like that indomitable hero in the mid lane who is not going to be able to be ganked easily.
Yes.
10 seconds
Absolutely
remaining.
correct. I think DK actually has an amazing matchup against Puck in the mid lane because Puck can't really burst you to kill. I mean, he has 2 nukes, but with DK's ability to keep himself practically always at full HP. Puck, even with a +1 gank, you probably need like a +2 gank to kill the Dragon Knight. And at that point, it becomes very obvious. Remaining. Also, post level 6, Puck, one of his job is to move around and get some silent kills, but as soon as you do that, you lose the mid tower to Dragon Knight. So I think the lane matchup is very, very in favor of Mushi, who is going to be playing the DK. And now we're going to get the Necrofalls pick, which is supposedly the counter to Bristleback, although I think in actual practice has not really been that effective. You got Rubik with a no field that could be applied to the team, and Rubik is one of the most natural Glimmer Cape buyers. And now all of a sudden you have a great steal now. Necrofalls ult.
Or Death Pulse. I mean, Ghost Shroud is also... It's not great this game because you're just going to get blown by Lina. But the thing that I also will say about the Puck versus DK matchup is DK, he's very strong against physical damage. There's a possibility, and there's a world that exists, if Sand King gets enough levels, where the burst damage from Puck with an Illusory Orb, a Silence, and then maybe a Burrow Strike with Caustic procs around, it has to be perfect. But there's a world in which that kill happens somewhat easily with a third.
Remaining.
I think that's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. Necrofalls likely will build to mech. You gotta keep in mind, okay, if 3 people find DK by himself in the river, yes. But as soon as a Death Pulse come out, as soon as a mech come out, suddenly you're just front-loaded a whole bunch of damage into a hero that's naturally tanky, then you're not gonna have enough to burst anybody else down.
I'm imagining like in a laning stage gank possibility. Okay. That's the...
Yeah, maybe like, especially if Puck has an early Veil. Right. The Veil could kind of tip it in favor. We're kind of talking a lot about the magic damage coming out from Clutch Gamers. So on the flip side, if DK gets like an early Hood, which we've seen teams doing from time to time, or if he gets an early BKB, suddenly you have heroes that like Puck, Sand King, Rubik that just don't do anything.
Did they just pick Enigma into Rubik?
Yes, they did.
Dubious.
Dubious indeed. So you can get a Lincoln Sphere to protect the black hole, or you could just be pretty much like have a lot of confidence to be able to black hole the Rubik. But the problem is, Sand King has a very easy way to break that black hole. Same thing with Puck, and Clutch Gamer still has the final pick.
The other thing is, I really don't like Lina in a support role if you don't have another setup for that stun. Like, now you have Light Strike Array, but the thing is like, Earth Spirit hasn't necessarily... I'm talking about in the laning stage. Like, I don't know what she's going to be doing outside of, like, pulling and stacking. If Clutch Gamers wanted to, they could even, like, stick the Bristleback offline, which isn't what we see that often nowadays. But I don't know how you stop him in the laning stage. I guess maybe, like, Heartstopper Aura, but even that's not great. Like... I think Bristleback could have a fine time in that lane.
Invoker. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna see the Armel Invoker.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, there's
loses his lane, but takes over the game because he's very good and his team is very good.
Did you say that Sumail loses his lane?
No, Armel loses. His lane.
I was gonna say. I thought they was confused.
Sumail does not lose his lane sometimes, and then takes over the game because he's very good at playing catch up. Has a fairly decent Midas timing, but one of his biggest strengths is his ability to catch up through Sunstrike. His team sets him up. He gets the last hit absolutely always, and then 15 minutes later, he absolutely has one of the best spell casting Invoker in the late game. Like just making sure he hits 3-man tornadoes, 4-man EMP, all that stuff. And I am prepared to be
dazzled indeed. And I will say, this was the style of Dota that Clutch Gamers showed going into the
exact one.
This exact one. And the other thing, too, was I think it was Mineski that knocked them to at least the lower bracket in the Kiev qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. They were at least one of the teams. It was a completely different Mineski, but it was still a Mineski nonetheless.
It was the Mineski. Miracle on carry, Raging Potato on second position, RR on number 3, Jules on 4. It was Mineski that I loved.
Rough game. But now time to redeem themselves. Well, not that Mineski, but Clutch Gamers. They stuck together when others separated apart. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen. Mineski, obviously an incredibly strong team nonetheless, and I think that they have a very clear draft and strategy that they want to try and execute. To me, the DK style of hero is the Medusa is, which has been what works the best for which has been what worked the
Prepare
best for
Mushi.
Mushi, yeah. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble because I realized I do not have my hotkeys set up on this, so this is going to be fun.
I believe it's F for last hit. No, it's not.
All right, we are. This is going to be an interesting one, folks. Don't worry.
You can just pull down the drop down.
I got it.
And then you switch your network.
No, that's not happening. Change sorting. Wonderful. We're good. So yeah, give me a quick little chat about what you're feeling and what you're hoping to see in the early stages. Gabby, on this puck, how much do you think he's going to be able to get?
I think the mid lane is going to come down to a lot of trading for him. Like I mentioned earlier, I think DK...
Top's gone missing!
He favored. Overall, the draft...
30 seconds to battle.
Was brain farting. Of course, it's going to be Invoker versus DK matchup, obviously. And in that front, Invoker's not looking to really get any early game kills. Instead, he's going to be looking to just farm as well. In that regards, I think you much rather to be on the Clutch Gamer side, because Clutch Gamer's Invoker, to me, scales much better into mid and late game than a Dragon Knight would.
Do you have to worry about getting your lane pushed out against the DK and then your tower dropping? Like, is that something that Armel needs to be worried about at all?
Well, Invoker does walk into the jungle sometimes to start jungling a little bit, so maybe DK could pressure the tower then. But for the most part, Armel has no problem staying in the lane, just like a Dragon Knight would, so they're going to just trade farm.
I guess it's dependent upon if he starts getting ganked a ton and killed. That's usually when the Invoker heads back to the jungle and then DK can punish. But if Armel is able to dodge those ganks, suddenly you're able to stay there pretty sound and happy.
Difference being made here. Mushi does have the better block because his support block for him. Fly still do not block for him.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to be also seeing Mr. Arc down here in the bottom lane, having himself a nice little time against Gabby, I would imagine. I don't know really, like, if you pick Earth Spirit and he's not getting kills, I feel like it's kind of a wasted hero. You kind of need to be able to make those happen, right?
Yes and no. I think Earth Spirit, to me, his mid game is somewhat underrated as a support that could. Good Earth Spirit player have very precise initiation, and that's going to be important against, like, ganking Armel, for example, in the mid game. But yes, for the most part, when you pick an Earth Spirit, you don't look to be passive in the lane. So I am surprised that he's not starting mid to pressure an Invoker, right?
No. This might be the bottle snipe.
Yep.
Fly Solo, he's been waiting. He saw right there as well that Mushi just got enough gold for it, and this is going to be such a detriment to the DK, who started off in a really good position,
but they know.
10-1. Do they know?
Oh, yeah, that courier ain't moving.
All right. Yeah, Rubik not showing in lane, but still it's Mushi, and he's not really being punished for this either. He can still last hit and get a bunch of denies without the bottle.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Knight's not going to get pressured by Invoker, so he could wait. Fly Solo gonna get a rune.
So two will Ninja Boogie, taking that one away from Gabby. There's a haste rune as well. Maybe Bonebax will use this to see if they can punish and take down the
first blood.
Yeah, Burrow Strike comes through in some trouble. Sunstrike there as well. He called it. Armel always getting those kills, and Rubik also not quite going to be able to get the kill on that courier. He got spotted.
Yeah, but that was the first blood Sunstrike from Armel, so he got the experience despite not being there. And all of a sudden, look at the level difference in the mid lane. So level 4.5 Invoker to level 3.5 DK.
Yeah. They're going to ferry out that bottle now. Rubik still staying in this mid lane. Even if he's not necessarily there for the courier snipe, they might be trying to bring down Mushi. And Mushi in trouble. Burrow comes through. They have another Sunstrike available. No, they don't actually. Instead, they're going to get the Forge Spirits. Finding the kill there. Ninja Boogie not able to save the day.
Wow, they're going to go hard for one more. Ninja Boogie taking a lot more right click. Armel finds himself a double kill. We are 3 minutes in. And Sumail C has 3 kills.
I like that. That's a nice little moniker for him, the Sumail of C. We'll see if he can live up to that as well, as he's already off to a great start. The other lane's also not going bad at all for Clutch Gamers. You got Bristleback, who's currently 18-2, has the Soul Ring done. Enigma can't really do much to pressure him. In bottom lane, Gabby's having himself a fine time as well.
Yep. The Enigma pick is not really meant to pressure any safe laner. It's more just him getting his farm. So it's expected walking out of the draft that the Bristleback is going to have a good lane. What isn't expected is the Puck having such a good... Like you pointed out earlier, you know, both the supports were on the bottom side of the map, right? Gabby shouldn't be able to get this much farm.
I guess maybe it's that, you know, Earth Spirit not actually being in
Earth
the lane.
shit.
Oh, shit. I want to say Earth Shaker, but that's
Okay.
not what it is. He's not been having a good one. We won't call him that though.
Radiant's top tower is
Arc,
under attack.
not quite going to get caught. Maybe Rior though.
Yeah, the lift, I believe.
Movement speed 310 versus 295. That's not what you want to have. Rior going to be caught, killed off. Gabby with another one.
All right, Clutch Gamers. The engine is revving up. Everything is working as planned. And Mineski is going to need to have a very powerful mid-game. And honestly, their lineup is built for the mid-game, right? You have an early mech timing coming out from the Enigma. You got the great mid-game push coming out from the Dragon Knight. And of course, the Reaper Scythe starting to pick off a couple kills. So even though Mineski is not doing too well right now, I believe by the strength of their lineup, they can make a mid-game comeback. So I wouldn't be too worried if I'm a Mineski fan.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see. It does look like they'll spot Blueback's heading over with this Dragon Knight illusion. Another one there as well. Rubik is still in the mid lane as well. Mushi might feel a little bit safer because there isn't anybody there, but it feels like they need the full assortment of heroes to actually find that kill.
Yeah. I think this fly solo on the mid lane isn't about getting a kill on Mushi, but rather protecting Armel.
Okay, yeah, I guess Rior and Ninja Boogie have been.
Right.
I guess they actually have this ward here now, so they'll spot the two of them out, and Blueback dodges away. Okay.
A sidestep though.
Twinkle toes, that's what they call them.
And going back to the point that you made earlier, you know, you pick up an Earth Spirit, and you're not getting too many stuff done on the map. That is
Structures are fortified.
somewhat concerning, because that is one of his greatest strengths as a hero.
Like, you look there, they pop the first DK ulti, which he does. They use a glyph immediately so it doesn't take too much damage, and they're still going to be able to get all of the CS under tower. They spot out the Earth Spirit rotation with the scan. Like, they know everything that's going to be happening. Clutch Gamers are just reading this game beautifully, and it doesn't really feel like Mineski have that many options.
Well, I mean, despite the popping the glyph, I mean, look at the mid-tower damage. Very good time by Mushi using that ultimate. He used it in conjunction with the catapult wave.
Yeah.
And even though the scan did spot out Earth Spirit coming in, Invoker still had to back up, right? Even though he knew that it was coming. So as a result, the tower took a bunch of that damage. Rappy's kind of all up in the grill of this Radiant jungle.
They see all of this too. Yeah. He's taking out the creep wave while
farming two camps, taking out a creep wave, no problem.
And it's pressuring this top tower. That's the nice part about this. Mag can farm it, but
bottom side, Sunstrike,
possibly kill, gets it onto Rior. Another one for Armel.
Yep.
And Art can't really do anything to stop this.
Regeneration.
Got to make sure Lyrical not missing any kills on camera.
Lumi, what a god.
Yeah.
Man, myth, legend. Oh no, is he gonna deny all of these? Oh, Mushi. Oh, he's just getting denied in his face. That was 3 creep denies and a miss CS. GG. Oh god, Armel is really having himself a good time. Like that's not the biggest thing in the world, but it shows the mentality right now.
The tilt, man.
Exactly.
Top lane here looks like there was a 4-man rotation, or 3-man rotation rather, from Neski, and Fly Solo aggressive. Ooh, Rappy's gotta be careful himself. Both teams walking back and forth, looking for a catch of some sort, but spells are expended and no kills to be had.
This is nuts. I really feel like right now Armel is just... I mean, if you are a 4-0 Invoker, 50 CS at 7.5 minutes...
Did I say he was going to lose the lane?
Yeah, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
And it might be better here as Fly Solo looks for the lift.
Nah, he's going to have to run away, but that's DK ulti popped again. And nothing really gained for it. He will be able to pick up a DD rune. This is a huge boon for Mineski. But still, something where you'd probably want that tower down a little bit earlier. Thing's going nice. Necropose has phase boots. Building towards the hood.
I mean, to me, if you look at this draft, and you asked me like 5 minutes ago, or hold that thought here, as Rappy gonna get rotated on, they're gonna TP in Arc with the Reaper Scythe. Instead, he might get the Sanking. Sanking, what are you doing? I think he wanted to Burrow Strike down the cliff, and then yeah, he's pinging it out. He's like, I got paffed.
Yeah, that's that weird thing too, where you can see it and you accidentally click, but the overhang is longer than you expected.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for him because that TP for Arc would have been a big cost if he didn't get anything done. And he wouldn't have gotten anything done had he not get that kill.
Rappy stacking up the quills as well. You still have Enigma in the area. Black Hole had already been used earlier and didn't end up gaining anything from it. That's what that was a little bit. It was low HP, but still, Rappy with the Vanguard. He's building towards a hood. I struggle to see how they're going to be able to kill this guy off.
Yep. Reaper Scythe helps a lot, right?
Yeah.
So you drop the Laguna, you drop the Reaper. Midnight Pulse is a very strong spell against the Bristleback. So there are some tools. I think that the bigger issue is how big this Invoker is, how unpressured he is. And Armel is soon going to take over the game.
You can only do one of them, right? You can't use the Reaper, the Bristleback, or you Reaper the Invoker.
Yeah.
And you have to use a lot of spells to take down either of them.
Sure.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright, Lushi again with the DD rune. They want to try and pressure this. He has ulti as well. The specs in the area. They're going to be able to find him. There's the stun. The lift up is going to be there to follow. Armel drops down the Meteor. Cold Snap there as well. Mushi in trouble and is going to be not Sunstruck. Instead, just punched to death.
Rishi was caught in such a hard spot that he just basically went in, knowing that he was going to die in anyways, to hopefully get a stun off to maybe get an Armel kill in exchange, but Armel playing it very nicely with the Cold Snap and pushes him back. He's got the Midas running already. 1,500 gold in the bank. To me, the draft reads Mineski has good lanes.
Yeah.
But what actually happened is that we had zero impact from the Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah.
So I think as a result, when you play essentially 4v5, that is a big problem.
I mean, that's the thing too. It's like it felt like they had to come down and help out their Necro to have a good lane because of the pressure that the puck in the Sandking gave. Dreamcoil now down. Mushi breaks the tether, heading back. This is just devastation. Armel is just owning Mushi.
Yeah. No, he didn't break the tether. It was the coil on top of him, and then the lift threw him out of the tether,
Well
and then
done.
it was Sunstrike.
Okay.
So a little bit of combo gaming here from Clutch Gamers. Very nicely done. But back to your point here, the support's supposedly on the bottom lane to help out the Necro against the Puck, but the Puck, he's impacting the game right now. You know, he's level 9, he's working towards a Veil, so I didn't feel like he was either slowed down by the two supports. Something went terribly wrong here in the laning stage from Mineski, and I think it's the support side. Maybe it's, you know, switching the Lina from a mid position to a support position.
Yeah.
Definitely the Earth Spirit not doing well, but whatever the case is, the result is that Clutch Gamer is, to me, too far ahead now for Mineski to slow down and stop it.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, is it's like, it's not necessarily that they won 3 lanes, but they at least broke even in one of them and 2 of them, and I think that they won mid pretty handily.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And on top of that, Bristleback is able to just, you know, he goes down there and farms the camp and replay at the same time. Maybe a little bit of a battle of brewing here. Fly Solo going to be caught for a moment. Stun comes out as well. Mushi on top of them. And Mineski getting on the board again. 2-7 at least.
Under attack.
But still that mid lane tower stands. We'll see if they want to glyph it.
Top lane?
Come to defend it.
Arc. Alright.
I think he's fine. Rapid doesn't look good.
Yep. Arc had a huge magic wand. He was down to actually half HP, but pop his Ghost Shroud and then pop his magic wand back to full HP instantly.
Are they really not going to get this tower?
I think Clutch Gamer can just deny it now.
I mean, even if they don't even necessarily have to, they can just hold this tower, and then they've got so much map presence and able to, like, ability to move in and fight.
Sure. Or you make Mineski commit that, you know, extra 1 minute of time to actually.
Well, certainly not what you would want if you're Mineski. They're stacking up the Ancients now. Unfortunately, it does look like they're still blocked out
Dire's middle tower
by the
has been denied.
Sentry Wards. Clutch Gamers just look
They're
so
just like
good.
2 steps ahead of Mineski. I feel like every step of the way. Ninja Boogie is gonna get a little bit of experience here, as he does have the ward overseeing this. Alright, hits level 6.
Oh, they scan it though. They realize that this is happening.
But they can't punish them, so.
They'll at least be able to force him back so he can't soak up the rest of the experience. Like, he didn't get that much from it.
Yeah, you got some of the small ones.
All right, so net worth lead right now is around 6,000 into the favor of Clutch Gamers, 3,000 experience. And as far as core items that are coming up, like Invoker is going to have like 14-minute ags.
Yes.
And they have another stack of Ancients over here for Bristleback.
Puck has a Veil. We were kind of mentioning during the draft, how do you bring down the DK? How do you bring down the Necro? The Veil was a big part of that. He's got that done. Bottom lane here, they're going to go for a kill on Mag, Sunstrike, and Orb, completely whiffing. Oh. But it was like a risk-free kind of kill that they went for. Not going to get punished.
Gabby instead is going to get a nice little bounty of Eidolons. Fly solo heading over here like Rappy with the Hood, Vanguard. Very unlikely that they actually find a kill. Instead, they might be able to wrap around and take down Rior, who is level 6, but out of mana and wisely going to step out of the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, trying to take down the tier 1 tower in the top lane. The push strat, in spite of the net worth disadvantage, is still working for them. And Clutch Gamers in the meantime.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Still death goal? Okay.
Yeah, he did. Will Fly Solo will juke away here from the slow. He now walks back in, lifts, toss back the Necrofalls.
And the silence came out there for Armel, the Magnetize as well, but they're not really doing enough. Fly Solo probably going to pay for this one. They finally do get that kill. But it looks like Mineski able to hold that mid tower while simultaneously taking the top tower. So in spite of the lead, they're making good movements and then finding value around the map.
And that's the mid-game strength of the lineup that I talked about. The Enigma Meg not coming. Instead, we're going to see the more standard build here. The Midas first for Enigma. And this is the strength of the pick. Because of the CDR reduction you get at level 15, you can get a ton of value out of the Hannah Midas and become one of the most rich heroes in the late game. And of course, you have more Black Hole, more item usage, like whether being at Meg or Blink and things like that. So this is the dip that Mag needs to tick, but the rest of his team very, very strong at this point.
Boombax also is getting close to that point where he can almost instantly take out creep waves with Caustic, a little bit of a Burrow Strike action, but mid lane maybe going to be able to find something on the arc. Gabby doesn't have. There it is. Yeah, it's going to be able to connect. They actually get the Tornado Sunstrike a little bit off the mark. And that was a problem. I think that if right there you end up just leaving the... I don't think he thought the coil was going to snap.
Maybe, yeah. If you Sunstrike and Meteor on top, you get that kill. Quite bottom lane.
Oh, Black Hole going to take down that Sand King, but it's all that committed for just a Sand King, and now able to get the silence off on the Rubik before he's able to steal Black Hole. They're still trying to chase away. Ninja Boogie looks to be able to escape from this, but Mag...
Yeah, he's fine too.
Out.
All right.
It works.
Clutch Gamers making a couple of mistakes a little bit here. The mid kill missing, the bottom kill not really being revenged. They are still very ahead right now, but that is a pretty big window open for Mineski to begin a comeback.
Yeah. You still have the problem of this Invoker, who is currently topping the net worth by 3,000 gold over the next highest on the Radiant.
Right.
But all of that net worth doesn't matter that much if you start losing all of your towers.
I mean, the flip side of the coin is that if Invoker is not hitting his spells, right, it doesn't matter how many items that he has.
Exactly, that too.
Yeah, so...
Those things.
Although, generally, I don't imagine Armel will continue to miss his spells. He's generally very on point on that, and he's got the Axe finish, like you mentioned. He's got the Breach of Travel in the next, like, 2 minutes, so look towards him being a split-pushing machine all over the map.
Also, Boombax about to be able to finish off his Blink Dagger after taking out this camp. And with everything else coming online shortly, the Blink on Puck only about 250 gold away, this does feel like it's finally getting time for Clutch Gamers to turn back the tide of losing these towers into their favor. Bottom lane, they've caught the Rubik though. Magnetize actually didn't connect onto the Bristleback. He's still very tanky. He will have the Hood. It did absolutely nothing to him. Rappy looking mighty fine. And Smeski is looking sheepish as they back away.
Well, it did something to him. He activated the Hood, and then the Hood just took it all. And of course, he has his back turn. Gabby?
Dodging away. I don't think that Arc can really do anything here. He's just going to be able to jaunt out. So, like we mentioned, the core items are up now. Sand King has his Blink Dagger. Puck has their Blink Dagger. If they want to smoke gank, if they not, you might be losing a little bit of value from that, but maybe you just go for like an Epicenter Sunstrike, Burrow Strike kill here at the bottom lane.
Mushi reveals his Shadow Blade up top here. Armel will fight back. EMP Tornado on DK. DK will pop the drum and still lose all of his mana, so not the most value out of the exchange. BOT now online on the Invoker.
So this is kind of cool. They're gonna like bait out the Bristleback, keep the Sand King behind him, and then smoke his 3 across the rest of the map. So they're gonna try and find a kill mid while simultaneously stand up and kill bottom. Jump forward, they silence it there. The Dream Coil as well. Snap, Sunstrike, the full combo coming out. It is going to not barely be able to get him the kill.
Tornado.
The Tornado, that did find it.
Yep.
And then, meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Sand King's coming in. They're going to turn onto the Lina here and see if they can possibly find the kill onto her as well.
Blink on cooldown.
Almost there. 1 second and a little bit late.
All right, good guess spot, but looks like they're going to try to transition into a tier 2 push. Creep wave is available. This should be a freebie. This is the point in the game where Bushi and his friends need to be extremely careful, because with these tier 2s going down, Roshan is going to be opened up as well. You got to keep in mind that Mineski is working with some of the longest cooldown timer in that Enigma, so if he blows a black hole for, let's say, an inconsequential kill, then Clutch Gamer can run away with the game by taking Roshan.
Oh, they're going for Mag right now, though. The Burrow Strike, not quite there. He's going to be slowed down at least a little bit. The TPs are coming in.
Friend.
Can they actually get out of there, though? Fly-Solo is still left alone. They're going to chase that black hole Enigma around the map, and Fly-Solo looks to be able to dodge away from one, gets the lift. The Sun is going to end up going down. Meanwhile, Mag also dies in the top lane. So trading of kills, but Enigma going down much bigger for Clutch Gamers.
Lincoln Sphere gonna get queued up here for the Invoker. I guess the most dangerous stun that he's looking to block is the Dragon Knight stun coming out of the Shadow Blade in particular. And then, I mean, there's still things like Midnight Pulse and even the Reaper side, but the DK stun is the one that he's most worried about.
Malefice. Midnight Pulse is the little...
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, it's a good one. I think that's definitely one of those items that you can play around everything else pretty much, and makes more sense than something like a blink, because if you get stunned, you're not going to be able to blink out anyways.
Sure. Would not surprise me if he does end up going for blink after that. Although Octarine might be a little bit more popular as a choice. What I'd like to see from both teams now is to make sure they get vision up on the Roshan spot. Vision and detection.
Shouldn't Armel realize he's being Heartstopper already? He's like right next to him there. Had the debuff applied, but
maybe he just didn't care.
Who cares? IDC.
If you don't have vision on the Necrophos, you won't have the Heartstopper icon on you. But obviously your HP bar does decrease quite rapidly, so if you're paying attention to that, you would notice. But maybe he did not pay attention to it.
All right, Clutch Gamer is heading in towards Roshan.
This is risky.
This is scouted completely. They see them all moving in there, but I mean, the black hole. It feels like this is maybe fightable.
Well,
it's definitely a word.
I think one of the reasons why Clutch Gamer just walked straight in, despite having the knowledge of the fact that maybe there are wards near them, is that they know that Enigma does not have blink dagger. So, like, how is Enigma actually going to get off of a black hole? Just waltz his way in without BKB?
I mean, they didn't have any vision there. Like, that was a super risky play for Clutch Gamers.
They saw Mag farming up top.
Yeah,
so as soon as they saw that, he had no BKB, he had no blink. So he's like, okay, well, we'll just walk into the pit.
I guess that's a good point, showing that Enigma reveals a lot of your strat. Probably also, I think there's somebody that might have TP'd down towards the bottom lane or something, but regardless, it's time for Clutch Gamers to really put their foot on the gas.
Yeah, start converting that Roshan into some tier 2s. Pin Mineski into the base. Mineski, likely this is one of the last couple of times that they could move off the base within the next couple of minutes. So they're going to try to get a tier 1 and hopefully move into a tier 2 kill as well.
So Mag has the BKB. Things to cancel this are the Rubik stealing black hole and then turning it against them.
It's still hard though, because you're working with the same range, right? If you walk too close, you get black hole.
Right. Sunstrike down to Mushi as well. I guess the other big thing too is can't just like turn it around against the enemy opponents also.
Yep. You can just kill him, like
Yeah.
through the BKB. Sunstrike on top of his head. If Enigma does not catch your Invoker, just right click him a couple times. He's not that tanky in the sense that he doesn't have the greatest of armor, right? 5 armor is not the best.
Tornado not quite going to connect there. That would have been mighty unlucky for Mineski, but Clutch Gamers now looking for that last tier 2 mid lane. See if they can claim it.
Mineski wants to fight this. They are grouping up for a smoke. Unfortunately for Mac, he's only level 14. He would love to be level 15 to pick up that 15% CDR before taking this fight. That is actually quite critical. And this fight is very important for Mineski. If they lose this fight, likely they're going to lose the tier 2 and perhaps even the tier 3. They've itemized for this timing in the game by picking up double drums, 1 on the DK, 1 on the Necrofall. So this mid-game fight is super important for them. But looks like they're not even going to have a good angle to take the fight. They will give up the tier 2. Clutch Gamer looking super strong right now.
And this is one of those moments where other teams might have just decided to try for high ground. And I think that they still can if they want to. You can see like their decision-making process happening. I don't think that they have to, but this is certainly at least a test for them. And a lot of time left on Roshan.
I think they want to damage the tier 3 a little bit. If they could get the tier 3, then the map super opens up with the shrines going down as well. So they're kind of poking and prodding. They have the Aegis, so they can make a play like that. And also, if you look at the mini-map, Clutch Gamer is not being pressured at all on the other lanes. Top lane a little bit.
Gabby, he's being revealed right now. They have this invis rune here. Mushi could open up onto Gabby. This would be tremendous. They find Gabby at the start.
All right,
blow him up.
Time to get the hell out, guys.
Little unfortunate there. I think it might have even been the invis rune that allowed them to think about sticking around a little bit long. But basically no damage on the tower, so Clutch Gamer, still a lot of time left on this Aegis to maybe constrict the map.
Yep. But this does give a little bit of a breathing room here for Mineski to push out the side waves and look for that level 15 on Mag, which he does have right now. If Mag could get his Blink Dagger before the next push, they might even beat Clutch Gamer, even though they have Aegis. Like, the Blink BKB is so strong on it. Because there is no answer to it, right? Once you assemble this.
I mean, it's just the Rubik again,
right.
Which is an answer. It's something you got to be careful of. And God, heaven forbid he ends up stealing Black Hole. Mineski will be in a ton of trouble. Like, you think about a Black Hole on top of all the other team fight that they have.
But it's just the Rubik, right? Because
yeah,
other times when you're playing Enigma, you kind of have to Black Hole like 2 key heroes and they never stand together. I mean, here, you just get like Enigma, or sorry, you get the Rubik and one other, and you're just like very happy with that Black Hole.
I guess my thought here is that if Rubik is playing this well, he's not going to get caught. And
he never shows.
They know that, like, he doesn't have to show because the rest of the heroes are more than enough team fight for him. I think that it's dependent a lot upon Fly Solo just to play this normal. And also, Mineski don't have any other vision-giving heroes.
Yep. Well, Dragon Knight being the Shadowblade holder is supposed to be that one. So you're right. It's a game of chicken here between Fly Solo and Mag. Neither of them will use their ability. Neither of them will ideally show. And it's up to the other heroes on both teams to force each other out, right? DK is going to walk in, start stunning kids, and then hopefully draw, let's say, Fly Solo's telekinesis or something like that, and then Mag can react. But right now, Mineski doing an exceptional job at waiting out this Aegis.
Well, and this to me, like you said, is it's the game of chicken. Is who is it that's going to make that first move? And I feel like Mineski are the team that if you cut out the Rubik and if you cut out the Enigma, they don't have as good of team fight. And so they're going to be losing the team fight, and Enigma is going to be forced to use the Black Hole early. And that's the way that I see it going, really. It's going to depend a lot upon how like the initiation happens and all that stuff, but really to me it feels like Mineski need a Black Hole to win a team fight. Clutch Gamers don't need to steal Black Hole to win a team fight.
Definitely.
Now it's just wait. Wait.
Mineski, same plan. Obviously wait out the Aegis. Clutch Gamer looking for a good opportunity, which they are not finding. There is a smoke of deceit here on Fly Solo, but they're pretty much aware where Mineski is, which is kind of really close to their base, and they're not going to split up, so it's hard to really find a good smoke that is not super obvious.
Puck, I mean, I think that this is the one downside to Clutch Gamers lineup, and I think it's what ended up being the death of them in the other tournaments that they played, was that they never really had a strong building hitter, and that's the problem with their type of draft. And Mineski, realizing what they're going to do, are saying, okay, we're just not going to fight you. Normally in C, this type of Dota works for Clutch Gamers because they would take a fight. It doesn't look to be happening here. Even in these little instances where there's potential for a fight, it's not going to turn into a 5-on-5. Mineski is going to split push.
Clutch Gamer don't have an individually very strong tower seizure, but you put Rappy in the front to zone people out. Armel's Invoker with Alacrity would do fine hitting in buildings. It's just that it's a very dangerous stance that you're doing up in the high ground, right? There's Magnetize you need to worry about. There's the Black Hole plus Midnight Pulse you need to worry about. And if you get Reaper in this stage of the game, you can be out of the game for close to 100 seconds. So,
Lomax is going for Guardian Greaves.
Okay,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, this is actually a playstyle Sand King that I've seen from, I want to say, Ninja Boogie. Very commonly, you see very rich 4-position Sand King just opts in for, let's say, a Aghanim Scepter to increase the range of the Burrow Strike. But in a game like this, where you need to protect your team for a Black Hole.
Oh, they ended up revealing it. Puck is going to be able to get out of there. Wow. That is really nuts. That reveals the whole smoke play.
Right? But back to the point of the Sand King. Itemizing for Ags versus itemizing from Mech, they both give you team fight, just different forms of team fight. And this one kind of angles it a little bit more defensively, making sure that when the Reapers come, you get that burst healing to perhaps bring somebody out of the Reaper's range.
Well, Roshan ready to respawn very shortly. It's a short timer on that one. It definitely feels like that is that next big engagement that we're going to see in this game. Armel has the Lincoln Sphere as well, so he can throw that onto the Bristleback if he wants when he goes high ground and just have more ways to enable that high ground siege.
Yep.
Do you think you give the Aegis to the Bristleback in this next one, maybe drop the Soul Line?
I've seen teams have different preference in situations like these. I think it comes down to Invoker's item slots. If he's out of item slots, you probably give it to the Bristleback, but the next one has Aegis and Cheese, right?
Yeah.
So I think you give the Aegis to Invoker and the Cheese to Bristle, and likely Bristleback should be tanky enough to get off his Cheese. Although Reaper Scythe might make the Cheese somewhat complicated to use.
Yeah. That would be the only reason that would be pretty good to do it. Okay, so they do realize that Roshan is up. The Sunstrike connects and they can move in and start taking it. In the meantime, Mineski is pushing through this bottom lane. If they end up giving this Roshan away from free, this is, again, this is the moment where they would want to go and take this fight, right?
Yeah, but do they know? Gabby here in a position to get stunned.
Open it up, there it is, the immediate stun, everything dropped. You take that though. For the Roshan, I think that's fine. Yeah. Let's wait 60 seconds, and they're good to go. They actually are going to stick it on the Bristleback, it looks like. And I think
they're going to give the Cheese to Invoker.
It's what you were talking about, the Reaper Scythe being the X factor.
And of course, Invoker does have the Lincoln to protect himself from the Reaper Scythe. This is a brave, rapid TP.
God, actually, it's, well, Armel right there to side him, and Mag waiting off to the side. He's ready with the blink back hole, but they need to make sure that they catch more than just Rappy. And
Mushi just popped a 10-second BKB, which, I mean, he survived, which is the key part, but that's a big, big loss here for Mineski, in my opinion.
And did they see that? I'm sure that Clutch Gamers, yeah, they saw it. So now they know 70 seconds without that BKB, and Puck's about to be back up.
This is go time right now.
Oh, no. All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like Octarine Core is going to be that next item for Arc, but right now I think that they just need to try and push out the lanes and not get caught. Bullbax is going in for it, but the rest of the team is coming in as well. They're TPing in with the Invoker. Armel is there. They're all grouped up together, but there isn't an Enigma quite there in time, and trying to roll in. They get the stun onto Armel. Finds himself a kill. The Black Hole could still be coming, but is it going to end up happening?
No Cheese, he's dead.
Where is it? Mag not deciding to go. They're still going to be able to find that secondary kill. They don't even need to use it. They take down Armel. They take down the Sand King. Clutch Gamers bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, I mean, they did get the kill that they wanted, but because Necrofalls is Necrofalls, he survived such a long time. before dying, and as a result, the Invoker had to blink in after dropping the combo. I'm not sure whether he was chain stunned to a point where he couldn't use the cheese, but it did seem like that towards the end.
Maybe you just let it happen, and then you end up coming back into the next fight with cheese again. Like 3 minutes left, so they're going to have 2 minutes left on the Aegis when Invoker gets back up, and then they'll have cheese and Aegis.
Yep.
Solo's still there with 4 points in Death Pulse. Mushi is wrapping again around this DK.
Oh, Fly Solo was being very aggressive right now.
The stunt. Silence onto 2. Mushi goes in as well. The BKB is popped. They don't have an answer. Mag is coming in. All he needs to do is drop that black hole, and everybody's starting to fall down low. They come in as well, though, with Gabby. Armel's still not back up. 15 seconds. Why did they go in without it? They're trying to burn through the Aegis right now. Mag's already able to TP out, and now Ninja Boogie trying to see if they can turn and finish off this puck. He's incredibly low HP.
Mag,
can he get out of there? He manages to get the phase shift off and still running away from it. Mushi maybe thinking about turning on this, but yeah, that Guardian Greaves, or rather Mechanism, was a huge fight turner.
Mech plus phase shift, and this is that's the absolute reason why you get Mech on Sankey as opposed to Aghanim Scepter. These fights are getting way too close. Aegis was expended. She's still available on the Invoker, but, well, Black Hole's down for a bit, right?
Yeah.
Let's go. 90 seconds, despite the 50% CDR. Clutch Gamer knows this, and they're going down mid. They got everything back up. Puck coil in about 10 seconds. This is do or die here for Mineski, and they need some really sick coordination to actually defend against this push.
Magnetize will be back up by the time that the Earth Spirit is here, 9 seconds away. They have stuck that cheese onto Rappy, and the Lafferty as well. They're getting into a position to try and deal the damage that they need to.
Okay.
Can't step up to high ground yet.
Yeah, they are being very tenuous. One thing I want to point out is that Rappy, instead of taking the very common 10% spell lifesteal that you see normally in Bristleback, has taken the attack speed, which I find very interesting. Because if they really want attack speed on Rappy, they could just Alacrity him.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of force stab being used. I think they wanted to push him in, perhaps get a quick Reaper Scythe kill.
I wonder if he's also for that 30 health regen. Jump in again, already there. They're destroying.
Go!
Necro, no longer a hero. A big stun came through onto 4, but don't know if it really matters. And now the lift up. They've got that DK in the air. Still holding on to high ground, but no Necro for 57 seconds. They keep the cheese.
Yep.
Now it's time to hit that tower. Jump through. They caught the Lina. She's in trouble. Stun is going to connect onto 3 heroes yet again. Mushi there with the phase shift. Going to keep him alive. No silence on a Gabby. It only caught on the Bristleback. The ice wall down.
What an angle.
That was beautiful by Armel.
10 seconds to Black Hole. They can't really make the same play that they've been making, the jump in aggressive. In fact, this could be a huge one here for Mag.
Yeah, there it is. There's going to be the epicenter down. Sunstrike is also going to connect me over
Black
here.
Hole
Left alive. The Black Hole is down onto 3, but I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Oh! Black Hole, but it's immediately cannoned. The Rubik is just going to be able to end up falling here in just a second. Boomback's trying to stay alive. The rest of them are running away. The Black Hole stolen from Rubik was not big enough. And now you lose that fight as Clutch Gamers. They got a tier 3 tower at the very least.
I mean, you say they lost the fight. They got a buyback from the Lina. They got the tier 3. They will lose a tier 2 of their own here as Armel's desperately trying to defend it. And you can see that Mineski is just going to run down mid and perhaps even set up a kill on Armel. This is going to be a tough one. They need to simultaneously use their 2 stuns, but looks like he's already out of there.
I mean, the reason that I say that I think they lost that fight is because they might have to force out a Bristleback buyback here.
That's
if they
true.
really push.
Yeah, Armel needs to have very good spell casting to make sure that he could delay long enough. Puck also trying his best to draw a little bit of attention up top here. But I think at worst, Clutch Gamer will just only lose the tier 2.
Okay. Yeah, they don't want to pressure it too much. That's probably the right decision. Maybe they could try and secure some more wards down around the map. They've got some pretty good vision around where the next Roche fight could take place. And speaking of Roche, it could respawn in as little as 2 minutes.
Yep. The other very scary thing here for Clutch Gamer is if you look over to Mag's farm, I mean, I talked about Midas being discounted by the 50% CDR, but look at it. He's going to have Lincoln Sphere up right now.
Yeah, that changes everything too, because now
Black Hole's not going to get stolen.
Right.
Lincoln's BKB.
You need to have an Aghanims on Fly Solo so you can cast 2 of those in that 2-second cooldown time. Or the very short cooldown time. They're smoked up, seeing if they can find anybody. Mineski, very aware of this. To me, this shows like leadership, and it shows, you know, veteran know-how of what's going to be happening in these games, Mineski, it felt like they got outlined and outplayed, but the decision making and the way they've been moving around the map has been much better.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Mineski is still very behind.
Yeah.
But I think the point that you're trying to make is any other team would have just crumbled here and lost by now.
Definitely.
And the fact that Mineski is in a game is worthy of praise.
Well, and I think that the biggest thing, too, is that it shows that they're not willing to go along with the flow of things. They're setting their own tempo for the game that Clutch Gamers are having to respond to.
That's for sure. Yeah.
So, Guardian Greaves are now finally done for Clutch Gamers. We have the Blink Dagger done for the Rubik a long time ago, and now he's potentially going to start building into the Aghanim Scepter. I think it is somewhat necessary this game. I don't know, do you think that there's anything else that the team really needs as a whole? Like, is it a Glimmer Cape game? Or?
I would love to see a Glimmer against Reaper Scythe. Although, how many Reaper Scythe have we seen? One? One on the Sand King that, you know, when Art poured it up top. It hasn't been right. And part of it is Clutch Gamer playing really well. They never extended to a point where a Scythe will be backbreaking. So maybe that's why Fly Solo believes that they don't need a Reaper. Yes, to answer your question, Fly Solo to get Axe, great. But that is a hefty investment for a 5-position support that's constantly buying wards. So because he's going to be opting for something a little bit smaller.
I guess that my thought with this is it's like you do run into this situation where you have like a lot of time left in this game, I think. I don't imagine that if Mineski win a couple of fights, they just can run down mid. Maybe they can.
Oh, maybe they can, yeah. Oh, this could be big. Double damage on the Dragon Knight if he wants it. He's got the gem being transferred by Mango.
It's a very short respawn time on Roshan as well. What is this? 45 seconds away.
Yeah, Mineski would not know though. I don't think they could afford to sit in the pit for 45 seconds, so they gotta back off. Interestingly to point out that Invoker did select himself the experience gain talent at level 15, so the double Force Spear will sorely be missed right now. Go back up top.
Yeah, he's gonna get ran on. Burrow strike away before the silence comes out, but they have the Malefice and Fullback's gonna be stunned by the Golden Smash. Should be dead again.
Yep.
So this is the thing. I remember when I was watching the CIS qualifiers for, I think it was the Summit, the game where Ghostic would just win them the game and win Empire the game off the back of huge black holes with no counters in sight. And that's what I'm worried about in these games, is that now it's to the point where Mineski no longer need a black hole to win a fight. They don't need the perfect one. And I think Clutch Gamers do need a way to break a black hole, because if they get caught with heroes, it's so rough.
I would say even one. If you could black hole Armel, if you could trade your black hole for Armel's existence every team fight, Mineski could win these fights. Because I think Clutch Gamers, all of their control, all of their damage, really is just Armel. And Armel, oh god, this is not a good position for him.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. They're all up on the high ground. They're sending at the
Fly Solo dead.
Well.
Oh no, he blinks away, and now it's going to be a 4-man coil. Here we go.
The BKBs are already gone though, and wrapping. Can he stay alive? They end up turning this back around. Mag is sitting there with the black hole. He ends up having to drop it onto two. It actually ends up catching the Sand King as well, but Maggie's just going to end up dropping dead again in an instant.
Stolen black hole.
Kill for Gabby. They steal the black hole, and that is a huge fight for Clutch Gamers.
Okay, that was Fly Solo absolutely winning the team fight for them. Walks up the high ground, reacts faster than 4 or 5 Mineski player, gets a blink away, and instead of the initiation going on to Clutch Gamer, Puck just counter-initiated, and that was it.
I think the other thing that was huge in that fight was that Mineski ended up auto-attacking the Courier when it came in, and that gave Fly Solo that like second of advantage as bottom lane. They've been able to find themselves the Necrophos, and oh, Arc, you can't afford to go down right now.
Yo, Sunstrike?
Dying.
Is there Sunstrike for this? No. There's going to be a TP out. There's a Sunstrike there. Very close.
Not quite
I think it was a mistake for Gabby to actually use that Yules, because there was no way for the Necrophos to go home without it. But it doesn't matter at this point. Armel has found the melee racks. People are responding. They don't want to use their buyback for this, but they are going to lose at least one, I think 2 lanes of racks right here.
The other thing is that Bristleback had that, he did go for the health regen talent instead of full sprays. He's all about the right click damage dealing, and I don't know if they can bring him down even in the duration of a black hole. Not to mention, Fly Solo.
He's got the black hole, yeah. This is a bad news. I'm not sure if Mineski is aware of it. I'm pretty sure.
He's caught over to the side here.
Counter baiting. Counter baiting. Fly Solo is coming in.
Welcome, ready to turn this back around. Fly solo over by the barracks. He's sitting over here to the east, ready to jump in if they find an opening. Mushi is there as well. It's the break for the moment. Onto that bristleback, still looking for the opening. Fly solo thinking about jumping, but they're holding on to it for the moment. All that regen. There's going to be the Reaper sight.
Got Aegis.
Only Aegis.
Yep. And now Raxus have been going down simultaneously. Fly solo still continuously looking for the black hole on the back line here. They're going on the Invoker. Invoker is stunned up right now. They're going to try to bring him down. Half HP Reaper side. Black hole onto 2 here. And now Sang comes in with some Sandstorm damage.
I don't know if this is going to be enough. They take him down, and that's going to be Dragon Knight dead. You're looking at this completely falling for Manette. All 5 heroes there. Double kill for Gabby and Mag looking on sheepishly. Black hole is all down, but there has enough damage, and I think this might be Clutch Gamers taking the game on their hands. Mushi buys back, but for what?
Are we really on the 4-1 meme?
Gotta happen, man. 31,000 net worth lead. The tier 4 is down. They buy back on the Necrophos. He's gonna try and keep me in. They have a big black hole potential. Oh, immediately a lens, but okay. More. Maybe they can do enough to Reaper Psych as well. Have they actually turned this? What? Boombags barely left alive. They buy back on our mill. They want to come back into this and end the game right now. But the rest of Mineski is all grouping up and they call the GG at the end. That's it.
They're like, oh, we black hole, we kill all of them. Just kidding. They buy back, they come back. We have no spells. We're all still dead. Yeah. That was the most PogChamp moment into the quickest realization. Oh, we still lost the game.
Oh, they're all up on the high ground. They're sending at the
Fly solo dead.
well.
Oh no, he blinks away, and now it's gonna be a four-man coil. Here we go.
The BKBs are already gone though, and Rapping. Can he stay alive? They end up turning this back around. Mag is sitting there in the black hole. He ends up having to drop it onto two. It actually ends up catching the Sand King as well. But Mag, he's just gonna end up dropping dead again in an instant.
Stolen black hole.
Double kill for Gabby. They steal the black hole, and that is a huge fight for Clutch Gamers.
Okay.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Sven stands ready.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oh!
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Dark Seer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining.
Oracle.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Mineski don't need, like, they could just need drums on Bat Rider, Vanguard and Bristle, and a Mask of Madness on Sven.
10 seconds remaining.
Whereas I think Clutch Gamer, they need a mech on Darkseer to, like, stay alive. They need Slardar Blink, which from a 4 position might come a little bit later. So, I think Mineski is advantage for the first 15 minutes.
I would agree with that if it was a different set of heroes that they're playing on. Mushi is playing Lina, so it's actually going to be a carry Bristleback and Ninja Boogie Sven. I like that a little bit more. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that in this context, it does definitely feel like it's a lot on how effective this Oracle is going to be. And I don't know. There's just something about this lineup that rubs me the wrong way. I like it more with Mushi and the Lina, I think. I don't know how I feel about that.
10 seconds remaining.
Just heavily winning the mid lane, but that's more so due to, like, the Sunstrikes that he got and got ahead off of it.
Yeah, definitely.
It wasn't like Mushi was just getting outlaned due to lane mechanics. So let's see how Mushi does.
There's also the rotations mid by the Sand King, finding kills there, which is still something that Lena's going to be susceptible to.
And last game, Armel got help. Mushi had no help at all, so yeah, it wasn't really fair to say that Mushi lost the lane solo, but I don't know. Much more than Niski advantage with the draft that they got.
Oracle. They pick Oracle, okay.
I think the biggest thing for me is that I like it more because it's not three separate heroes that are relying upon stacks. It's two separate heroes that are relying on stacks. It's Mag and it's the Bristleback. So you don't have as many heroes that need to focus on farming. And that's what I like more about it. If the Sven was a core, I really wouldn't like this draft.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, the Sven gives you, what it gives you is a better run at you. What you take away is better, like, tower hitting, which I think Lina gives you vastly stronger. And also gives you way more burst damage. And perhaps even better farm over the Sven. Simply because she could split push and clear the wave that much quicker. Mag is in a crazy spot right now.
I think this is really good. You don't normally get caught out here, and he wants to be able to pull that creep wave past.
How did he even get there?
He smoked immediately at the shrine and then dropped this ward as he passed by and then just went straight up.
Yep. He's going to basically walk down, pull the wave, and Clutch Gamer is not going to know what hit them.
So there's some real Vax stuff going on, which I doubt it will. Gabby on the Slark. I think that this is another one of those heroes that you can take over a game with. We saw Gabby's expert performance on that puck in the last game.
The battle begins.
It's a different style, but have fun, have fun, have fun. But yeah, I guess the point that I was going to make is that last game it was Mushi that didn't get a lot of help, but they were able to rotate in and find kills. This to me feels like another game where that can happen. With just Slardar running in and all that other stuff.
Alright, Batrider does the little dance, does the little pull, tries his best to get the creep aggro his way. The fire does run out. And looks like he will be successful, not dying. And he actually did it very smartly. He did it in a way that he blocked the big camp from spawning. So normally what you could do as a support is just pull the next wave to reset. But he did it such that neither camp spawned because he had a ward blocking the other camp. Mag did his own work. This is like
they'll
top
still
notch.
be able to get it again though. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But it's not that first pull that happened.
Right.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you do have Boombex as well as the Sven. Mr. Ninja Boogie hanging out here mid. Looks like they will see if they can mess with Mag anymore. Fly Solo's come over. Does have himself the cask as well to throw, but going to be the best time in the world. Sticky Nick Tom all getting stacked up.
Well, the 2-4 position supports in the jungle, tangling it up. I think the Slaughter is much more favored in kind of versus like this because he will have access into a sprint at level 2. So he's going to be a lot easier kind of grabbing all the bounty runes that's going to be laying about.
And it sort of turns into this little like test of chicken as to who's going to walk forward and secure the rune faster. And Bex can go in with the stun. There's 2-second stun there from Sven, and well, it got us all for naught anyways because it's top.
Long route allows him to get a little bit more extra damage in there.
Seer picks up that one. They are going to move in. I would have liked to see Rior try and come and contest the Dark
he is coming.
Yeah, this is going to be frustrating because he can just use the purge and it takes off all of them. So now there's no Iron Shell even on that little centaur.
Yep, and he's out of mana. Kills bad. This is at least the one thing that Oracle can do extremely well.
From the top, they're going to be able to catch on to Mag. The long-range pounce and going to be able to catch him there. The cask as well, and that's going to be first blood drawn by Gabby.
That was close, but still close is good enough there, and that is the start that you would like to see. Nicely done. Mid lane Queen of Pain, 8 CS and 4 deny over Mushi. That is crazy. Like, Lina normally just have a grand old time on the mid lane Dragon slaving away. Surprised to see the high amount of deny here. Armel takes a big nuke to the face and might need to actually just base. Somewhat still far away from the bottle.
Should be a kill here on the Moonbacks, unfortunately. He's going to get caught. Dragon Slave to find the kill. Yeah, this is Mushi also taking this with having a high ground ward. It's one that wasn't going to get dewarded, but he had vision over a lot of Armel's movements. So, very unusual, and I think that this is one where you can't just put it straight onto the Quap, maybe just outlaning Mushi a little bit.
Well, Armel's staying in the mid lane with like no HP.
He ain't tripping. He's good.
He ain't tripping.
He doesn't want to lose a couple of those range creeps, and as long as he's able to stay out of range of a Ninja Boogie stun and dodge away the Dragon Slaves from Mushi, he's fine.
Your soul
again. Mushi not quite able to connect on that one, and it is going to be a rune invis over here for Ninja Boogie. Passes off to Mushi.
Wait, are you sure that Mushi's getting outlaned? The way I'm seeing it is that Mushi's got bottle and boots. Armel's got neither. I mean, he's gonna have one sent right now, so Armel has an extra no talisman, but that extra no talisman is not gonna help you too much at this current moment, as he's getting completely out regen in the mid lane.
Well, yeah, I guess the thing that I'm saying is that he's got more CS, and he's going to be able to, like, probably get... He's going to have his level 6 machines, which is pretty important. Ninja Boogie is going to sit here, see if they can set up a kill, but it might be a long time before anything can actually happen with the creep wave heading in. And actually, I think that Armel might have just scouted.
Maybe. No, evidently not. Yes. There's that kill.
Stun comes in, the right clicks are there, and that's going to be the kill. And that's going to make up for the slight deficit that they had in public.
Matt Ryder up top here, going for a fly solo kill. Cask is going to bounce perhaps off of, oh my god, bounces off the neutral. Mag still going for a nice leash at the very last moment, and now Mag gets baited super hard by Fly Solo. Microing that casket bounce, you know, the best of Witch Doctor players can't do that.
All right, RG Master. I mean, it's something where, you know, not necessarily the most unexpected that you can get a bounce like that, but it ends up working out to their favor. Boomback's going to walk forward and see if they can apply some pressure here onto Arc. Needs to get on the front side if they really want to go for a kill. And in fact, with Ninja Boogie coming back, they are going to find an opening. Surge is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Rappy watches Slardar gets taken down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, a lot of the fangs of this bottom lane has been taken out, right? Because the strength of this lane is double Iron Shell run at you, but there's really little opportunity for them to get anything done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ninja Boogie, one of the big items that the support spends have been going for is an urn. I feel like you can just basically get an urn on almost any hero at this point that can turn to a support. It's such a value item.
Yep. Very neat, easy build up with the raindrops as well. You know, you block a couple of nukes with it, put it in your backpack. Back in the mid lane here, it looks like a straight LSA catches Armel, chain stunned, absolutely blown up. Armel getting wrecked, and it's gonna get his ward deward in the mid lane as well. Oh,
yeah.
This mid lane.
This is the thing, like Ninja Boogie, he ends up getting that invis rune, which scouts out that the ward was there. They're able to bait Armel into a bad position, and then they find the stun into Lina combo. And it all comes back again just to that one invis rune, and them having just that little bit of information over Armel. It completely changed the dynamic of that lane.
Yep. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Queen of Pain is not the hero that could afford to have this laning stage deficit, right? Like, compared to the Invoker that he played, you could fall behind, you could get a Midas, you could jungle a little bit and catch back up, but Queen of Pain, a very momentum-based hero, doesn't even have boots right now, feels bad.
Yeah. Ninja Boogie can just run at him again. He's got to blink away. Like, actually, no, he didn't have to. They had a stun on not enough mana for it from the Sven. I don't know if he didn't check it or what, but it's frustrating, I'm sure. All right, so 7.5 minutes into this one, 4-2 is the kill score, and it looks like Armel is finally going to be getting the boots, and Null Tally is going to go up top towards the Slark. He's definitely had a good game so far, Gabby. currently second highest in terms of CS, as well as a couple of kills. He's going to be building into the Shadow Blade to try and make some space for the rest of the team.
I think if his mid lane did a little bit better, as Mushi going for a solo throw on Fly Solo, misses the LSA despite having the haste rune, and as a result he should just like walk it off. But back to the start item discussion, if Armel wasn't struggling so much, and if the Darkseer isn't struggling so much, I think he could afford to go for Hannah Midas to play a little bit more of the econ game, but as of where the situation is looking really bad, he needs to start influencing the game from the safe lane, and the Shadow Blade is the best way to do so.
Certainly. Arc again, so ringed on. They're going to move in, and Bag's going to get caught by the root. They have the follow-up stun there. No points in Vicious Days will do, and Mushi able to find another kill onto Armel. Clutch Gamers just struggling all around the map right
This is the clutch I know.
Yeah.
That the lanes are just crumbling, relying on that late game team fight to bring them back, but Mineski is gonna press her advantage a little bit. Ninja Boogie hanging around, but perhaps being baited into a situation. Here comes Slaughter as well on the back front. Can they drop off yet another Iron Shell? Double Iron Shell burning it up here. Here comes one stun, maybe a vacuum. Level 1 vacuum, very short AoE. Maybe Boomback coming in as well. They definitely have a vacuum now.
So just find that quick kill, head on back to your lane. And that's a little bit of catch up as well. Like they were able to buy out the urn for the Sven. It's not a big deal.
That was a 4-man rotation. I like this though.
Yeah.
They're together anyways. Let's get them, because normally when you get a kill like that, everyone goes back to a lane farm. At least that's what is expected of you. But now the smoke wrap around here for Mushi. Mushi, is he aware of the situation?
I mean,
looks like not.
They're all gone for a long time, so he's going to just get jumped on and go back and find some stun. There's no way out. They need to cancel this TP on the Oracle right away. They don't. It ends up being another kill. They actually bring in Ninja Boogie. Stun comes out. They can trade over aggro if they want to. This is still going to be a bit of a problem. The healing coming in, and actually Oracle reorg to find that kill. You got to respect the Purifying Flames.
You're saying Oracle rubs you in the wrong way. The way I see it is Oracle won the bottom lane by himself. Lots of nuke damage, just picked up the kill. This might be the once in the blue moon.
I don't know.
A dead clock is right 2 times a day, you know? Like.
This is the thing. I love Oracle as a hero. It's one of my favorite heroes to play. But we talk about the mid-game team fight that comes out, and this is the moment where Oracle looks so good. And then in the mid-game,
so you're saying give it 10 more minutes?
Yeah, it hurts. Like there's so many games where I'll run around and save 3 or 4 cores from playing, or see teams that professionals that end up doing that. Maybe they even get like 5 kills on the Oracle or something because of the power of that nuke damage. And then later on, when you need more stuns and lockdown, it just doesn't happen.
Well, I could tell you that once Gabby gets big, you definitely do wish you have a hero with an actual stun, not instead of like a baby brute. So I could definitely hear that, but
Rappy, maybe in a little bit of trouble here. They head off into the trees. They were still able to get the purge off, but it does not look like they are going to be able to find anything else there. And they actually canceled the TP of, I believe that was the Witch Doctor? Might have been.
Not too sure. Didn't catch the glimpse of that
Radiant's
TP.
top tower is under
Gabby,
attack.
though, does have his TP still available. Tier 1, being pushed very heavily. Looks like no last hit. And now the rotation from behind Fly Solo, as well as Armel. Armel does not have his ult for 30. This is perhaps a little bit too early of a rotation. And now it's going to be Rappy being initiated on. His Surge will get taken out.
This actually could end up working out well for them. They have Death Ward as well. Vacuum onto 2. They immediately pop the ulti, but still, these heroes in a lot of trouble. Rior should end up... No, he's got the Fate's Edict. That should keep him alive, I think. So the Maledict not going to be able to do enough damage to find the kill, but Arc also going to be able to get out of there.
That was so close.
That was really clutch. Really, really, really
clutch. Mid lane here, Yule's LSA Laguna. Mushi on point now. Starting to get himself together. He's like, last game didn't count, guys.
Yeah, and
let's begin now.
That was all Oracle. Again, he immediately pops the False Promise onto the Bristleback. He's going to be able to regen enough through there to stay alive with his launch charges and everything else. And then he ends up face eating himself, so the
back in the mid lane. I don't think Mineski's done yet. Ninja Boogie is thinking about setting yet another kill up on Queen of Pain, but how to get up close.
Radiant's bottom tower
in the other
attack.
series that we saw the other day, I think it was Mineski versus Geek Fam, maybe? I'm not sure which one it was, but it was one of those games where Mineski ended up losing with the Sven-Lina combo. the thing that the other team ended up doing a lot, I think it was Geek Fam, was that they
Radiant's
kept on
bottom tower
rotating
is under
their
attack.
lane so that they were strong enough they didn't have to worry about those kills, and that hasn't happened for Clutch Gamers.
Yep.
Armel keeps on getting picked off. He's 3 and 4 right now on a Queen of Pain.
It's hard to rotate your lanes when every one of your lanes, apart from the Slark, is losing.
Yeah.
So they were already losing out, and switching really don't give them that big of an advantage.
Definitely.
Top tower being pressured in as well. And now this time around, Sonic Wave is available, so if Clutch Gamer wants to take a fight, they can.
Gabby also has a Shadow Blade. If they could find Rior to start this one, force out the false promise on himself instead of onto the Bristleback could be quite good. Oh, but they have that invis right there already. The Sentry Ward, scout it all out. Mag, but he doesn't have his Blink Dagger on cooldown anymore. They've been able to find him. That's the Fate's Edict. Onto this Oracle, in trouble, is going to die. He wasn't able to get off his ultimate time, and now Arc also turned upon. They're going to be able to kill off Fly Solo. Wish Doctor gone. Can they find any more off the back of this? Bushi looking for a Light Strike Ray. They can't find the Slark though, and now Shadow Blade it away. Boombacks somehow gets the stun off after the Laguna Blade lands. But yeah, they're out of there.
Yep. Pretty pricey defeat here for Clutch Gamers. They will lose a tower off of that as well. Armel did port in, but only with like half a mana bar, and as a result, wasn't able to even let loose a Sonic Wave to perhaps ensure a secondary kill.
Well, still, it's looking now, Gabby, like he is building towards the Silver Edge next. Obviously, incredibly potent against the Bristleback and able to help make him a little bit easier to take down. The Arc is still just a monster.
Yep.
Oh, Blaine, Gabby. Find an opening.
Invisibility.
Hard catch, kill.
The thing for me that in that last fight was the preparation that Mineski had. I mean, it's pretty common that as you're pushing, you should have Sentry available against a Shadow Blade Slark, but sometimes in the heat of moment, you forget. And because they had that detection, they were completely ready for the Slark. Normally, Slark starts off the team fight by killing one of your supports, right? And that could have been a different fight. Slark, assassinating the courier. All right, well done.
And, well, that might signal that Oracle was in some trouble. Wants to kill off these creeps really quickly. Hopefully then can stay alive down here in this bottom lane. But all of this vision right now that you've got on Clutch Gamers, it scouts out all of their movements. The unfortunate part is that all the other lanes are pushing out as well.
The Creepolibrium is not allowing them to use that vision in any way. Yeah.
Is he gonna, he's going to go to like cut the creep wave, I think.
Or just not die. That's also good. He TP's out to join his team on the mid.
That's probably a better play.
They'll trade a tier 1 bottom for a tier 1 mid, and the advantage of Mineski.
And the tier 2 in the top lane taking some damage as well. So this could end up being sensibly 3 towers down. Very early stage.
I mean, look at the tempo that Mineski is allowed to play, and that's really the weakness of the Clutch Game lineup. Apart from the Slark that could actually influence the game, like the Darkseer can't do anything. The Slaughter is still a little bit away from the Blink. And because of Armel's poor laning stage, he also, it's pretty much just a walking Sonic Wave and that's it. Clutch Gamer just have to watch the towers go down one by one. And I think this is really the traditional weakness of the Clutch Gamer draft, which is they focus a lot on the mid and late game, but often suffer very heavily early on. Armel not going for the tower deny. Might still die here. There is a ward scouting his very positioning right now.
Yeah, they also are setting up though for Mushi over here in this jungle, and they have complete and total vision over him. Armel backing out again. If they could manage to catch him, this would be huge. Mag, they blink away. He's able to get out of there for the moment. There's the jump back. There's the kill. Mushi is going to end up dying for this as well, I believe. While the kill happens onto Armel. So trading of the mids. Can they get any more off the back of this? It's like the Clutch Gamers might be looking for an opening. They have 4 points up and backing with the wall. He's still Shadow Blade now.
Yeah, Clutch Gamer needs their mid way more than Mineski needs theirs because they're a little bit behind. They definitely need the Quap's AoE burst damage. Even though that was, Slug Shadow Blade that could feasibly initiate on somebody, was not really the fight that they could have taken. So they do smartly back off. But yeah, in the overall grand scheme of things, you are behind for Clutch Gamers, so taking a trade is decent. And let's see if Slaughter could get off the snap.
Look at it go!
He's looking for that opening. The blink is there, but so too is the blink for Mag. And Clutch Gamer is just being given the runaround here. Gabby will have the Silver Edge in another 700 gold roughly, maybe 600 gold.
Yep. Probably up to his camp.
Looks like he'll take that one. And unfortunately, Darkseer going to be left to farm elsewhere around the map. He's getting into next the Blink Dagger. He's already finished off the mech in Arcane. This is maybe one of those turning points for this fight and turning points for this game, is when you get all of those big team fight items up, which they're close to.
Yeah. The mech's already done on Darkseer, so they're going to be a little bit resistant to next thing. If he doesn't get Lasso though, I think they still want the clock first. Here we go.
They're heading up, but it's not quite on point. They will spot out Rappy here. Fly Solo also in the area. Do they realize that they're coming in? They see Mag. They're going to be able to jump onto him. The only unfortunate part is that you took Darkseer. Rapid doesn't have Surge, though. 4-second cooldown, and they weren't able to get into range to give him the max turn.
Yeah. I mean, Witch Doctor is not exactly the prize kill that Mineski was looking for. Clutch Gamer about to take this fight. I'm surprised that Mineski is staying. I guess they're just saying, look, we have Bristle back in the front. Yeah. You do you.
Hard to stop it. Boogie's there. Again, you had Gabby that was scouting this all out, but all of this vision down. Like, look at this. Double Sentry Ward even. They're just dropping them all.
Yep. I think if the Darkseer had a Blink Dagger, this would have been a totally different story, where Mineski can't stay in that kind of very aggressive position. But because Rappy does not, they could get to do whatever.
Radiant's
so look to Clutch Gamer kind of just draw the game for a little bit longer, get the Darkseer Blink online, get the Lincolns online in the Queen of Pain. That's the other key piece that they're missing. Armel is unable to be in an aggressive spot because he's just always worried for a Yule's LSA or just a Lasso.
Oh, Mushi. Do they go for this? There's the jump. Hound's going to connect.
Defensive Yules?
Broken, but not taken, not killed. Fly Solo. Do they die for this? This is so deep. Mushi is going to die. Arc is shown back up. No, Armel. They need to get out of this one, or maybe they don't. Maybe they can actually turn and fight. It would be a very bold move. They drop the Witch Doctor on the vacuum wall. It's on to 2. Isn't enough damage? They take out the Oracle as well. Lina is back, though, and Fly Solo looks like he's going to die. Gabby takes down another. Mag is dead, but so too might be the Sludge. Get out of there. Ooh. Another big crush comes in. They're extending this team fight. They have to walk back through the wall if they want to get to the Slardar. He is going to die for that. But you took down the Lina, you took down the Bat, and you took down the Oracle.
And you got a buyback. This is all win here for Clutch Gamer, and now it's not over yet. Mushi might be okay. All right, Warcry. Warcry is a hell of a spell here, and Arc is unkillable. I don't. Even with the break, yeah, he's still very tanky.
I think if he hits that pounce, he might think about going for it.
Now he needs to get the hell out.
Pounce.
Taunts.
Yeah, he's just gonna jump out through the back section, or just turn around and maybe try and kill him off.
It's actually killable here with the Witch Doctor. Oh yeah,
the break. Oh, Yule Scepter, but immediately taken down. Realize now switches to the area, crushes there as well. The Maledict damage, but they get there in time, and now they have the Fate's Edict. They're not going to be able to find that kill with the Maledict, and instead Arc should be able to get healed back up here.
Yep, back to a decent amount of HP. Cutting it close though.
Oracle's working. We saw in that last fight though how quickly he can die if they find him.
Yep, especially against Slark. Like Slark just hits you 2 times, and if you use your ultimate for yourself, you don't die, but then at the same time you use your ultimate for yourself. Like you have lost the value to the team at that point. Wraps around.
Darkseer is still there, does not have the Blink Dagger yet. Finds Mag, Gabby is there. Rush is going to connect. I don't know if they can kill him in time and get out as well. Gabby controlled. There's going to be the jump, the stun chain. Oh! Can they get him? They do find that kill.
Yeah, it's time to back out for Clutch Gamer. They're still retaining the fight here. Ninja Boogie.
Ninja Boogie, the combo! Woo! Oh, baby. Clutch Gamer's taking down another, but they need the Slark to get the break off.
Did I say that they needed to back up? Evidently not. Man, this Slaughter crush is on point. Remember the previous fight when the Lina came back? They had no fear, and now they're going to go right back in. Arc, it's being 4v1 right now. He is a bristleback at the same time. He's being 4v1. Just kidding. They still can't kill him. Like you said, they needed to get off the break. Yeah, or else it ain't happening.
I mean, that's the cool thing about this,
Radiant's
though, I will
middle
say,
tower
and the
has
cool thing
fallen.
about the Oracle pick is that if you break him, you can still save with False Promise. If they end up backing out and they're just like late for the Maledict to kill also, you can have Fnatic to save a life. There's a lot of ways to play around it, but by and large, Clutch gamers do seem to have all of the tools at their disposal if everybody's alive.
And to me, I think they're playing better than Mineski, would you say? Like,
yeah,
they are making more plays with less. The net worth graph now is in favor of Clutch Gamer. They were making better plays over a team that they were down 3,000, 4,000 net worth, and now they're ahead.
Right.
So, I don't know. That buyback of Mushi really cost them.
And I think, too, that it feels like Clutch gamers are a very talented lineup, and in a lot of ways, Mineski are the ones that are making the better decisions, but they're getting outplayed. That's what it feels like.
Yep.
And maybe it's just, too, also that Clutch gamers have the tools to outplay somebody. I mean, it's hard to outplay somebody as a bristleback. Like, you kind of just stand there and, you know, if you have enough HP and enough of the defensive items, then you survive.
Man, whenever you see Iron Shell versus Bristleback, it's a party.
Oh, yeah.
What surge is this?
All right, now even more problems going to start to come up for Mineski. The Blink Dagger is done for Darkseer. Initiations all the more potent.
Yep, this is the stage of the game where I think whatever Mineski advantage had is going to be largely nullified. This is going to be where team fight happens, and like we already witnessed, Clutch Gamers got what it takes to win the team fights. And honestly, unlike last game where Mineski had big team fight ultimates like Black Hole that they could always, no matter the situation they're in, they could somehow win a fight. I think Mineski needs to tread extremely carefully. They are getting closer to a point where you lose a fight or two in a row. It's a point of no return because suddenly these heroes like Slark, Queen of Pain, the Darkseer is going to be too big.
And I think that the other thing is, like, you look at what happened in this bottom fight here. The Maledict got onto him, and it looked like, all right, maybe we can save that one with Oracle. But they threw out a Sonic Wave, and it killed everybody.
Right.
And that's really the problem that you have with Oracle, is that in these big engagements, there is no way to save absolutely everybody. Maybe at most you can save two with a Fate's Edict on one and a False Promise on the other, but regardless, there's just too much AoE damage, and Mineski can't afford to have somebody dead.
It's not just about the AoE damage, because ideally if Mineski could just put Bristleback into the front line, where Bristleback soaks up everything, then yeah, you False Promise him and you win the fight.
Yeah.
The problem is, Clutch Gamer is so damn mobile that they could just walk around the Bristleback.
Right.
And then, they, like last fight, they just like went to the back line. And like what? You have Surge, you have Shadow Blade, you have Blink, and then Blink, so everybody goes everywhere.
Oh, he got the Dark Pact off.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, now you're looking a little bit afraid. Oh god, the vacuum! Good Yule Scepter, that saves a life. That was so necessary. Can they kill off the Slardar? Though I don't think it's going to end up happening. False Promise is there. That is going to be a dead Slardar. Sonic Wave out as well. Arc is just dismantled. There's no way to stop that one. Light Striker Ray, but my god, was Bushi dead. And, well, Rior, he's going to be able to make his escape. But two die, and they're both the cores. Did not feel tanky in that fight.
Yeah, very fast reaction here by Mushi, able to click the Yules onto the Slardar, such that as soon as he blinked in range, he basically blinked to his death. At the same time, though, you blew your Laguna Blade for a 4-position support, and then, you know, the rest of the team got wrecked. That cask bouncing only between two heroes,
yeah,
with a creep cam next to them, I'm telling you, Fly Solo can micro his casks, no problem.
What if that was a thing? Could you imagine? That would be great.
They should make it a thing. My skill cap, you know?
Definitely. Alright, and Sven, he's just been sort of hovering around this low net worth. You'd love to be able to finish off a Blink Dagger. It could make all the difference in some of these fights for getting a counter initiation play. But just sitting at this now, like, Clutch Gamers can go in and take down Roshan, and I don't know if Mineski can really come and contest.
They will try. Rappy's going to sit in the front line, perhaps even throwing his body away for the safe Roshan, but no punish. The problem with that last engagement was because Gabby was able to Dark Pack that initiation.
They they realize that the Slark is being revealed, and they're still thinking about going. That's a Blink Dagger disable for Boomback, so that was there too. Light Strike Ray gonna connect, maybe in some more trouble. This is a big group up. If they end up being able to jump in with the Darks here, it could be huge. Pop the back as well. Clutch Gamers back out.
All right, everyone back it off.
I think this is the Shrine and Go.
But yeah, going back to the jungle fight on the Dire jungle, is that Gabby basically broke the smoke gank by dodging the lasso, and as a result, Mineski was in such a compromised position. And again, back to the point I previously made, where Clutch Gamer is just more mobile as a team. So you are in a very deep, dire position in the woods. You get jumped on like that, and really, only losing 2, in my opinion, for Mineski was a lucky break for them. It could have been way worse.
All right, well, here we are again. Bottom lane going to be pressured.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not really a ton of answers for this type of team fight, and Aegis on the Slark makes even more push. He's got a BKB done, 10 seconds, ready to just pound away at these guys. The plus side is that there's still a lot of tankability, and Bristleback, he's been able to build into a Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah, that's a big thing. If you could Halberd, the Slark, Dark Pack, and BKB does not get rid of it, so you could just actually gimp the Slark quite hard, depending on when you get the Heaven's Halberd off. So Lincoln Sphere now being built up here on the Slark. But Lyrical, I'm not sure if you feel the game, it feels like it's escaping here from Mineski. They had the big lead from the lane, but they're unable to transition into a sizable lead. Like no Roshan, no B towers being selected.
Yeah, and I think that it was sort of like they didn't make the most of what was the starting green. Oh god, Arc. He's broken. He's got the Corrosive Haze on him.
It's false promise.
Okay, alright. It's fine for a moment. There's a jump forward. The stun comes out as well. They've got caught onto one. That is the Slardar, but again, Boombax just gets greaves and turns back around, and Gabby not at all afraid. He's got the Aegis Arc. Does get false promise. Can they make it out of here? Back it's still on cooldown. 13 seconds.
Yeah, look at how strong this Mineski lineup is if it's the Bristleback tanking in the front line, as opposed to Clutch Gamer walking from the back, right? Bristleback, even though he was taking a lot of damage, he was calm under pressure. Oracle even waited to the almost the second time that Bristleback did die. Now they're gonna jump again. No false promise this time around. Maledicts is there. Vacuum wall. This is the combination. They're going to try to take down the Bristleback. Bristleback dropping low, being healed up again. Still alive. Can the Maledicts came down? No. He makes it back to the shrine. Mio and Bushi cannoning away on the front line. Nobody dies.
That's the thing, right? Is that you've still got so much sustain here by Clutch Gamers. They can keep trying to go onto Arc, but it doesn't matter though, because they're still hitting away at this tower. When the next creep wave comes in, it's going to fall. And now Arc going to walk forward again. They don't have all available. It's still sitting there. The vacuum is going to come back off cooldown in 1 second. So if they wanted to try and fight this, still an opening. Arc amped up. Hard to make it work, and Gabby just started playing back and forth. The crush comes out, the break is there as well. He's taking a ton of damage, and Arc is going to end up falling here, maybe, possibly, yes. They take him down. Boomback's going to get Lagooned for the 8th time this game, I'm sure, and Gabby's just going to start going ham. He has 20 Essence Shift sacks. They buy back on the Bristleback, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to dissuade them from going any further. Age is still in hand for Gabby. This is looking like the beginning of the end.
Well, Gabby goes right back and sees the Lina here and wants a Lina dead. Lina running away, fly solo, is going to get taken down. And now Armel zones him in. They finally get the Lina. Arc, like you said, did use the buyback, but unfortunately is a Bristleback and cannot chase anybody down. Looks like that will be at the end of all of the fighting. Oh, well, just kidding. Just kidding.
To go back in. He could probably just take down Arc.
He's got Aegis, so.
Or just reorg. Go for reorg. This is an easy kill.
Reorg is an easy kill. Goodbye, friend.
That feels so bad as an Oracle. False promise.
Oh, you're gonna give him more stack? This is not the play, dude.
No, that's what the Fate's Edict is for. Yeah, but he is gonna end up getting that kill regardless. Reorg.
Yeah, that was like 5 more stacks.
Alright. That Slark giggle, it makes my blood boil. I hate to hear it. As a support player, it feels so bad constantly getting killed by this guy.
Just throw down some sentries.
That's just what he's talking about. But I mean, look at it. He just hits the tower. He doesn't care.
He cares about this arm.
Yeah, that's true.
Get the building. Oh, the lasso gets broken again. Gabby activating the BKB, and now, yeah, thanks for more. back, you back! Oh, no crush this time, but they don't need it. The damage is out there. They are crumbling here, and Clutch Gamer.
Laguna Blade, turn it back around, but Armel's already out, and now Gabby's going to turn onto Mushi. Good Yule Scepter lift up, that was very close, but they don't hit the combo, and they won't be able to punish Gabby any further. He's already burned through the Aegis, he can just sit back. He does have 40 stacks of Essence Shift, so
we're getting to the black level of territory of Essence stacks, which is not there yet. I think Black had like 80 at one point or something.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah, but nothing more he could get. Maybe a tier 2. Yeah, he retains some of that Essence stack. He is losing them very rapidly.
But here's the thing, like, it doesn't matter. Clutch Gamers, it doesn't feel like they're going to lose a fight now as long as they don't overextend, because the chase from from Mineski is just not there. Like, as soon as you use the lasso, it's been used so many times onto a Dark Pacted Slark.
Yeah, I mean, they have good initiation. It's just that Mineski needs to do so much off of the initiation. And I think it's 2 to 3 times now in a row where the Bat Rider essentially is deleted, right? Like, either he gets killed in the beginning or his lasso doesn't grab the target that he wants. He found Gabby twice, but it has gotten Dark Pacted, and he found, like, Witch Doctor, which is not the target you want to go on in the first place. So, and of course, there is Ninja Buki with the initiation with the Sven as well, but he hasn't been on point. His Blink Dagger, you know, only recently got picked up. And then Lina Yule's initiation, which was good early on in fighting a pick or two, is not really the way that you want to start a team fight. So overall, like you said, it's Clutch Gamer that's the one selecting all of the fights that they want. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
Double force staff. You know, it's almost as if Mineski are missing a stun and damage from their support. Almost as if they picked an Oracle that falls on
Oracle has damage.
Here's the thing, though, like, and I don't want to harp on a point far too much, but it does feel like this is just, it was Mineski not quite hitting the point in their draft. They built up a good advantage in the laning stage, checkmark that box. They ended up sort of moving around the map and taking a lot of kills, checkmark that box, but they weren't able to get to that point where Bristleback is this indomitable force standing up on the high ground, hitting the tier 3 towers with Oracle there to back him up. And when that didn't happen, the rest of the draft fell apart. And it's not so much that Mineski, like, you know, are bad drafters or anything, it's just that they weren't quite able to execute it. It was more difficult.
I think they, like you said, they checked a lot of those boxes. The reason they couldn't get the Bristleback to where he needs to be is that they lost momentum during the mid-game.
Yeah.
The one key smoke gank that Gabby Dark Packed at the lasso, that was the game-turning point where Mineski lost all of their momentum. The Lina buyback earlier in the Shrine fight, like right here where you're looking at currently, is also a big turning point in the game. Yeah. So Clutch Gamer winning 2 fights in a row against a team that needed to maintain momentum is no bueno.
No bueno indeed. The least bueno thing that could have happened, perhaps.
Lina. Mushi. Okay, somehow he's not dead, but okay.
All right. Well, they make it work. 35 minutes in. Clutch Gamers on the verge of taking it to the final round and playing for a TI spot.
Yep. So the winner of this game gets to play Fnatic. It might not look like it. It might be Clutch Gamers getting their shot at TI.
I'll take that.
Unless something changes in the next couple of minutes here, and that match, whoever it is that ends up taking this best of 3 series, will be played following it. And I believe that will be hosted on the BTS 1 channel as well. Keep your eyes out for that one, everybody. Well, still farming away. Mineski trying to find a life for themselves in this game. Lotus is going to be the pickup for Darkseer next. That's super good. Because then, I mean, you can just Lotus Orb as you're going up to hit high ground, and Bat Rider is just going to look at you and you can't really do anything.
Unless Bat has a BKB of zone, which he does not.
Well, no, even then.
You just stand there.
Yeah, because you're going to Lotus Orb yourself, you're going to lasso yourself. Lotus Orb does feel quite good. I don't know if it's just, as far as like balancing stuff is concerned, if it's just because Sheep is so bad because of it, or what?
There are drafts where Lotus Orb is king. There are drafts where Lotus Orb does nothing, so I guess Slaughter.
Set up for this. All the rest of Mineski is back here. Slark is scouting it out. There's a ton of sentry wards just all around the map right now.
Go, prepare for that Slark.
Pretty soon it's not going to matter though. Like, he has a Lincoln's Fury. He's going back for the Butterfly. He's about to be level 25 too, so getting either that Pounce Leash or the 12 doll stats, either one is just a nightmare.
I think this game you're looking perhaps the Pounce Leash is quite good against the Bristleback. You want to keep him locked down in a place.
So Mag, they spot out the Slark, they break the smoke, and now they're all revealed. They're walking forward. They have the jump. The Crush is there, 1-2. Armel gets the Sonic Wave vacuum. The Witch Doctor ulti. They're trying to back out with Ninja Boogie stun, but it was never going to be enough. That's going to be a dead Oracle as well as soon to be a dead Bristleback, melting like paper.
Remember the last time I said that they were in a very tough spot when their smoke got broken, they took a fight and they lost? Yeah, that just happened. Yeah. If your smoke breaks, you don't get the target you want, which is the Slark. That's it. That's the fight. That's the game. Mineski needed to back off, but that moment of hesitation, the rest of Clutch Gamer just pounced. Literally. And I think this is it.
I think it's not like the end of the game, but in 2 minutes it could be.
Again, like what I said earlier about Mineski in game 1 is they always had this big ult they could fall back onto. Like, what is this big game-changing thing? False promise. They have nothing of that like powerful that could turn the tide of this game. Unless Clutch Gamer just goes all 4 into tier 4s and fountains, I just don't see Clutch Gamer losing this one.
Yeah. Quite hard to deal with, and there's the jump forward if they wanted, just keeping Oracle out of the fight. It's impossibly hard to win this here. They will have a buyback, I think, available on a couple of heroes to try and defend and just hopefully wait for Force Farm to get onto those heroes. But my god, if it's not easy, it is a tough one. Mushi split pushing.
Alright, Ryor's gonna get initiated in the base here. Vacuum's gonna be there as well. They remove one. Crush is gonna find another. Back Hat Rider getting gone on as well. That is gonna be 2 kill. Art goes inside thinking he's top dog. Well, this
is just, it's too much. Like the Maledict damage on top of him. He got a ton of quills off, but the buyback is there. I don't think it matters in the least bit.
Gabby says more stacks, okay.
That's all that's really going on here. They jump forward, they get the silence off Gabby, just destroying him. Sonic Wave yelling quite loud in his ear, and GG called. It wasn't even 2 minutes, it was 1 minute 15 seconds.
There you go. Well, that means Clutch Gamer will move to the winner bracket, as it were, where they are 1 best of 3 away from a TI spot.
This is something to be somewhat
Radiant team pick.
And get more kills, or if you kind of slow down in a game, once you get into the later stage of the game, an Axe, Reaper, Scythe, that's how you end games. So Clutch will open things up.
Reaper, Scythe? You still got buybacks though.
I mean, yes, but then
yeah,
it's like
that's what you're saying.
One kill into another. The cooldown is so
the chain pickup, the chain Reaper.
Especially on those supports, you know, who may not have the buyback at those times, at 20, 30 more seconds even. It really adds up, and there you go, Lumi right on point. Clockwork Bloodseeker.
You said key heroes and they're Fanatics. All right, Lumi. Just calm down, okay?
Okay.
We still got 3 games. You got to
right.
predict.
I'll save it a little bit for game 2 and game 3.
You're spoiling the viewers here. It's almost like you are. Like
I came from the future. We are in the TI time traveling hub.
All right, for the viewers out there betting their rares, who's going to take this series then?
Clutch in 2.
Clutch in 2, okay. Bold prediction.
Clutch in 2, huh? That is bold.
Fanatics turn
No, I just threw that out. Because I like Clutch. I like Clutch.
Yeah, fair enough.
Spoilers, yeah.
All right, we're gonna have a bit of a conflict in this cast because I'm a bit of a Fnatic fan. You know, like we all have our teams. Like we break into with Cole. I mean, this cast is like you quote unquote unbiased during a cast, but you still have teams that you're like you're friends with these guys. Like Fnatic, some of those guys are the first guys I met at LAN events back in Dota 1. They've always been like a special team for me. So
Fnatic in this like iteration is like an all-star team, isn't it? Like everybody's a household name.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Except for maybe Ajit, but he was like one of the newer breakout players of the past year.
I remember looking at it was a Boston Major, I believe it was, when I was kind of researching for that and getting ready for that event. And at that time he played for Warriors Gaming Unity, and I remember looking at stats across the board of the players, and Ajit's stats were ridiculous. I believe he was the highest GPM average of any of the players going in as far as that's concerned. So. I think this is a very strong pickup for Fnatic, and it's clearly proven to work out pretty well for them. So
he carried my fantasy team for that event. It's pretty great.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, I think that it's like a lot of those teams that come together with superstars. Sometimes you have trouble gelling, but they've kind of found, I think, a good rhythm for themselves, and I think that particularly following QO's lead, or at least that style of play's lead, and all coming together under the same umbrella of thinking for how they want to take the game. And I'm wondering if we end up seeing another Febby Pudge. I think that's something that worked incredibly well for them last game. And it doesn't even necessarily need to be a melee core like a Sven to go against it for it to work well. Anybody is going to get ruptured and hooked.
5 seconds remaining.
Some sick, nasty combos with the Bloodseeker Ruptures for sure. The Tusk will not be an option. They get a Witch Doctor. I guess the limiting factor may be this Clockwork, whether they're planning on running it in a 4th position or off lane. We've seen a bit of both, but we have seen a bit more of the 4th position Clockwork from what I've seen. So that may limit their ability to pick a Pudge.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm also wondering if Sand King could still be an option here for Clutch Gamers, actually, running more of the Nyx in the
5
offlane here instead of
seconds
that 4 position. Sand King, he's such good value, I know, across the board. But love that hero. He's considered one of the highest, or best heroes right now in the meta, but do they really want to force that into the lineup, I guess you could argue.
Yeah, we've seen it even in the offlane. I think earlier today was Execration who picked the offlane Sand King, so Sand King, Nyx are kind of interchangeable. They're both great offlaners and great 4-position heroes.
I think one of the problem, and one of the reasons why Bloodseeker is so strong currently is Bloodseeker thrives, to me, in a very scrappy kind of environment where you have long chases, fights going on for a long time, because honestly, Rupture is not good against a team that's all grouped up, that's ready for it. Rupture is very good when heroes are all spread across, when you got 1 or 2 heroes already in low HP. So I think one of the best way to counteract a Bloodseeker pick is to pick a really strong death ball that just like run at you. If somebody gets Rupture, okay, we're going to stand, kind of regroup a little bit, make sure whoever gets Rupture does not get picked off easily. And you wait out the Rupture and you go again. I wonder if Clutch is going to go with that kind of strategy.
Is that not normally their kind of go-to strategy, like the 5-man mid-game group up?
Yes, but the danger of that is like you just lose the lanes. Yeah, so that's kind of the pincer here.
Yeah, you can have that strat in theory, it counters the Bloodseeker, but if you lose your lanes, it doesn't matter if your mid-game strat's better or not.
Yeah. This to me also, the Fly Solo Rubik was just such a huge playmaker in the previous series that we saw from them, and we saw Gabby on the puck for a little while. I'm kind of feeling like this is going to be the position for Nyx, and in my eyes, I'm kind of worried about the laning stage. It's something that we've talked about for Clutch Gamers more and more often. If they don't pick a really strong, safe lane hero here to pair up with the Rubik, they might just get aggroed and run into some issues.
Omni, that's the Clutch Gamers classic 5-man Deathball hero. It was always like Omni Troll if you go back to like their heydays where they were dominating SEA. There was a lot of Omni, a lot of Troll, this 5-man Deathball. And Omni's, okay, pretty strong in the laning stage. Don't think he's necessarily the best against Necrophos, because you can't really get in close to the Necrophos to get benefit from the degen aura.
I think this pick is really kind of their anti-Bloodseeker and anti-Necrophos pick, right? You see the Reaper size coming, you could repel, you could just give a burst heal. Greaves is going to come out, which playing against Bloodseeker, that silence is going to get you at some point in the game, so having access to Greaves is very powerful as well. And then now we're looking probably at... It might sound weird to say this, but I think we're going to see a mid-hero for Armel now.
Same, yeah.
Gabby most likely will be playing the puck. You have Omni Knight being played by Rappy.
Oh, you think they're going to go for a safe lane puck?
Safe lane Omni Knight, off lane puck. At least that's how they ran it in the game against against the team that I just cast.
Oh, just because okay. You just, I feel like historically they used to always do the offlane Omni, but that may have changed recently.
5 seconds remaining.
So in that particular game, they paired up Armel as the Invoker, and he basically played a carry essentially from the mid lane.
I feel like you really always want to have a Diffusal hero against Necrophos. Like that's to me is like the big way. If you try and gate the hero and he gets Ghost Shroud off and gets to just burst heal himself and you can't kill him off.
Okay, I could see that.
You either need a lot of magic damage to kill him in Ghost Shroud, which they don't exactly have. Like Puck is already maybe initiated. I'd love to see like a Jug or a Weaver. Weaver not great against the Bloodseeker, but you can also get the Lincolns and then you're maybe fine against it. But I think the Jug is the big hero that stands out to me as being like a stable option for them.
So the other thing and the reason that they actually ran the Invoker against the Necro before without a Diff Blade carry, and the only reason that I'm sort of agreeing with Lumi on it is because the Ghost Shot also slows you down a little bit. You get that Sunstrike out, or slows down other people around you. And I feel like oftentimes what happened in that game was a puck initiate, kill all the creeps, they keep them in place, and then the Rubik lifts out and it sets up for an easy Sunstrike kill because he breaks the tether on it. Now, again, it's sort of questionable if that's what they're going to go for, but that was the thought in their last series, and I don't know. Clutch Gamers might go back to it. It's weird, but it's their style.
The thing with Invoker, too, that sure, it's not a diffusal option, but magic damage in itself is obviously going to be good against Necro despite the Ghost Shroud, and then even more to that, Nyx Assassin with a Sunstrike setup.
All right, there it is.
I think this is the more standard pick that Parker is referring to. The puck mid. Not exactly a diffusal play carry, but yeah, the way to beat in Bloodseeker is like, I get Rupture, who the hell cares? We're going to stand here as 5, you come in, you try to come in, and if you do come in, we have the Eclipse.
It's not a diffusal hero, but it's a hero that has magic damage, so you actually kill the Necro if he Ghost Shrouds with the Eclipse.
Right.
Same thing with the Bloodseeker, he runs in at you, you're Ruptured, you've got the Eclipse as a defensive tool. I really like what they've got, because even Omni, if he's in the Blood Ray, he can Guardian Greaves it off, then repel the Luna, get rid of that silence. You've just got a very defensive lineup that is totally okay with Fnatic trying to snowball and run at you and just play this hyper-aggressive Dota that we've seen from them.
Yep. I think that's going to be funny to watch this game. I really wonder if QO is going to run at one point with Blood Rage when Luna's super low, die to like an Eclipse, and then heal Luna back up to full HP.
That's not what you want to see if you're Fnatic, but definitely something that could happen. So with Fnatic, I feel like Fnatic want like another core in the offlane, like some actually scaling hero. At least a hero that's going to use a lot of farm, whether it's like a big team fighter, like a Tide, Faceless, with the Bloodseeker, Bloodright could be really nice. Yeah. The other hero we just saw a higher play was the Nature's Prophet. That's a decent scaling hero that can be kind of aggressive, but at this point I think they may want something more team fight oriented.
Time to think about it here, but yeah, Faceless stood out to me right off the bat when you suggesting that at least, so.
Ursa Warrior.
Oh, they're gonna do. Okay. Who's the actual higher hero here?
Are they gonna do offensive, like with
a higher
Necro?
Yeah. It's not gonna be a solo Necro in offlane. Like he needs definitely help from Clockwork at least.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Rubik is like okay.
They're gonna solo the Ursa and Omni, right?
Yeah, this was the pick that it was VP who kind of popularized as the Omni quote-unquote counter. At the Kiev Major, because they were versing, like, they had two Chinese teams back-to-back in the actual bracket, and both the Chinese teams were all running offlane Omni, so they just kept picking Ursa as a counter pick to the offlane Omni.
I don't know if I love it completely, because I feel like the tri-lane from Clutch Gamers is pretty strong. Like a Rubik against the Clockwork to keep people out of cogs. Nyx isn't like the best in the world, but he's got decent regen. You got all this bonus damage. I just wonder if Fnatic wins that lane of Necro, Witch Doctor, and Clockwork.
Right, so you're thinking Clutch Gamers for game number 1, Gabe?
I think so.
Breaky, what are your overall thoughts on this one?
I don't know. That is tough. I mean, I want to lean towards Fnatic, just simply mix of momentum, but also the lineup, the final pick of the Ursa right there. I think even though it's the Omni Knight with the Guardian Angel, response could be a little unfortunate for him to deal with, but you know, you could perhaps get a Diffusal Blade to help take care of that, it not being an issue. So I'm gonna lean towards Fnatic.
Okay. Well, that will do us for our draft, as me and Lumi will be hopping ourselves into game number 1 of Fnatic versus Clutch Gamers. Lumi, one of these teams gets to go to TI. You hinted it might be a 2-0 because Clutch Gamers.
more of a pick with a heart, but so in terms of the draft, I feel like both teams are going for totally different playstyle in the mid game, right? We talked about Clutch Gamer grouping up as 5, going for a death wall strategy. And for Fnatic, they're going for a very single target-oriented pickoff strat. Great smoke break here by Fnatic. That smoke is...
He planted the ward to try to get vision for a lift, but
yeah,
Febby was already out too. May have seen the ward get planted even.
I don't think so, unless he was like... has the inventory selected of Rubik's.
Yeah. I mean,
or whoever.
Yeah, I mean, once you click to run, you don't have to micro your hero at all. You're just running. But it's unlikely, I agree.
So back to Fnatic's kind of play style in the mid game. I think they're all about kind of like going for very similar to their game against Execration, where it's like scrappy fights. Hopefully, everyone for them is all spread out, and that's where you have the single target spells of Rupture, Hook, or even the Reaper Scythe to pick off fights. I think if Clutch Gamer could start off the fight with all 5 together, they win. If Fnatic can pick off 1 or 2 in the beginning of the fight, then they win. So to me, this game is all about execution.
Lane swaps coming out from Fnatic. Ohio is starting towards the top lane, is now swinging bottom. Arjit going from bottom to top. Seems they were unsure where and how they want to lane this. I think they really want to get this Ursa versus Omni matchup. Yeah. But it looks like it won't just be Omni. Boombax at least is near this top lane. Gets scouted out by the Ursa, and will be headed towards that mid lane. Perhaps just not really a lane, yeah, let's say. You don't want to go mana burn versus the Bloodseeker, but you do want to come in and help secure this lane. QO dominated mid last time he played this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit of a musical share lanes a little bit. I think it's important for the Omni to keep dodging, but for now, Rappy is going to grab a little bit of experience under the tower.
I think last time it was Bloodseeker versus Lina, and QO had like 20 CS, 15 denies, so like a 6-3 of Lina.
Right.
Great cogs use so far from Febby, hitting Armel twice with that already, burning some of his mana. But Boombax is just here, throwing in tails when QO goes for last hits, trying to harass him as much as possible. Will probably force a salve out. He try and get away without buying a salve sometimes on this mid Bloodseeker since you've got the sustain from Blood Rage, but they're trying to make that not possible.
I don't think they're going to be able to force it out. Kyo is going to keep them fresh. I think the key thing out of all of this is that Fnatic got 2 range creep denies on the mid lane. So once Kyo will be able to get those 2 to 3 range creep kills, he's going to shoot a little bit ahead in terms of experience.
Yep. Bit of animation lag. I don't know if you're getting that as well.
Good for me.
Okay. That's top lane. Ajit. Wow, Omni's got a solo kill almost. Ajit
oh my god, is this happening?
Oh, he turns it though. Doesn't try and chase. He can't really chase into the boots plus degen, but
yeah.
Well played by Ajit. Rappy himself does not have a salve, so he's going to be in a bit of trouble up here. Trying to farm a bottle, which you can buy from the side shop, but you only get a single charge.
And any second that he spent in this low HP is powering Kyo up in the mid lane through Thirst. Meanwhile, tons of fighting going on. DJ should die here, right?
They got the first blood, even though Clutch Gamers rotate down all 3 heroes. It will be a 2-for-1 trade. First blood going to Ohio. I say a 2-for-1 trade. There we go. They'll get the last of the Ohio's where he's going to back in with boots, but won't find much more. I feel like there's kill potential in all 3 of these lanes. Maybe less so the mid lane now that it's a straight up 1v1.
Well, good luck with the camera work, guys.
Yeah. You know, that I'm just saying that to kind of bail myself out, you know, for missing kills. Like, sure. Kill potential in all 3 lanes, don't worry.
One kill potential in the mid lane. Armel is already dropping low, so Kyo, one of the strengths of Bloodseeker is that if you don't absolutely take care of your HP, he has boots, he just runs at you. And it doesn't matter if you're a puck or not, you're not going to outrun Burst.
We see again the domination of this mid lane from a Bloodseeker. Actually seems like one of the... From what it feels like, at least time we've seen this qualifies, that Bloodseeker is actually one of the heroes that can be used mid and kind of to pseudo-counter some of these squishy pucks and Linas, because you just run at them.
And he almost draws attention of 2 heroes. Because if you don't have 2 heroes, then your lane is done.
Well, mid's kind of become this 2v2 as well, so he actually gets... in a 2v2, Bloodseeker can't really chase people down because he doesn't have stuns, but when you've got a Clock or a Sand King or a Nyx there, suddenly that Puck or Lina is actually in a very squishy position.
Right. Also, I've been seeing a couple Bloodseeker games where they don't have a great start like that Kyo is having right now, but it doesn't matter because at a certain point you're going to get 1 or 2 rupture kills, and you have so much impact even if you don't have the best items.
Bottom lane, looks like they're going to trade some kills here. Ohio loses his support. Witch Doctor is still looking for this kill. It's going to be close. Maledict's
not going to be enough. He's going to be able to... Yeah, he's
Ohio,
okay.
can he get away from this one? Has the Ghost Shroud, will not want to... Actually uses it and gets Lucent Beam. That's probably the worst case scenario.
Yep.
Probably just trying to get some extra regen from some Tangos there, but backfires.
So Necrophos is one of those cores I think needs to have a good start because he is, to me, somewhat snowball-based, especially if you're playing him in a core position like this. You want to pick up either Aegon or Blink Dagger, some sort of items that can help you get further kills. Although this is an off-lane one, so maybe he's going to offer something like a Necro.
They hit the Impale, the silence is there. Orb is going to be off the mark, it looks like. Hewitt, can he run back in? He can't, the tower shot, boom, backs, no! Oh, tried to get the Roche, doesn't make it.
Now,
oh god, Hewitt, can he get this kill? That could have healed him up. It looks like he didn't actually get much heal out of it, but...
He'll get heals from creeps.
Yeah, he's fine. He doesn't need to leave this lane, and Rubik will not be able to zone him out. Top lane, meanwhile, Ursa, Ground Boots, Orb of Venom. This is pretty... this is like such a weird 1v1 lane, because Omni doesn't get crushed in this lane by any means. The degen does help protect you quite a lot, but Ursa similarly does tend to free farm.
Yeah, you can't get close to the Ursa in the mid lane. Sorry, in the 1v1 lane. So I do want to talk about that mid fight that just happened a little bit. That fight showcased why Bloodseeker is so strong, because they try to do a gank onto him, but if you don't get the kill, and since you're tower diving, you're going to be so low, he gets that burst of movement speed that could just turn around the gank like we just saw there. So you got to be damn sure that you get a kill when you're ganking Bloodseeker.
Fnatic have looped around bottom lane. They want to try and find some kills on this Luna before she perhaps gets that level 6. And good angle coming in. Maledict lands. They do need to hit some of these stuns here. The cast's going to bounce around. Hits the Luna once. Doesn't even look like they're going to need it to bounce back as Ohio does get the last hit for that one. Laning stage, you see the CS. It looks overall very good for Fnatic. All 3 lanes being won by them in terms of CS. They're getting some kills now as well. It's actually a 2k gold plus lead already.
Yep.
But this was kind of like the summary, what we talked about coming in. Fnatic, a team that wants to dominate the early game, win the lanes. Clutch game is much more a mid-game team fight focused draft. Should clutch gamers be concerned about how the lanes are going, or is it going to be okay for them, do you feel?
I think this is kind of the expected result, like you mentioned. You gotta look at Fnatic's lineup and say, like, what the hell is their objective taking heroes, right? They don't push towers. Think about high ground in a situation for Fnatic. Now, we did say earlier, Fnatic high ground is killing all of you.
Yep.
So, you know, knowing that clutch gamer, all they got to do is make sure that they're making fights go a little bit better. So, to answer your question, it is going poorly, but they have ways to play around this. Just make sure you don't die in the mid game, and you should be okay.
Necroxy deciding he can't
really... mid lane Armel, I think he is ruptured. He is.
He gets pushed. We haven't got a hook or a War's kick this game, but the Cox pushes a nice little bit of damage. Top lane, where eyes were previously, is where Fnatic were rotating 3 heroes. Ohio actually coming up here with the Ursa, and they will team up to bring down the Rubik. For more kills go their way.
Looks like the TP from the Luna is also forced. They do want to do a little bit of lane swap. So Gabby having a little bit of trouble in the bottom lane. I mean, imagine if he was level 6 there, right? Where he TPs in and fires off the Eclipse and gets a kill.
Was he already top? Or did he just TP?
I think he just ported in. Probably he was intending to port in anyways to switch the lane.
Yep.
But the point stands that if he had a better bottom lane, he might have turned that fight around.
There is Dream Coil up now, but to kill this Bloodseeker, I feel like they're going to need at least 3 heroes. I think the other crazy thing about this Bloodseeker is level 6, level 7, he's already got over 1,000 HP. He's very tanky, and you do need to invest a lot of heroes, considering he's got a range drop to actually try and gank and bring him down.
And a magic wand. I mean, wait till he gets to level 10. Like, he is almost unkillable in that situation.
Jump to like close to 1500 top lane. They're going in on a higher. He does Ghost Round Magic Wand up. He's picked up a casual cloak as well, looking to turn it around. Nice Impale does land from Boombags. But Ohio is tanky. He needs the Reaper kill if he wants to get some extra heals coming in. Gabby, as you said, no Eclipse. This is going to cost him Ohio to get the Reaper. He does not get credited the kill. That really hurts him.
They see Fly solo thanks to the Bloodseeker, so they get the extra kill on top of that.
This one does go to Ohio. There's the regen. Plus 52 HP and mana regen.
Look at that build. He's going to go into Rod of Atos earlier, but those bracers definitely made the difference there.
I think this is like the build. You just go these utility items for the team. Bloodseeker and Ursa are the damage. You just want to frontline and soak up as many spells as possible.
I mean, there are different ways of frontline. Like, I think earlier today, the team I just cast now, Fnatic? No. Beneski. Solo kill attempt on the mid lane.
He was ready for that. He's like, you're going to go on me? I'm just about to get some heals.
Right, so the Necrophos in that game went for Hood, which is a different way of tanking up, especially against heroes like Pug and Luna. But this game is going to be the Rod of Atos. So,
he's getting the Hood with double bracers into Hood.
So
and then he's going...
Double protection, no problem.
Yeah, then he'll go back for that Rod of Atos later. It's a pretty big, expensive jump. Whereas the Hood is like 1800 gold, and you get a huge amount of survivability because you get the extra cloak ability or whatever it's called as well.
Oil being expended on the mid lane. They are getting desperate. This is a 4-man gank attempt. They are going to get the kill, but they need to get the tower off of this to make this kill happen. Or, worth it.
Imagine they aren't going to get this. Maybe some damage at most. Debbie is ready with a hook shot.
Oh, what a hook.
Catches 2 inside the cogs as well. They'll try and break their way. I imagine, but Cask is there. Rafi with Repel could also guide. But they're going to look to turn this one around. Can they kill Arjit? Doesn't look like it. The Reaper will not finish off Fly Solo. Needs some magic damage to go through this GA. Ohio's going to Ghost Shroud himself up on the front lines. Getting fairly low. Needs to be a bit careful here. He's still alive, though. Throwing out those heals, keeping his team nice and healthy too.
Oh, Bloodseeker's in. Look at his movement speed. Go, race car, rupture on one. Rafi is going to be dead, I think. No, he heals himself up. Okay, looking pretty good. Impale trying to turn down the fight. Here comes that Eclipse. Is going to get up the kill. That is a key one against the Bloodseeker. That's 2 kills in a row. And now Luna perhaps still staying in the fight. Armel has some decent mana pool left, especially with a full magic wand. He's looking to bait a little bit more. Boomback's going to go down. A heal bomb gets the one more, and now they want DJ. DJ should go down as well. This is a mid-game fight to swing things around, and in that fight, you see the power of Omni Knight versus Bloodseeker. Against any other hero, Bloodseeker gets that kill, and then just runs to like clean up the whole team. But
even the initial hookshot in, like the Omni Knight saves them there. He's able just to get them out, he repels, and then he Guardian Angels. Like the Bloodseeker respawning and not being able to kill him is one thing, but I think the earlier stuff, Omni was huge. CG, like they just love when Fnatic run at them. Once they've got levels and farm, as we saw there on Omni Knight, they're much stronger. Hookshot in, will catch Fly Solo. Does have a lift. I was about to say he went
the heal!
Just trying to bait.
Well, here comes Ajit, and everyone's dead. Rupture this time.
That's not good. He's got no repel or heal.
Armel needs to orb out right now. He orbs actually towards his teammate. Jebaited, perhaps? Yeah, Febi's going to come down here. And that is a good turnaround. Now, despite the fact that Clutch Gamer did win that somewhat big engagement, they need to slow the tempo of the game. The only reason they win that engagement is because of Eclipse. So I think it's time to pump the brakes a little bit, wait for the cooldown, and select a better fight later on.
Yeah, I'm definitely on board with that. And we'll see how Fnatic look to play while it's down. It's just about a 1 minute window without Eclipse, so may eye off something like a Roshan, but no Morbid Mask on Arjit. He's actually not all too farmed on the Ursa himself. Is 3.5k net worth, but
I mean, if you look at the net worth differential between him and his laning opponent, the Omni Knight, like, you expect an Ursa to be further ahead.
That fight perhaps the mid lane helping turn things around for the Omni, who is queuing up a Midas, perhaps just eyeing off the late game. He is getting ganked here, but it's going to be the Rubik who gets ruptured up. Omni doesn't even try and save him. I like that call. Just, you could have gone in, thrown a heal and a repel, but chances are he's going to die anyways, and you will join him in death if you get caught.
Oh my god, he really wants a bounty rune. He gets it, but perhaps a little bit greedy? No, he...
Radiant structures
They got no catch without the hook shot, it looks like.
Oh my god, Rappy, okay. Rappy like just runs past multiple heroes, now gets an illusion rune in the river. No respect whatsoever. Meanwhile, Ohio gets a tower, and you can see that Armel trying hard to even things up.
They're trying to take towers while defending towers on the Fnatic side. They get the bottom tier 1, but they've got to now focus on defending top and mid. Top is under control of the Ursa, although Boombax has rotated in with a Vendetta, and a lot of Clutch Gamers heroes are collapsing on this top lane.
Yeah, but Luna right now is trying to shove the creep wave in, and they can pincer him and get a kill under the tower.
They know he just TP'd, so he's actually trapped up here.
Oh, I believe that, okay, yeah, they saw the Nyx assassin, and now the Rainbow TP is coming in. This is not the fight. Sack the Nyx if you must. It's time to get out.
He may just look for a TP on out. The tower range, he's just out of it. Gets hit by the Malik, and there's a sentry.
But
they
still,
actually get away still. If he gets, he's gonna be out of sentry range.
Oh, but he doesn't know that. Is he gonna just pour it out like this? All right.
Good play.
Block will cook. Maybe cut a couple people off.
I think overall, Fnatic still achieved what they were looking to do. They wanted to take towers while defending towers, and they do just that. So I think even though they had to like double TP top and they don't get a kill, it's still ultimately a success.
Veil into a coil. The Bloodright trying to keep himself alive. Well,
he's gonna get saved by Clockwork.
Okay.
Two-man Cogs doesn't go for a rupture. It looks like he just doesn't want to turn around. No shrine to fall back to. At least not as far as healing himself back up. With an Urn charge, will be healed back to at least reasonable HP. And they defend this mid lane without a hook shot. They do lack some initiation. And it looks like Fnatic are just intent on kind of trading towers. They're chipping away at this top one. It's still very healthy though, so they're not getting it in any kind of quick fashion here.
But at the same time, Clutch Gamer is making like no plays to actually defend the tower. I hear the rupture going off. Looks like Fly Solo is going to pour it out. Speaking of which, Fly Solo is still level 4. We are 14 minutes in the game. He needs to just get a lane to himself, but every time he's got a lane to himself, he gets like ganked.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, DJ looks like he will just get orbed down by Armel. Armel, throughout all of the Midas of Chaos, is 6-2, which is
not bad.
Very impressive.
Not bad indeed. So, I feel like I said this a lot, but this just feels like a really rough patch to play 5 positionals sometimes. Getting your levels just seems harder than ever.
Yeah.
Mid tier 1 tower looks like it will be claimed now. Witch Doctor's still dead. We'll shut them in a couple of seconds, but tower will drop before anything can happen. Fighting into the Omni Knight is very dangerous and tricky at this point. Luna was not there, but could also TP in that mid lane. The tower is being very close.
Expended his orb, but now will get hooked, and this should be a Reaper kill. Ohio actually lacking mana from it. A couple more points. Are they going to wait for it? Reaper's going to come through. Yeah, that's going to be good.
Did they have Arcane Boots, or he was just okay?
He was very close. He was like at 165 or something, and then he popped a magic stick.
Pretty big misplay.
Yeah.
Hurts that puck quite a bit. It was his Blink Dagger though, so I guess he just wanted to. He got greedy, found one more creep wave to finish his Blink. Doesn't lose money, but still feeds away a pretty big kill. And
6 kill streak to Ohio.
Does set Fnatic up to take this mid tier 1 tower now.
Looks like they are going to make a rotation here. Now, the ward just got dewarded, so the Nyx should know that there are detection around the area.
He's lurking around at the side. He's going to throw an Impale. Needs to be careful here. There's no hook shot to worry about,
but this tower is very important. If they lose this tower, Ajit has a lot more freedom to take the Roshan, so that's why you see Clutch Gamer, despite losing the puck, they're making a huge play.
They're going to smoke up with the puck now. This blink could catch Fnatic by surprise. QO likely the hero they want to initiate on.
Tower's going to get denied, and You can see that neither team is still leaving the position of the area. That is a juicy coil if he can find it.
Phase blink in, goes aggressive, but only catches one with the coil, does not catch QO. And he's ruptured. He's in the Roach Pit. He gets repelled up at least, won't get silenced, but QO can just right-click him down. He'll do so. Oh boy, that's not what they wanted, Lumi. Rafi could not bail his puck out of that situation.
He might be dead himself as well. The hook is not going to connect, but still. That is 2 kills. Tier 1 did get denied, but the true objective here, like I mentioned earlier, is going to be the Roshan. So
Dire's middle tower.
Time to split up and farm, man. This is not the time to fight anymore.
Febby is level 10. This Clockwork has been incredibly effective. He's 5-1 and 10. Cal, Febby's actually going so hard this game. And just the farm and levels on him is also pretty ridiculous at this point.
It's rare for me to see a game where Febby isn't winning. Like, he is the rock for Fnatic. No matter how poorly or how great his team is playing, he's also right there with them playing good.
It's weird because DJ used to be that like amazing 4-position player. I think he still is, but it feels like these are the roles that definitely suit Febby and DJ best. Yeah. With just how DJ just seems more consistent, reliable, which is what you want out of your 5, and you want that like risk-taking ability from your 4.
I wonder if we have a second here to talk about the draft a little bit, or not, because Ajit is...
Let's say we don't get chances to talk strategy, you know.
But the 2-3 times I've seen Fnatic draft Bloodseeker, they always draft double stuns under support.
They get punished for this. He's blood raged up.
Ooh, nice
Fire PKB does do so. Kind of like what happened to Armel mid. Buys his item, but feeds in the process, getting a bit greedy for an item. With that blood rage on, he melts
super fast.
40% damage increase. That was also how he melted early in that around that mid tier 1, even with the HP talent.
Tower is under attack.
It has the item he needs.
We'll take a tower.
Radiant structures are
See Ajit going straight for a defusal.
Oh god, that's a brave TP in there.
Blink in from Ursa. Does repel himself.
Clockwork position to chunk people up here. It's going to be Fly solo. The level 6 Rubik, poor man, won't get Reaper, so he's got a lot of time to think about his choices now.
Worth using a Reaper there. It does increase the respawn time, but I feel like a fight could break out and you may want to have that Reaper now.
Oh, I think if Clutch Gamer gets the fight started like this, where 1 or 2 is picked off, they are not going to take a fight at all. They could only take fight as 5 strong. Now Rubik is probably the weakest part of that 5 man.
Yeah. It's more if he respawns and there's like a fight happening around his respawn.
Right. But Fnatic, of course, with the side should have enough time to...
Yep. They're already kind of getting out now, and there's... Unless you're TPing on the Shrine, in which case you're TPing in kind of to a dangerous ballsy position. Mass pipe, they're going double pipe it looks like. Clockwork has a hood, a pipe queued up, Necro has a pipe completed. This is very much to count. I mean, Puck Luna, the damage is all magic. Luna's a long way away from any physical damage. Omni has some pure damage, but ultimately they know Clutch Gamers wants to like 5-man at them, and if you want to survive, you have double pipe. Suddenly you actually may be able to hold your own.
Ooh, does not go for the courier snipe. It's going to just basically cut the creep wave. This is probably the best play that he could make. There's no way at this point Clutch Gamer could even think about fighting head on.
Do you think Clutch are even going to be stronger in these 5v5 with these pipes up?
If they could last this next 5 minutes without a fight and could itemize and push some, like Gabby's the most important player here. If he can push himself into some physical damage, then yes. Because these double pipe does have a lifespan essentially, right? Fnatic need to win, ideally in the next 15, or they're gonna get outclassed eventually. Like, look at this Nyx. He's got a first item hand of Midas. This is like, you know, all the investment.
As does Omni. So they've got double Midas against what 0 minus on Fnatic side. Oh, 1 minus on Bloodseeker, but that's like the early game snowball Midas, not the let's farm for late game Midas.
And this is kind of what I touched on earlier. Both teams is gonna have a vastly different playstyle and strategy, and it just comes down to like. Clutch Gamer just want to voice fight, split push, and wait till late game. Whereas Fnatic wants to go just find 1 or 2 pick off and just like, you know, get them and win. So
everything is about early game here for the Fnatic side. Playing very cheap cost effective items. Like just seeing Necro with like treads, double bracer, tanking up as much as possible, strength talent even. A little bit of HP counts. They believe they do know Necro's bottom, so they may try and take a fight, knowing that it's 5v4. They all are TPing to this top lane, but Problem is, Rappy going to get engaged on here, does get ruptured, can't really move, does have spells to play around, he's going to try and shrine up here, doesn't really want to go for a solo Guardian Angel, may have to. The South Clockwork hooks in, catches Gabby. Omni's dead, as is the Nyx, and even though Necrophos wasn't here at the start of the fight, he's going to show up, not even needed. 4v5, Fnatic win a team fight convincingly.
Yeah, Vision wins fights here. Omni Knight TP's in thinking he could go for a flank, but he was tapped into Vision.
Yeah.
And as a result, he got isolated. His team was not in position. I mean,
it's not really a 5v4 when Omni's isolated like that.
Right, well, half the team also didn't get there in time. Like, if Gabby could let loose an Eclipse when you're on he wasn't getting shit like that, maybe they turned that fight. But he was also not there. So that was really like a 2v4 essentially in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, then they just found the additional pickups to follow. That really sets Clutch Gamers back, I feel.
Right.
At this point, you give up a lot of map control to Fnatic, having lost that tier 2 tower. You really do have to go all in on that split push and avoiding fights. Yeah. Now that you're lost that fight and you've got these Midases.
I think perhaps that's like the last big mistake that Clutch Gamers could afford to make.
Yeah.
One more, they are starting to lose some real estates. Again, the only saving grace that they got going for them is that Fnatic, not exactly the best team in terms of hitting buildings, going up high ground. And honestly, they're not that great at kind of stopping split push either. So in a situation where if you could split push like your TI3 alliance, I think Clutch Gamer in theory should win this game. But you know, like we just saw, mistakes can happen.
Just doesn't really feel like a patch or a game anymore, Dota, where you can just get away with this pure split push kind of strats anyways, as much as maybe you once could.
Fly solo.
Yeah, but he's going to look to bail out his puck who is to the north. We'll see if the puck gets caught. Hookshot would have landed if he didn't blink out. Fly solo goes down. Puck does manage to escape.
Bottom? Maybe you could get a kill on Ohio?
You think you can kill this Necro?
Yeah, they smartly quickly realized that it's like, wait.
I think they'd have to use Eclipse, and even with an Eclipse, he may have lived.
Especially with all the creeps. They're thinking about it.
Clear the creeps and then go for the kill?
This could turn bad like really fast.
Yeah. He does get the pipe off initially. Is he going to go for the Eclipse? He does. Needs the pipe. Ghost Shroud with the heals.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And now you lose Moonbacks.
That is...
Or maybe you don't lose Moonbacks?
Okay, he'll live. And they had zero chance of getting it without the Eclipse, and even with it.
DJ getting relatively low thanks to the puck. But, like, even though nothing happened in the last couple of minutes, I mean, Fly Solo died. But this is, I think, advantage to Clutch Gamer, right? Because they're drawing out the game.
Yeah.
And they're also drawing out in a game where they aren't pinned into their base. So they're not losing out too much in the net worth game. So
at the same time, I feel like Fnatic, they're obviously not going to be pushing high ground anytime soon. They don't have an Aegis. Second Roche to me is where Fnatic are at perhaps their biggest peak of the game. I mean, I think they can still go late game if they're ahead, like on gold, but realistically, that second Aegis is where they want to completely dominate the map.
So I want to talk about the Bloodseeker a bit. He's going for the exact same build that you casted the game earlier, which is the phase Midas BKB into the Radiance. Can you kind of talk about your thoughts on it, whether it's a good build or not?
Do you like it? Bring it up.
I mean,
hear your thoughts.
When you see such an early BKB, the word I would associate with it is risky, right? Because if you don't win a ton of fights to back up that BKB, it can just backfire. But it seems like the entire playstyle of Fnatic in this game is like double pipe BKB. Look, we're gonna win in the next 15, or we're not gonna win at all. So I really like the all-in aspect of it. And last fight, we saw Boomback trying to survive through spiking, and then, you know, Hero just laughed and just killed him.
I feel Bloodseeker as a hero struggles without the fast BKB because you're versing this 5-man teamfight lineup. You can't actually play as a Bloodseeker, like Rambo Bloodseeker running in without a BKB.
Right.
So even though you go as your first item, it's kind of essential unless you want to play a passive farming Bloodseeker or like that gimmicky Dagon Spellcaster Bloodseeker, which is not going to win you a game, even though it may make you go 20-0.
I think the other big part of it is if you're looking to Rambo in and you have Blood Rage on yourself and you get stunned because you don't have BKB, you just die. So like that just gives you that further layer of necessity.
My feeling is the BKB is not as like risky maybe as you make it. I think it's like just an essential item, and you can still go late game even with the first item BKB. Yeah, so you're gonna have a 5-second BKB, but it still gives you 5 seconds to hit everyone and not get blown up.
The other like early BKB you see from mid, I'm comparing it to something like a Dragon Knight BKB.
Yep.
Where if you go for a very early BKB on Dragon Knight, then he's suffering in terms of like damage output or initiation or something like that, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Whereas Bloodseeker just have everything from his kit anyways.
Yes. He doesn't need that like mobility like the Dragon Knight needs, or he doesn't need a damage item because I think Bloodseeker does damage just through his spells.
Yeah.
He has movement speed through his spells, so he doesn't like a DK. I think has movement speed and damage issues. So if you go BKB first, you fall off. Bloodseeker, you don't have those issues. So.
I mean, Clockwork is going to find Luna in the jungle here. He does have a Force Staff. She's up on the cliff.
Oh no. It's an unfortunate place to find yourself. It's an odd little cliff spot, but.
So he uses Hurricane Pike on the Clockwork. Had he just basically double-clicked the Force Staff, I think he could have controlled where he pushed himself a little bit easier, but hindsight is...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Easily the 20-20 there. They've got the Guardian Greaves on Omni, so he can at least get out of the silence now and look to help out his teammates with their repel, but here's Fnatic on the high ground with a Luna kill, and even a Luna respawning without Aegis. They feel confident.
Yeah, they got double pipe, right? Like you mentioned, all of the damage is magic. How do they actually make this defend? Puck is trying to be the hero. Rupture. Oh, that's a Stolen Rupture. Yeah. Okay. I mean, do they care, though? Fnatic's playing the 5-man lineup right now. They got the heal from Ohio.
Earth is fine. He can also ulti if he gets gone on, but he may need to.
Rupture is about running out. Kyo just going in. He still has that BKB, but they are all very low.
The Shrines are really kind of healing up Clutch Gamers. I think this is time to back if you're Fnatic.
Oh, dude, how did they kill Kyo? Kyo just like...
Did Bloodright Carapace?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. And of course, he had Bloodright up, so that is 1 kill, 2 kill on 2 cores. Clutch Gamer defends without needing any buyback, and you gotta keep in mind they didn't have Luna for any of that.
Oh, unlucky for Clutch. Roche is on up, but they should know it's up in a minimum 10 seconds. It's almost the max respawn. If they can get this for themselves, that's huge.
Do they have enough damage for that, really?
Luna Mask of Madness, it's definitely there, but it's question. I mean, it's more about a timing thing. 25 seconds.
Well, Luna just activated Mask for a camp, and there's Rocket Flare, so I don't know.
They can potentially defend this. Clock doesn't have hook shot.
Now, the fact that Fly Solo have Rupture, does that kind of lean it in a direction? He does have Rupture, so that's kind of a big deal for against like Ursa.
They're going to respawn too fast. They've got to, I think, back off.
Yeah. Boombax is also very low in terms of mana.
I think they made a mistake. Luna scouted it, saw it hadn't respawned. Should have just stayed, because Roche was minimum like 15 seconds away from respawning. It was like a max respawn. And
well, he didn't know, right?
He should have known, though, because it was the max respawn.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it couldn't have been more than 15 seconds away.
That's fair. That's fair.
And instead, when Roche does respawn, he's at a neutral camp, and then it takes like an extra 30 seconds.
It is a very chaotic game, so I would not fall.
Yeah, you may not. I mean, you write down Roche timer so you know like the window, but you don't think like, oh, it's actually respawning in 15 seconds because that's the max respawn.
Armel blinks forward, gets rooted. He can orb away.
Okay.
Oh god, he's gonna get hooked.
I think the hook shot was used elsewhere. I heard it. I think he hit a teammate.
He's got Yules and Blink.
Fox push.
Okay, Yules.
Should be able to blink to the north. He does do so. The Bloodright.
Now they have vision on him now because of... He's gone. I mean, space created, I guess, but...
Debatable. Very highly debatable.
Yeah, he's got buyback, and that's the key thing, right? Luna did not have buyback the last time he died.
They're going to have to address this bottom lane before they can push mid, I imagine. Lines are being drawn down mid, but this Luna can push very quickly bottom. Problem is, she also has to be wary of Clockwork rotation.
Man, like, Clutch Gamer is playing on a razor's edge right now. They are out of mistakes. Boombax, by the way, if he could finish this Aghanim Scepter, that is... Do you sell your magic stick? Yeah, sell your stick. Go. Like, you need this.
This is an Aegis push that could take a lane of rack.
He sells sticks. He buys the... he needs to regen right now. And we might need a buyback on... well, he's got Aegis, so I guess
Kua gets ruptured, but yeah, that was just trying to use it before it expired. And we're going to BKB, but I'm not sure that was the best time to do it. They want to kill this Axe Nyx. They know he's going to be such a problem if they don't. He is underneath the shrine. Can they burst him down?
Yes, they can.
Yep, and it goes the highest way. He's going to get all that regen, and Nyx, no buyback.
Yeah, Puck will come back right now. I wonder if he should have just bought back. They are going to lose at least one lane of racks. There are no tier 2s on the other lane, so if you keep going, Puck goes back, blows up the creep wave, so Eclipse can be a threat. They also are out of Shrine Juice at this moment. That last push pushed all out of it. So
they use those shrines to have a great high ground hold, but then the Aegis push comes. Yeah. Not securing that second Roche, I think, is going to come back to haunt Clutch Gamers.
Well, I guess it could have been worse for Clutch Gamer. It could have lost more buildings, but let's reevaluate the game again here. Like, does Fnatic have enough of an edge to just close out the game, or do you think...
You see the gold lead, it's pretty small right now. Just
for
3K.
taking a Rax, right?
It's under 3K now. It's like right at, yeah, there we go. It was actually Clutch Gamers favored before that. With Rax money and everything. Going late game, I mean, I think the nice thing is, yeah, you think their cores, like, none of them are like, they haven't got the big 5-man team fight late game lineup, but they've still got 3 good scaling cores, Bloodseeker, Ursa, and Necro. Even if they are cores, like Ursa kind of theoretically falls off a little bit, it's not like they've got like a offlaner like a Clock or a Bat who's not going to scale as well.
Sure. I mean, scaling matters though if you have the gold to back it up, and in a more static game, I think Radiant just farms far more efficiently, farms faster as well, so that's something to be concerned about. I like how Rappy Guardian Grieves a creep wave up top because it was all going to die to a Radiance illusion. I was just chasing around, so...
No gold for you.
A little bit of something, I guess. But Fnatic going to push in the bottom wave. They still had the Aegis. And this time around, the Nyx Assassin needs to, again, make something happen.
Yep. Yeah, Aegis has still a good minute and a half or so. This Nyx... got a little bit overzealous with his positioning there, and it's definitely the hero. If you're Fnatic and you can jump that Nyx and throw everything on him to kill him, it's well worth it.
I mean, it's easy, right? He's gonna be burrowed.
You can cogs push it. You can cogs push him out of the burrow, right? You hook him and then cogs push him.
I think he's just gonna be pushed around but still burrowed. I think because I know you could force staff the burrow for him, and he's still gonna be burrow for him. So
rupture force staff or something along those lines. Nyx gonna go to the side. There's the cogs. He's gonna. Well, there's the hook.
He's not burrowed at all, so he just
was
dies.
Not ready. Yeah, that was bad timing for Clutch Gamers. They
I
were
think
not
that's
ready.
the Rax.
Can't afford to have your Nyx get caught for free like that, and suddenly, on the high ground they go with Aegis and Cheese in hand. This is looking like a dead bottom lane unless they can put something together. The coil is just used to try and delay things, but doesn't actually set an initiation.
Again, they could do all of the Waning Rift that they want. They have a Necropulse healing up. Actually, Ohio's porting out because there's some ratting going on. They cancel the TP with the Yield Scepter. We might get a base race on our hands, Harmel.
Top Rax, there's no point defending top anymore.
Okay, now Kyo going hard on the building right now. The Reaper Scythe does not get the kill. Looks like the Shrine Juice is going to be back, and now they are looking to make a defense. Here comes a 4-man Raining Rift. They will lose a build. Here comes Biabi back in the fight. He has Eclipse available, and now that is a lot of blood right on the ground. Kyo will go down. That is going to be Zajas, but here comes the Eclipse. Febby in a lot of trouble, but Gabby perhaps a little bit more. Guarding Angel and a hook back in. Febby throws his life away, trying to actually kill Gabby. Gabby life-stealing a little bit, getting his Glaive bounce around. He will go down. Blueback comes back alive with the Burrow form, but I think it's perhaps a little bit too late. Buyback on Armel, and they have buyback on the Luna if they want to use it. Boomback walks forward, gets off a spike thanks to the Radiance Burn. Kyo might actually go down, and Coil is going to keep him alive, keep him chunked in as well. We do have Ursa popping the BKB, getting the 1 kill. Now looking at Rappy. Rappy trying to keep himself alive, not going to be able to do so. Ajit cleans him down. Lots of buyback still available here. There's going to be a root flying about to the Puck. Puck needs to play with some magic. Again, 4 buybacks, not going to use any of it because there's no point.
Yeah.
And I think
unless they go for top lane.
Yeah. And they won't. So.
The downside of all that happened, I think the Rax trade is fine. It's the fact they take a big fight and then lose so many heroes. That really, I think, dents any kind of item progression for heroes like
But still, look at the gold. It's a 3K net worth lead for Fnatic.
That is impressive how close this game remains in terms of items. It feels like it should be like a 10 to 15K gold lead with how... Like the kills, you're up almost 20 kills, you're up a lane of Rax, and the gold lead is almost next to nothing.
Yeah. Look, no matter how this game goes, I feel like if both of these teams played this same draft 10 times, it would not surprise me if it's like a 5-5. Like, it is so even in terms of the strategy being executed, the way that they decide to take the game. And to me, this is one of the most interesting game because of that. Like, it's such a different strategy.
Well, it's great because like it's not like one. There's two different. They're very different strategies, but like it's not like one counters the other. Like
yeah,
Fnatic,
it's not like a
Fnatic have a window where they win the lanes. That's what they're meant to do. Win the early game and can snowball. Whereas Clutch Gamers have a lineup that's meant to come back in the mid game through some great team fights and counterplays. We saw Fnatic. They dive a tower. They get too aggressive, and Clutch has punished them a few times with an Eclipse or with a really nice puck combo. So the drafts just have a very interesting way that they match up.
Right. So I think earlier after Fnatic took the mid racks, I was kind of asking you like, is this enough of an advantage? I think at that point it wasn't clear to say, but I think now with 2 racks is up, you could say that Fnatic is just the victory is within the grasp.
It's 2x to 1. It's not like you're up full 2x, so you've lost a lane, but you are close to Mega Crypt, which is theoretically GG.
Well, I mean, it's yes, the number of Rexes is still the same as before, but the fact that now it's Clutch Gamer having more lanes to worry about.
Okay.
And Armel can't be outside the base as more like for example, one thing Armel can do if they haven't lost any Rexes, he could be here and just like cut that wave off indefinitely.
Yep.
But I don't think he can do that now.
He's one of 2 heroes that can push lanes out, so he may have to be constantly pushing up mid and bottom. Perhaps a limitation of not having like an Omni Knight who's not really great at pushing out lanes. Same for like the Rubik, the Nyx.
Oh.
Smoke up. Where are they headed?
They pop double smoke on Clutch Gamer, so if they fail this smoke gang,
they're going to be running low. This is an illusion though. They may realize it's an illusion in a second once it starts attacking. It becomes obvious now. Ignore that, but there is no heroes nearby on the receiving end of this one. I like that Q is running around, Radiant's turned off. Not going to get caught by a Carapace.
Oh, that's very smart. Yeah.
I mean, he died when on the retreat almost, I want to say entirely because of that. Carapace into Impale plus a Puck or plus Waning Rift. He was even Blood Rage maybe at the time.
I wonder if there's just like a better item.
I think there might have been, but at the same time, like you want to stick to that comfort build. He knows how this build plays out. He knows like the timings of it, when he's strong, when he's weak, but definitely feels like it may have not been the best build this game.
I mean, a crazy suggestion. If you're gonna do suicide push like these, like Necro 3 would have been. Or is that a little bit?
Yeah, I would personally shut that idea down. That just sounds like a game-losing build in my mind.
Okay, well. All right, here we go. We're gonna see a fight happening. Kyo losing half his HP instantly.
Could have gone for like maybe another pipe.
Sure. Triple pipe, first time in Dota history ever, I guess. And here we go. Like, if you're Fnatic, there's no rush. Mid is streaming in, bottom is gonna get in there as well. We got quote-unquote region up the wazoo with Witch Doctor and Ohio's heal, so just wait it out, you know?
Last time we saw the Manta from Q, may see that just to start illusion, chipping at the buildings. Possibility. But Nyx is gonna set up camp, and I think for Fnatic, it's like, let's just maintain position up here. We don't have to commit to a high ground push. Eventually, Roche will respawn. But while we're waiting, we may as well keep Clutch Gamers in this top lane, because while keeping them top, mid lane and bottom lane are going to gradually inch closer and closer to Clutch Gamers' high ground, and that's where securing Roche becomes very easy. Yeah, you can see Kyo drawing lines like, hey, look at mid and bottom. He's not even, I don't think he's even telling his team to go push these lanes. He's saying these lanes are pushing. That's an issue for Clutch Gamers right now. Who is actually going to defend? If someone goes to defend, maybe then you do engage. That's when Febby can hook shot in, start a fight.
Back to the front right now. Okay, they do land a stun on Kyo, force that in. Okay, maybe they do get a kill here. Here comes Initiation, Fly Solo dies immediately. Riverside does not get the kill. Rappy's still alive right now. Kyo will go down. Febby gets a 2-man cog. Pretty good stuff. Here comes a Guardian Angel, but Agabi is not caught in that Guardian Angel. Jit just assassinates him in the backline. He does have buyback, does not want to use it. He's confident that his team could hold it, and he might be correct here. Ohio out of mana at this point. Armel does not give chase. At the end of the day here is a 2-for-2 trade.
Time for Fnatic to back off.
Yeah, that's good enough here. Cool, calm, and collected.
Still not like a win or anything. Like, they hold their high ground. That's theoretically the easier hold. The tougher one's going to come if Aegis and Cheese are picked up.
Right, which, hey, it's up now.
But I mean, that's how that's like the formula for success. Chip away, like not even chip, just chunk at Kyo's Bloodseeker before he pops his BKB. He just got chain stunned and melted. Force Clockwork doesn't want to initiate, but he has to because his his Bloodseeker is dead if he doesn't. Turns out his Bloodseeker was still dead regardless, but you know, Fnatic's game plan there, you could see by like the lines being drawn mid and bottom, they did not want to fight. They just wanted to slow siege high ground and not take a fight, buy time for Roche.
They just caught sight of Boomback and nicely dodge. Oh no! Fly Solo.
Gets a ward out there.
Alright.
No, he's gonna go crash. Roche set up by the pickoff and probably also just by the general map control. You have mid lane, bottom lane pushing out. This was likely going to be easy to claim Roshan regardless for Fnatic. Where they would be, I imagine Cure, Cure has the Aegis. Cheese may actually go to a high. He keeps getting mana burn. I think it's actually tough for him to deal with. limits his ability to use Reaper in some of these fights.
Sure, especially when you start off the fight like with Scythe, and when you don't get the kill with Reaper, you're done, right? So I do want to bring the point to the next one, which is somehow, someway, Fly Solo, despite all of his heroic play, has got himself to a Glimmer Cape. We're looking at only a level 2 no-field right now with Glimmer Cape. That's enough to guarantee that the Scythe does not get a kill. So
Fnatic trying to do something sneaky. They showed Q top pushing the lane, but they are right outside the Radiant base looking for pickoffs. They've got great ward coverage around the area. Moonback has been spotted. Can they jump him?
First up, 4 staffs.
He's got a Yule Scepter. He uses it aggressively and falls to the high ground.
Back in.
It was a scary moment. Necro could not get close enough for a Reaper, it looks like. He does not have a blink or a 4-star.
And I like that play a lot. That was kind of like, hey, if we get a Reaper kill here, we almost win the game. And if we don't, it's
I think they
very low cost.
do win the game. With Nyx having no buyback, he's a key defender for clutch game.
All right, Moonback, get comfortable in that spot. Burrow down and do your thing.
Reposition around mid. Kua, what is happening? This is the game plan we saw at top lane. Burst down Kua. Oh, that's a key hero.
Nope. Yeah, he is repelled. He's going to use himself to dodge one of that.
He's ruptured though. He still could be in a tough spot here.
BKB is running out for Kyo. He breaks the link and the Impale will not hit. They can just, again, front load everything onto him. And I think Fnatic have to back off. They need to wait for BKB.
They're going to look to chase. Ohio is not the best target to perhaps go in an Argent. He actually is ready to engage.
Oh, he does not make it up the hill. We'll get, okay, repel.
Comes back.
Right. That's a 2-man spike coming out here. 3-man coil. They're gonna fight this. Gabby does not have Eclipse because he has his silence turned on, and now Reaper Scythe coming through does not get the kill. Guarding the Angel, and here we go. Where's the ultimate? It's not gonna do enough damage here, and now Rappy very low. Rappy's gonna go down. QO with maximum movement speed at this point, walking around looking for kills. Clockwork is not gonna do enough, but 2 already did. Make that 3. Puck needs to buy back right now here. Luna only at half HP as well, and now it's time to actually go for the tier 3s.
Fnatic, if they can get this last line of racks, they should be able to secure the game, and with just 3 heroes left. Living. I don't know if Clutch Gamers can actually hold this one. Ursa would be a great target to go, but he's got BKB still. He's just going to burst down Moonback.
Yeah, they got the rupture again.
Nixon.
Gabby.
Looks like the end.
Yeah, this is the end here. Buildings all go down.
Great play from Fnatic this time. They did struggle a bit pushing high ground. We saw how quickly Bloodseeker could be first down, but that's always the nature of these Fnatic drafts. They're not drafting for the high ground push, they're drafting for the lane dominance, the hero killing prowess.
Yep.
And they do excel in that area. While Kyo did die a few times from the burst damage in the teamfight of Clutch Gamers, ultimately his deaths were not in vain.
I really love the way that Ohio minds his next balls, especially with a Scythe pickup. I mean, I think a lot of players would have just finished the Shiva's guard that he had to play Mel for. But I think the Scythe in particular just added one more wrinkle of spells that they need to protect. That
had to throw a repel maybe when at a time he didn't want to use it.
Exactly. Like he was so pressured to do so much. So very nicely done here by Ohio and the rest of the team.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Fnatic's turn to ban.
Clutch Gamers has to come back and win this 2-1.
Yeah. You like Fnatic in game 1, breakouts till the draft. Things play out pretty well. You think they're poised to take game 2? I mean, they've been pretty dominant so far.
Why not? Why not? Right? They are looking good. Like I said, I didn't watch too much of the semifinals, but it sounded like it was kind of the similar idea where go action was definitely their friend. And I expect no different here when it comes to game number 2. Looks like we got a draft.
So there was this like a couple of defining moments in that last game. One of them was like Armel got killed in the mid lane as Puck, and then he walked up to pick up a rune, I think, and he spotted 4 Fnatic members all grouped together as they're heading down the stairs. And all the rest of his team was right behind him, ready to take a fight. And he ended up phase shifting instead of going for like the immediate dream coil. And I felt like that was one moment where they could have turned it back around. And then the other was when Luna was pushing up in the top lane. They took both of those lanes of racks. And I was kind of expecting her to just go immediately to tier 4s because it felt like the game was snowballing down the rest of the way. And maybe you break TPs, you end the game there. But it kind of felt like there were a couple moments where there was a little bit of hesitation from Clutch gamers, and not necessarily like choking on a big stage or something like that, but struggling at points. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you're like right before the choking. You know? It's
exactly.
Like, there's definitely signs of nerves. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been this team's problem. Is maybe performing on the big stage. All the LAN events they went to after qualifying for like 4 in a row, they disappointed. Some of the team around them even said, hey, like 1 or 2 of our players actually get stage fright.
Yeah.
That's playing in front of a big crowd. This may not be a big crowd. They are playing from home or from their boot camp, but it's still, you're playing for TI now. You're not playing to qualify for one of these third-party LAN events, for an epicenter, for a summit.
Dire team ban.
And against these players, and specifically, like this is probably a lot of the players that Clutch gamers look up to as they were, you know, just starting their Dota 2 career. There might be a little bit of mentality there as well.
I think many a Filipino player looks up to DJ.
I think Clutch Gamer has slayed enough big names. Take numbers on.
I mean, what? But it's like more like you look at the resume, you know?
Faceless.
DJ had an entire packed out vanilla arena chanting his name.
Okay.
Clutch gamers have only finished, I believe, in last place at the LAN events they've gone.
That's
I mean,
true.
Just not saying this like to insult. They've qualified for a lot. They've been one of the dominant SGA teams. So I'm not saying they're a bad team. I'm just saying in terms of international results, these guys definitely would look up to players like DJ.
That's for
like
sure.
a higher. I mean, this
That's
guy
for sure,
these guys have dominated on the TI main stage. So I think there is an intimidation factor in play.
And that's like the mental aspect of something that's ubiquitous across sports, across competition. Like I know myself when I was growing up playing a lot of sports, there were certain players that even though it wasn't like a big stage or anything like that, I remember being intimidated by these people because I remember them. And even if it's something where you've beaten them before, I think that intimidation can still stay.
But like it's too hard for us to say how does this intimidation will factor in against somebody. We don't know them personally. Maybe they are motivated by the intimidation.
They did. They lost game 1. They had they made a few misplays. I think the puck especially.
Sure, I agree with that.
I think we saw signs. I mean, maybe that was just a misplays. Maybe it was partly because of nerves.
But I'm not gonna like do Dota 2 psychology and be like, oh, they lost game 1. These are big names.
Fine.
They're gonna crumble, right? Like
that's true. Fair enough.
Not my place.
I think that's the only thing I think was definitely like a contributing factor.
All right, so
turn to ban.
I think Clutch needed to take out like 4 heroes. They need to take out Necrophos, Clock, Tusk, and Pitlord. Unfortunately, they only have 2 bans. So let me talk about Clock and Tusk, because to me, I feel like they kind of do the same thing for the 4 position. You basically walk around against Lina in the mid lane and pressures them super hard.
You enable the Bloodseeker, like kind of to
exactly
actually get kills.
I think it was actually Bloodseeker versus Lina in the Execration game that you casted, and it was what Tusk and then another Tusk Push, right?
Yeah.
They just kept running at the Lina. Lina couldn't do a damn thing against
10
those kind of support
remaining.
heroes that runs at you. So.
Was that the Tusk Ags with the hook as well on the spin?
That was like the icing on the
Rupture
cake.
that.
Yeah, that game.
I saw that.
So they needed to ban out these heroes to protect
Reserve
Lina,
time.
because I think she's gonna have a very tough time in the mid lane. And then I think Pitlord just really makes a Fnatic lineup go. Like you get the Greaves, you get the Pipe, you get the Atrophy Aura. You just have a moving fountain. And of course, I think the ultimate allows them to play in a way where they, everybody could take a tower and then just go teleport to defend another tower. That's something that Fnatic had a key emphasis on game 1. They would push towers, but never give up one of their own. So
Legion
I think
Commander
Pitlord is going to come up big if they do pick it.
Fnatic's turn to
Legion
pick.
picked up for now. Clutch gamers, kind of maybe a slight change up in the sense like a stronger laning hero, something. The Omni Luna draft gave them this big team fight, this big mid game, but we did see them lose the laning stage, and that's something that Legion Commander tends to not do as much. As expected, Fnatic will pick up the Underlord. Be surprised definitely if they pick up the Tusk you mentioned as well. These were like the 4 heroes, 2 of which were banned that you pointed out.
Yep. Tusk is really good here now. Somebody gets dueled, snowball save, easy. Now your Legion just stands there looking a little bit silly.
Clutch can't really take it themselves because Nyx Assassin sort of forms and fulfills the same role. It'd be a really weird dual support combo.
With that said, the Tusk has been the 5. It's been
Reserve time.
DJ playing the hero, so I wonder if that's going to lean them towards more going,
Yeah, maybe.
like a
Maybe.
different route.
I mean, we do see teams that have 2 players that could play Tusk, like Team Liquid, both GH and Kuro could play it.
Yep.
But yeah, it might be like a player hero comfort kind of thing. So it looks like Clutch is doing something different from Game 1. Game 1, they say, okay, let's play within our comfort zone. We're going to go with a team fight thing. And now it seems like Clutch is making the adjustment of, hey, okay, you guys ran over us. We're now going to play basically, you know, the same kind of Dota you play and try to outplay you that way with a more tempo, lean LC draft.
I don't know if I like it, to be honest. I think that again, if you start trying to change up what it is that you excel at, like there were parts of it that just didn't feel that. It didn't feel. It felt like there were moments in that last game where Clutch could have pulled it back into their favor. They got out of the laning stage okay, and I feel like if you go to what works as opposed to trying to change it up tremendously. I mean, Keeper of the Light, like all this stuff, it's reactions more to what Fnatic is doing, and Fnatic's still setting the tempo and are the ones that are making the dominant moves around the map. Like even just 3 picks in, I feel like I'm already just going to pick Fnatic to win this no matter what, just because I feel like they're going to play the way that they want to play. And QOPA, that's different.
Who's playing the Bloodseeker now? Is this a 4-position Bloodseeker?
I think it's Ajit playing the Bloodseeker.
Okay.
They had one game, I want to say, in the group stages where Ajit actually played it. I don't know if it was Bloodseeker PA, it was Bloodseeker plus something, but I think he did play it once.
10 seconds
PA is
remaining.
great against to jump on the Coddle, great to jump on the Lina. The Blinding Light definitely annoying.
5 seconds remaining.
But later on you will have that likely Deso BKB build. And there we go, Tusky mentioned a key utility hero to roam with to enable that mid lane a bit.
Yeah, I remember talking on the, I think it was the panel yesterday, or even the first, it must have been last night here for day number 2 Southeast Asia, where Coddle was just unseen. We really just didn't see Coddle at all. And, you know, talk about how Night Stalker was being banned a lot for good reason, so, you know, maybe that could have opened up the doors for him, but just weren't seeing it. But kind of going off of the point that Lyrical is even making, too, that Clutch is almost like they're reacting, they're changing up a bit right here, running a hero like Coddle, one that we haven't really seen much, not only from them, but in general Southeast Asia, just because they're down 1-0 here, and they maybe felt that in Game 1 that they just need to do something maybe out of the ordinary, something that they're not comfortable with. So I wonder if that's going to affect things. Wow, a final pick Wisp. Jesus.
It's a great Wisp game. I mean, you talk about saves for the Legion Commander Jewel. Well, there is one.
It's Dunzo. It's Dunzo Parker.
On the draft, you think?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be hard to...
I mean, I see Clutch's draft, and I think this is actually a great draft. It's more, it hasn't been what they've been showing. It feels like
can they execute it, right? Like,
yeah,
it's a lineup that they haven't played before. I think Fnatic, this is, I don't want to say a dream lineup for them, because I feel like QO plays both the PA and Bloodseeker. Not to say that Ajit can play the Bloodseeker, but it's not a hero that he has a lot of experience on. But still, this is like as good of a Fnatic lineup you could want for them.
It's just funny because I feel like if you saw these 2 drafts like in a pub game and you didn't see these team names, you'd be like,
Clutch.
What? You'd be like, okay, the team with the Lina, Legion, Nyx, Coddle, and they're going to pick some like standard meta carry probably here. You're like, that team's going to win. They're versing a Bloodseeker Underlord PA. Like, PA is a pretty weak hero right now. I'm going to say that it takes like a certain player to be really good on this PA. For the most part, PA is a bottom 20% tier hero. This is not a strong hero except in the right hands and in the right draft.
This is an Armel Keeper of the Light. I hope they swap.
What? All right. if Clutch Gamers win this game, they win the series, but I think that Fnatic very easily win this game.
Armel Coddle mid, is that the Bloodseeker counter?
Oh, he's laying against PA first, right? QO is playing mid, I think.
I honestly, I
don't know.
Are they not swapping?
I mean, QO plays safe lanes a lot of the time. I mean, they swap lanes depending on heroes, I guess. Well, we'll see if they swap Breaky. Fnatic, you had him game 1. You thinking game 2 as well?
Yeah, if anything, not even really like looking at the draft. Frankly, I was very impressed by Fnatic again. Didn't get a chance to watch them too much throughout the groups, but they looked very good, and I expect that to definitely continue here. Once again, getting their hands on Bloodseeker, different player playing it, but I'm sure going to do just as well. And I'm excited for the Underlord. Underlord's always been a hero that I've wanted to see more of. Take advantage of that Dark Rift especially, and I'm expecting that here from Fnatic. So Fnatic 2-0 for me.
I love these guys, but they can't even pick their heroes right. Like their hands are shaking. It's it's over. I don't know. If they win this game though, then I think that they win the series. You can't like showing that they can play two different styles that effectively. I'm gonna go with them there, but I think that Fnatic have this.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be helping out some of the game too. It looks like they've swapped some of the heroes back to where we thought they would end up, Lumi. Lena's on the mid, but Fly Solo still has the Ursa. I think you can swap up the loading.
Or else we're gonna need a remake or something. But
I don't know if you're allowed to remake for that reason, but Fly Solo is on Ursa. Are they actually?
I'm sure that Valve is gonna give them a remake, right? It's freaking playoff.
I feel like you shouldn't be. No, honestly, I feel like that is like you're gonna mess around with swaps during that strategy time. You should like suck it up. That's.
I mean, okay, problem. They will take a 5-minute pause and switch computers,
and
that's
switch
true,
keys. But to me, it's. I don't know. That's on you guys for doing that. That's tricky stuff.
All right, it's Fly Solo Ursa.
Are we?
Don't do this to me. Can we try? We can't swap. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
I mean, that's on them.
Yeah.
It is on them.
Swap computers.
Can we remake?
All right, I like how we went through this.
I'm just like, I don't think they should be allowed to remake, but whatever. I mean, Fnatic are gonna be good guys, obviously, but still, that's just like, you know, you just shot yourself in the foot. You don't get to take that back. But it looks like we will have a remake. So, well, an entertaining start to game number 2, as it looks like there is disconnects all over the place.
And we're back.
We won't
or they looked over that, but Swiss format would have been fun to see it, I think.
I think it would have been great. I think the big thing is having formatted to avoid meaningless matches.
Yeah.
Because then casting, like as an example, like some of the enemy matches you cast with Charlie towards the end, where it's overpower versus Starboys.
Overpower, yeah.
It's great these teams got a chance in the regionals, got to play regionals, but once they're actually eliminated, they shouldn't be playing more matches.
And it went 70 minutes too. Somehow it went 70 minutes.
But
it was great.
Yeah, I'd love to see new formats brought in. But yeah. Picks are coming out, guys.
Here are the picks.
Same heroes as we just saw. Those you see this game 2, Fnatic leading 1-0. Guys, any final thoughts on what we're going to be seeing
I still
here?
like Fnatic.
Still like Fnatic. Nothing's changed.
Even more so, I like Fnatic.
Yeah.
What just happened?
All right. Well, we'll be hopping in a sec once we get our pick stuff underway, and I don't think we'll see any shenanigans. No messing around with the who's picking what. They're not even trying the swaps this time.
Well, it's all picks, so you get to pick your own hero.
I mean, they did captain.
No, they CM.
They did captain
for stats. So otherwise, I think it doesn't. It isn't. The data isn't stored.
It doesn't
like
count.
That's nice of them.
Good.
Helping out the stats, folks.
Yeah. Nahaz is happy.
Well, I think that oh man, that's cool. We got it up right here as well.
Oh.
I think that it's a little bit tough.
I look at the TV. I'm like, that's not
that's
what?
Whoa, that's some magic right there.
Picture in picture, man.
Induction.
Awesome. Well, what I would say is that I think that it also is kind of a kick in the teeth for Clutch for tomorrow, that they're going to have to go down, and then maybe it will give them a whole day. They can see their two teams that they're going to have to face off against if they do lose this tomorrow. And likewise if somehow Fnatic also do. But it's still tough. It's going to be a tough series no matter where it goes to for the GSL formats. And I think that in a lot of ways, both of those teams that are waiting in the lower bracket are going to have a tough opponent to face off against.
Well, Lumi, we've been talking about psychological advantage, experience, the mispicks, and now the towers. They got these giant towers in their face.
Tower definitely.
These guys are mentally ruined.
Well, actually, they have the same size as towers.
Yeah, but did you see how many level advantage it was?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna hear it. Thank you, Breaky. Thank you, Lyrical. Time now, Lumi, for game number 2. Fnatic, 1 game away from.
I can't. I don't know if I could be serious with all these tower discussions and mental things and whatever. But Clutch Gamer this time around does not do the patented 5-man smoke gang. That did not work last time. So.
Got mixed up, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you're also trying to do level 1 smoke gang where your only stun is Nyx. Right. Probably not the.
Fnatic, they've got.
Well, last time it was like a pit lord, and there was a ultra kill on the Witch Doctor. Although I think the Witch Doctor was not a.
They had a Tusk was the key hero.
Right,
I think with Tusk you definitely can go for that 5-man smoke. Be it Snowball or Ice Shards, both great for that.
All right, we're gonna see that the Korean mid lane with the IO feature on the mid lane. He's also tethered, broken some trees, looking to start some stacks.
Break some more trees. There you go. Stacks can come in. They haven't really got the best stacked farmers by any means, but definitely capabilities for like a Firestorm to slowly chew away at them, or a Blood Ride. Will be the mid PA you mentioned. Pressure onto Armel's Lina is going to be the name of the game. We've seen Fnatic just be kings of the mid lane with some of their unconventional QO heroes. The Bloodseeker, the PA. This mid lane has been a tough time for Lina's Quops and Pucks, the more traditional meta mid heroes.
So the one thing I do want to talk about this dual lane miss situation is because of the Phantom Dagger, Stifling Dagger, excuse me, cast range nerf onto QO, and because this is a dual lane, he might be like somewhat delayed to getting that harass onto Lina until somewhat later.
Bevy has bottle, but needs to take damage before he can actually heal up QO.
Oh, don't worry, he'll
yeah,
he's like taking some damage.
He's like, hit me with the Dragon Slave, come on now.
QO is getting wrecked right now.
Do you think Armel should have gone Magic's thing first item?
Holy crap, is that a first blood?
How did that impale land? He tethered as he got hit by it.
I think so. I think he should actually, like, before he sends up the bottle. That's the magic stick should be.
Well, I mean, should he have had it as a starting item? He'd have like 4 or 5 charges right now.
Maybe. The stats is, you know, quite nice.
Could have had like Clarity Mantle and poured out the rest of the null later on, but
sure. But the magic stick, no, Clarity coming out. Interesting. Sorry.
I would like to see Magic Stick early, but I think like the longer you go by without getting Magic Stick, the less value it is.
Yep.
So you want to start building up those charges early.
Is that Armel's clarity? You think he's going to get a full usage of that clarity on the mid lane? I don't think so.
Good luck. I'm surprised even. Yeah, now he gets the Magic Stick.
Maybe he bought the wrong thing. Oh my god, the mental attack is real right now. Buying the wrong items.
Yeah, the clarity does not seem like an item you're going to get much value out of as a mid laner. Let me say, misplay. Side lanes, anything crazy happening? Ohio gets a 1v1 against Ursa.
Yep.
Nix is going to TP in with the Magic Stick.
That is a tough lane for Ohio, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Some Ursa 1v1 against Omni. This is, I think, a much tougher matchup for the Underlord, since he doesn't have degen and a lot of other things going his way. Febby looking for a rune, does not get it in the top. It spawns bottom, which is always a key thing for Io's mid lane dominance, is whether you can get those runes or not. And so far, does not find it. Can fall back to the jungle and pick up the bounty, which is exactly what Febby is going to do.
Yeah, but you know that's one less rune that the Pitlord get. I think the Clutch Gamer supports are doing an excellent job just hounding the runes everywhere they go. To be fair though, that is a lot of support time being invested just for this. The one lane that we haven't really touched on too much is the Legion plus the Kato duo off lane. This is actually one of the more famous kind of pressure your save lane setup.
Yep.
And Bloodseeker, I think one of the more resistant hero to something like that, because once those nukes have been expended, he could just like get some health back from the creeps.
Yeah, I think Bloodseeker's fine against the pressure, but at the same time, they'll just be likely trading farm a bit. Legion and Bloodseeker can see both have alright CS so far. Top lane, Underlord also CSing just fine so far against the Ursa. It's actually Ursa who's getting harassed quite a bit, salving up for now. That's the last of his regen for the time being. Febby gets impaled. Is the LSA going to be there? No, it's got level 2 Dragon Slate, but Kuo just blinks in aggressively. Febby does not have a tether as a result.
Dagger's coming off cooldown right now. Not going to go press for it. I really love that decision by Kuo. Normally, like, you see your support being gone on, you kind of just back off, hope your support doesn't die. But by going on hard on Armel, keeps the support alive.
Will still be, I think, Fnatic kind of on the back foot as a result. Kuo is taking quite a bit of harass. Io has to go back to base to heal, but
Io will come back.
He'll TP in with a salve or even just bubble charges. Kuo should get healed up in no time.
I think what this is actually doing, with the Nyx constantly sitting in mid, is forcing Io to mostly stay in lane and not stack, which kind of will limit Febby's item growth and experience growth down the line. So even though right now, like, it looks all fine and dandy for Fnatic, this is not their plan A, you know, like, they're not getting to do the stuff that they want to be doing.
Febby does get lucky this time with the top rune. Say lucky, it's 50-50, but...
I mean, he just ported back. He had a full bottle anyway, so...
he used his charges to heal Kuo.
Oh, okay.
He was down to, I think, 1 out of 3.
And now he gets
Nyx was actually
soon.
camping his bounty rune, but Febby will get an invis into a bounty rune, and then probably come back mid and look for some further aggression on Armel's Lina. Now bottle queued up. Consider even like the boots earlier against the PA's aggression, but we'll be hoping his Nyx can provide some support in that situation.
Yeah, but I think the mid lane has been won by Fnatic. If you look at the level differential, Kuo is higher level than Armel. He's got an IO sucking experience majority of the time, so...
I guess the Nyx has been doing similar, though, you'd say. But for now, yeah, definitely Fnatic winning this lane. Kind of been the story. We talk about Fnatic, they want to win the lane. See, Clutch Gamers normally more the mid-game team fight, but this time they have drafted more of a lane-oriented lineup with the Coddle plus Legion lane especially. But it doesn't really feel like they've dominated the lane. At the same time, it does feel like you see the CS, it's almost even across the board in all 3 lanes.
Yep.
Witch Doctor, decent CS as a support though. Some jungle neutrals, I imagine, mostly CS has been.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of pulls. Bloodseeker, one of the better heroes to tank towers, or tank under the tower because of his ability to regen HP. So you can do that as a support for the Bloodseeker. Ajit is about to hit 6, so people need to have some TP. And that's the one thing that I've noticed about Fnatic drafting Bloodseeker. They will always generally draft at least one, if not both supports having stuns. Because early on, the Bloodseeker will be ganking most likely with the support, so you can't TP out against the Rupture.
It's not just Ajit 6 coming, but Kuo hits 6 in the mid lane. Bottom lane, they have gone in and Ajit, you get vision with it being low, but the shrine is there, so we'll get back to it, kept safe. That was the IO rotation. Mid lane's been abandoned by Lina, and I want to say it's kind of a necessity at this point, because Kuo with level 6 phase boots has pretty much a free kill on Lina if Io is there to kind of back him up with a tether when he goes for a dive.
Even if Io's not there, if Lina misses the LSA under panic, you're just dead. Here we go.
Just instantly blinks, looking for a crit. The LSA does get dodged. Nicely played by QO.
RIP right here. Armel's going to go down. Coup de Grace gets the kill. The TP comes in, essentially just getting some experience after this.
It kind of looks like a well-timed crit, but he has that kill for that. He could just throw another dagger if he needs, so crit or no crit, that was going to be.
Could be another one here. DJ comes out of nowhere with that casket, and that is 2. Rappy goes down to the Rupture. I guess no TP out there. Flysol is going to pull it out. Can we get a crit? Don't need one here. Looks like they will lose Io on the way out, maybe lose QO. Okay, that was salvage right there.
Yeah. Lina gets a double kill by herself, solo experience and gold for the 2. Instantly gets 800. That is almost worth it for clutch gamers in the end. With the if the bottom lane Bloodseeker doesn't get a kill, I think you're looking at it actually being a win for clutch gamers.
But Bloodseeker didn't even use Rupture for that kill. He just ran him down.
He got all the movement speed and damage from the mid lane probably because they were so low. And I think that was a big part of him being able to find a kill.
You know, that's one aspect that you could never practice for in pubs because it's pubs. Like in this, I'm pretty sure as QO went on, like, you know, bottom lane also got wind of it and Ajit just said, yeah, let's go. I could get a kill here as well.
You do get practice in pubs. You got a Legion Commander juggling on red HP, and
that's true.
This Bloodseeker has permanent, like, max damage.
Those are not the practice that you want, though.
yeah, it's, like, unrealistic. Everyone's always just like, oh, I'm low HP, it doesn't matter. And then, meanwhile, the enemy, the mid, bursting the Bloodseeker's like, guys, please, use some salves. Stands. Good early game for Fnatic. Sees them with a net worth lead. A sizable one considering we're just 8 minutes in.
Yeah.
PA and Bloodseeker topping the net worth charts. Good farm on them. QO will be rushing Desolator. Definitely a player you expect to go all in on the aggression and the early game dominance.
So I don't watch a lot of Underlord play, but I am surprised by the fact that he did take a point into Dark Red. Normally you don't see this level up this early, I want to say. I think most people opt for, let's say, an extra point of atrophy or even the hit of malice. But we'll see how he kind of uses that point if he does, if he uses the point.
Especially right now when he's so far just been farming. That changes. Like if you want to go as 4 or 5, push a tower, and then ulti to a
I think that's exactly what you're doing right now. Ohio is very low though.
PA's going to stay mid, but here is the Rupture. Who can he find?
They know it's coming. Look at the position here. Gabby's in the trees. Nyx might tank one for the team.
Ohio did pop the smoke, but Nyx immediately retreats further back, and it's clutch gamers. Level 8 Lina coming in. You need to be careful. PA, I imagine, yeah, does have a TP scroll. Could rotate up here as well. Bebby is healing Ohio's Underlord for now, and here's Armel running against the 2-man LSA. The Rupture underneath the tower. Instantly, Bebby gets deleted. Give a DJ as well. He's going to go down to the last right click. Dark Rift out, and then not going to get the kill on the Nyx assassin while this is all happening. Ohio actually, he may. He's very close. He gets it with the creeps.
He has the ultimate turned on, so he's like, I could do whatever under the tower, and he does. But great play here by Clutch Gamer. You know, even though they did lose the Nyx, that was a great rotation. They picked off the 2 support, and Lina just gets back in the mid lane. Again, still have to worry about getting solo killed by QO. I think he's well within the mercy of them Coup de Grace.
If he gets a Stifling Dagger crit, and then he may just want to blink in, because that's going to be Lina down to like sub half HP, around a 3rd HP. Then you blink in, all you need is one. Like, if you get an instant crit as well, it's definitely a kill.
Oh god. Yep. This is the LSA because
I mean, you can't actually. If you're throwing the stun in front of you, QO knows, and he's just going to run past you, and it's a guaranteed miss. And if you don't throw it in front of you, he just keeps hitting you. And you've got to throw the stun, but at the same time, it's impossible to land. Yeah. But if you throw it behind you, then he doesn't know he's not going to run behind you.
Yeah,
what you can do is turn to run and do the stun where it's like at your feet. So it's kind of like on top of you, but even that is, I don't even know if that's...
The problem with that is that the dagger is... Okay, I'm at a point to say that even if he hits the stun, I think he might still die because the dagger cooldown on Q is so low. I don't know.
It with tether movement speed and phase boost is probably... I've just seen QO dodge every single LSA.
Right.
Going back 2 games ago when they were versing Minescu, was it? Or Execration.
Yeah.
And also this game. I think this guy has played this mid matchup too many times.
I cannot say that Armel has played this mid matchup enough times.
Ajit is going to continue his residence in this top lane. Early drums.
Yeah. Very different. I guess
he's the kind of solid core. He's the one who takes low risks.
Yeah.
What a pump.
It looks like puts himself in too much danger mid. Nyx rotates in. That was a Vendetta Impale. So straightforward kill. But I think considering Arjit's playstyle and how he fits alongside QO, going for like a comes into BKB build makes sense.
We're gonna see Rappy looking for a duel here. Ohio, he's gonna flight mo out. I think they could kill him during the flight mo. Duel's gonna come out here. The root coming through. A little bit of sustain. Oh my god, they get out!
Close. Got the kill on Legion as well.
Boy, Ohio ported up top. Interesting.
Should the Shrine, I guess. Maybe I think he managed to wanted to click the into the wall. He is quite fast on that board. Mid lane, they've gone in aggressive. They found Nyx. Get the tower as well. DJ getting the last hit on that one. Get his level 6 from these creeps, I believe. There we go. Now Deathboard comes in play. He's gone for the Max Maledict build. Good at dealing with the Legion in lane, and will give them a lot of damage output as well here in the mid game, but not really what you'd normally expect out of a Witch Doctor.
Rotation coming up top here, and Fnatic could run over this Kato before they even push the tower.
He just put a defensive ward, so he does see it coming.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's going to have to port out right now. In fact, they're going to look to trade towers. I think this is probably a smart move here by Clutch Gamer. I also want to talk about the item choice for Lina. I think the Bloodstone build is not the build this game. You need a way to defend yourself against the build like, or not the PA. And I think something like a Yule Scepter is just better. With that said though, maybe he's expecting to get some pressy attack and Blinding Light to help him out, so there's also that.
They're going to defend bottom while looking to take top.
That's what they do best, man.
Yeah, we saw this last game. They take towers while defending towers. Cast on the 2. Say goodbye and good night to Rappy as well as Gabby in the bottom lane. Looking for a turn kill is Lina. QO getting low, gets brought down. Dragon Slaver's there. Arjit though, pretty fast. Can chase this one down. Armel needs another nuke. He gets the stun. Nicely played. As a Dragon Slave, he's going to get his kill. Oh, he goes down to the Witch Doctor though. The Deathward kicking in. Boombax gets rooted up as well. DJ has mana for a cast in just a second with the Magic Stick. Nothing to bounce to, and it looks like that will be the end of that. Nice turnaround from Clutch Gamers to at least equalize the kill exchange at bottom, and they killed the cores. It's just, well, 2 of the cores. The Lord and Witch Doctor surviving a win in gold.
It's not over yet. We're going to have Monolith to actually get off a stun on Ohio, I believe, and that's going to set up the duel. That is going to be another one. DJ now this time around does the rescue. Maybe not going to be enough here. Ooh, but the PA coming back in. That's going to be big one. Looking for the kill on Boomback. Does get the run. The Roots resetting again here. Now they're going to go on the left side. Kato just dies the secondary hit. But again, Lina back in the fight. I believe that was a recall in on the Lina. Armel now will be silenced up. He's going to just stand here and TP, or now TP canceled.
Okay.
Maledict is on him, but very tanky Lina that you cannot go on. Now it's going to be DJ perhaps getting a little bit isolated. Blink Dagger coming up, pulling down 1 second from Ursa. Blinks forward. The Shrine will not get activated. A triple kill on Gabby. And our psychological PhD was doubting the fact that Clutch Gamer could outfight and outgame Fnatic, but that's exactly what they did. 2 fights in a row. Maybe we need to see some PhD revolt because...
There's still a lot to be played.
I mean, they did outfight.
Well, they definitely outfought. I think this is like the perfect time for them to regroup this 5 taking fights, because this PA is at that stage where just Desolator, I don't even think she had the Ogre Club for that fight. No. You're super squishy, and this is where you cannot be alone. You don't want to play a game where PA is going to find pickoffs with Desolator, because then the BKB comes up. This is the stage where you can actually punish QO. He's got Deso with no BKB. You need to basically be grouped up, and anytime he goes in, stun him, burst him down. And we saw QO die 2 times back-to-back there.
Yeah, I think Fnatic needs to take care of the Lina at the beginning of the fight, because they are relocating for other people, and it's good that you get those other people killed. Boomback, by the way, hunting Febby will go down. Great stuff. Because if you don't go for the Lina, she just outputs so much damage that it just makes the fight not worth it. Boomback will get the kill. Rupture on the back line here, and I do believe Armel will take him down. They're going to try to take one down with him here. Gabby will pop his ultimate, but his ultimate will now end. He needs to get some help right now. Shrine not going to even be close enough.
Well, I don't know if Rappy and Fly Solo wouldn't be here as well. Luckily for them, the Stifling Dagger was not in range thanks to the Blinding Light. QO.
To run.
He's in hot pursuit. Relocate. Uh-oh. Definitely a dead
Fly Solo runs to the other direction.
What? Dagger? Okay, misclicked the neutral. It definitely could have caught Fly Solo, I want to say. He's fast.
That is a lucky break.
Fast with the Tranquils, but you can like blink to your IO and then throw a dagger there.
Oh, they're recalling again. I think they want to keep on pressuring fighting. Very interesting.
Okay. I mean, as I said, this is a small window pre-BKB where you want to fight QO. If he gets an Aegis, then the pre-BKB phase is not the phase where you really actually try and hunt it.
Like when you fight them 5v5 though, they are forcing one right now in the pit. They put the Blood Rage onto Roshan, and that means guaranteed kill.
It really feels like this Underlord hero is so key for QO to be enabled. He's this big 5v5 specialist who gets a mech, who gets the 4-star, gets these items to just frontline and bail QO out of bad situations.
Or just like allow them to fight again and again, which the mobility is very key. Again, we don't have ever time to talk about strategy, but a quick thing about the keeper pick. It does two very important things in this game. It, of course, allow them to defend if it does come to that. It looks like it will. The second thing is that it really limits what Thirst can do for the Bloodseeker. Pop the Monolith, and it looks like he is leveling up the Monolith, which is quite early normally. But you pop that stuff on the Bloodseeker, and Thirst not helpful when you're just going to get stunned every time and lose all your mana in the process.
First tower of the game goes down for Clutch Gamers. Definitely a sign of how this early game played out. QO has Aegis, but does not want to go in. I think a good call from him. He was kind of alone. They're looking to find a fight top and then relocate in. Boombax is there, as is the Ursa. Question is, will they get jumped first at this bottom lane? I think Clutch Gamers realize what's going on. QO bottom with the IO. Very common setup. You send 3 heroes to the enemy side of the map, try and engage, start a fight, and then relocate
The smoke. They want to actually get QO. This is bold. They have Aegis, they have defensive relocate. You need to find the backline here. And in fact, they do. They find the IO. Can they burst him down? Yes, they can. The Lina is in position, but QO, though, gets the 1 kill. LSA will not land again. He's going to try to TP out. Any crits? No crits. They will lose another. So trading 2 just for an IO kill. You gotta keep in mind, this is a lineup that says, all right, we got a favorable trade, let's go get some building. So these are very costly fights.
And just fighting in general is something that you kind of keep mentioning Fnatic love to do. They've got this Dark Rift that enables them to just fly around the map. They had 3 top. It's actually got 2 IOs on the team. IO can bring the PA top. At the same time, Underlord can bring not just himself, but the 2 teammates bottom. So wherever there's a fight, Fnatic can show up with the entire team.
Bottom here. Looks like Boombax does find Bebby again. Can he get off the kill before he tethers away? Pops a magic wand. Blink. Overwhelming odds. Will get the job done. They are doing a very good job making sure they kill the IO every single time, which is key. Blinking in, blinding light though, doing some work.
The RNG doesn't look like it.
All right, and now he's loses a bunch of his mana, but
still fighting shape with 180 though.
Blink duel.
Who's he going for? He wants the support, but he doesn't get close enough, and that's going to be a dead Legion Commander, I've got to imagine. The Blood Right will zone out the entire team.
Oh my god, 2 crits in a row. He does have his ultimate turned on.
He's just back in. He's getting snapped 4-staff away from the Linas.
Okay.
They are playing and positioning so well. QO just wants to keep on diving. Fly Solar cannot stand up to this Desolator. QO decides not to dive the base. This is the new QO. The QO that doesn't dive base is QO.
You know when he backed off earlier when he went into 3?
Yeah.
I had the same thought in mind that this is his new QO. The old QO would have just went and lost his Aegis.
This Fnatic, you know, they haven't. I think they've had a dent to their confidence because they have not had results as a team.
They're about to have results right now, man.
Yeah, they are 1 game away from getting to TI. I mean, that's the thing. They failed to qualify for LAN after LAN in SEA. Well, TI, end of the day, none of that matters if you're at TI. And that is exactly what Fnatic are very close to doing. Clutch Gamers need to find a way to turn this one around. It's still a very small gold deficit. Just a bit above 3,000 gold separating the 2 teams. QO does have Aegis, but that's going to be gone in a minute and a half. Problem is, it's now been replaced, or at least for now, added to by a BKB, so he can continue to play aggressive. Very hardcore to deal with.
This is like the most pub strat ever, but
that's QO.
That's QO. And we don't mean that in like a native form, right? It just takes the ultimate. This reminds me like Dota 1 Navi, just like run at you and just fight you on the tower, kill you on the tower, and make it look real swaggy while doing so.
I mean, more recently, the Dota 2 MVP.
Right.
I mean, that was QO.
That is QO, yeah.
Some different teammates, not the all-Korean team anymore, but it's to me, this is very much a similar playstyle. I think Ahaya is perhaps playing slightly different to like what Forev used to do, but as a whole, I feel like Arjit is filling in that MP stable carry role, and QO able to just play as aggressive as he wants. He's on the high ground.
Move back. Okay. Press the attack. They bring him low. Okay, he's got the Aegis. I'm not sure if they want to commit onto QO. Here comes the Guardian Greaves, the Meg, everything healing each other back up to earn as well.
Already used the glyph. This tower may just go down.
Okay, Impaled's gonna hit LSA, just blowing up the creep wave. The Blood Rage. Oh my, Blood Rite, excuse me. So annoying, just forcing all of the repositioned QO constantly being juiced back up. Here comes the Luminant. That thing's not max right now. Rappy looking for the duel, not gonna find it.
Aegis down. That was also the last urn charge, so they can't actually continue to heal QO up, and they'll back off, but good damage dealt. Tier 3 tower would have been ideal if they could start taking those shrines, but ultimately Fnatic know their limits and do back off.
I'm looking at the wards right now on Clutch Gamer. I wonder if those are a bit overzealous. They were good when they were placed. You know.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you mean about that.
Yeah. Okay, a couple key things for Clutch Gamer to do right now. Rappy needs to find his Blade Mail because so far he could only go for the supports. Could maybe start thinking about some of the cores if he does have Blade Mail. Still though, I don't think he could win the Blade Mail duel against the PA if the IO gives the defensive heal and the overcharge. So he's still in a very tough situation. Second, look for pickoffs. If you could just break them up, prevent the 5-man group up, then you have a good shot, but it's tough because relocate and the Dark Rift.
If you go for pickoffs, you need to go as 5, and that's exactly what they've done. Smoked up, they're going to find the IO and the PA. He does get the BKB off, so he should survive the duel. This is what happens after QO is going to get a kill. The Madman, he won't stop. He's looking for Armel. He goes invis. Do they have detection? The sentry's there. Armel jumped on by QO, turns to the stun. Oh no! Down goes the Lina. Bloodstone charges lost. QO's not done.
Oh, the crits are coming out right now. 3-for-1 exchange. It was the buyback. It was the dieback. But it doesn't matter. The IO is picked for QO. As long as he doesn't die, it's okay.
All for QO.
Yeah.
QO for himself. It's like QO for all. No, QO is all about.
QO is bring a W to the team, right?
Yeah.
So QO for all is fine. And now we're gonna see a tier 2 push. Everyone is just gunning for these crypts, gunning for these towers, and they draw the line up top. They want to basically get rid of the back row protection and just run straight top of the tier 3. And I think tier 3 is really the building they really want. Or are they backing up?
Quite safe. The respawn soon on Ursa, perhaps a little bit spooky. And also Lina alive very early with the Bloodstone charges, so they're going to back off, probably play around next Roshan, I guess, Lumi.
Okay.
Or just finding pickoffs, you know. They've got the high ground here, they've got great ward coverage around this top Dire jungle. Even around that Dire Ancients over on the right side, they've got a ward blocking a medium camp, but that's mostly just to give them some vision.
You know, I think just now we're talking about what Fnatic's doing, but I was trying to figure out what Clutch Gamer can do, and I just can't, for the love of God, come up anything because they try everything. They try to fight them, you know, they try to look for ganks, they try to 5-man smoke, and nothing has really worked out. And
I think that play there was the perfect play. It was just QO BKB before the duel. If he doesn't do that, they get both kills, and it's a huge win for them.
So just unlucky. Like, can you make the same play again though? At this time, they're expecting
I think you have to make the same play. You have to keep looking for those. I mean, you said pick off dirt. I think that is the play. Hope that you can be a little bit faster, or QO is going to be a little bit slow with his BKB.
Okay, well, hoping is a key word here, I guess.
Yep. I mean, a lot of it comes down to vision. If you have vision there, perhaps you can just instantly blink on the PA with the duel, but they didn't maybe have the exact vision they needed. Boombacks on the Nyx, definitely a good scouting hero to have, and something they can look to play around.
Scans flying about, hits absolutely nobody. The next item I want to talk about is Armel working towards a Silver Edge. So, I mean, getting rid of the blur is decent. And of course, actually applying that minus 40% damage output on PA can be extremely relevant.
Yeah. I think it's really nice just because it means Gabby doesn't have to go for any kind of MKB himself. He's going straight into the BKB, so he doesn't get kited around by stuns, and he can actually fight better. And this means Lina kind of allows the Ursa to do more damage in a fight.
Yeah. What an interesting item build on our Pit Lord. Normally you see Greaves and Pipe, but Solo Crest I guess is pretty common, but the Force Staff, I guess it combos very nicely with Aj's ultimate, but...
He did this
I think I remember you were talking about it in the
last time he went Force Staff before them.
Okay.
He's really... I mean, this is a high... He's the definition of the selfless offlane player, I feel. Always, I mean, in the old days when he was playing with Mushi, me and Winter would always joke about how this guy is just like always there babysitting Mushi, making sure he has a good game. Force Staff is that kind of positioning item. And as an offlaner, he's going to farm it faster than any support can. They do have one on the Witch Doctor as well.
I mean,
now.
it's never a bad item, so it's
the most OP item in the game, in my mind. Everyone can buy it, so it's like it's equally OP. But
I'm starting to believe that root should like prevent force damage.
Kind of cool. I mean, it stops so many other escapes. DD rune. Is he going to use it for Roach? Save it? I'd like to see him save it.
Sure.
Oh, he's head. Yeah, he knows he needs to be there, but see if the Dire team can stop this. Nyx is in the neighborhood.
Warrior snipe, maybe? Got him.
Yeah,
or not
Can they definitely can't. That's the actually other crazy thing about Firestorm owns Roshan.
Well, I think it's more of the Blood Rage that also owns Roshan.
But yeah, Firestorm actually does an absurd amount of damage to Roshan.
Does he not have any like resistance to the percentage? He has
he has crazy high. I mean, the magic resistance of Roshan has been nerfed in various patches. But, I remember the first time I started seeing Underlords in the meta, and then I saw teams killing Roshan. I was like, holy shit, how's that Firestorm like? I mean, Firestorm did like 20% of Roshan's HP.
They have Blood Rage, Solar Crest, and a PA. Or PA double damage, right? So, Laymel Duel? Is this the time? I mean, he's got Aegis, so...
Not worth throwing your life away when you don't have buyback, perhaps.
Well, that tower is about to be thrown away, so... Kyo is coming and he demands sacrifices. Oh god, the force stab. And now he is in there. Press the attack, gets him back out, but the rupture is still on him and he now has to Sudoku for his team. 34 seconds without the Lina, tier 3. Okay, good. Blinding light. You know, just buying every second that you can. Kyo with the Solar Crest up front, still looking very healthy. And now there is daggers are flying out. That is a smash and a crit at the same time.
Kyo just ignoring the heroes, focusing on objectives.
Well, he's on a hero now and going hard. Fly Solo will not survive. Ursa needs to pop his ult. He pops the BKB. They don't care. And now it's Kyo going inside the base. He still has Aegis and BKB, not triggered anything just yet. Gabby.
BKB is going to wear off. Just get the jewel, but there's an IO tether immediately. He's losing this jewel and losing it badly. Next is the Nyx. 1k crit from Kyo. Easily demolishing CG. The creeps are still in the top lane. Siege creeping in the range track. This means they can actually take the mid lane as well. And I don't think they're going to stop here. 2 melee racks advantage. At this point, Fnatic have a commanding.
I
think that smoke gang that they did on Kyo and he activated the BKB. Yeah. It was an unfortunate, quick reaction by Kyo, but I think that was the clutch right there.
And it was one of those things where even if it worked, it was still like they were behind.
Well, they needed that to work.
Yeah, they needed it to work, and then even then, they would still be playing from behind. Fnatic's just Roshan positioning advantage meant PA with Aegises and like cheese to back him up. IO cheese potentially, whatever it may be, is just insane.
Alright, they're gonna go for Ajit instead, but I don't know if they've been taking name. Ajit has not been the one. It's Kyo.
Kyo blows up the backline Lina. He's not done. He gets a double. He's going for the triple, and GG's called. Fnatic are going to Seattle, alongside TNC.
I gotta say, Clutch Gamers are my boys, but Fnatic playing some godly Dota right now.
Baby Dota, says Armel. He's definitely been a big playmaker from that 4-position role. I'm happy to see Fnatic back at TI. It felt like this entire year has been lackluster from them. They were a dominant team on the international stage for all of like the last TI calendar year. They finished, I think, top 6 at every single all 3 majors, and then they finished top 4 at TI. To see Fnatic this year not even make it to any of the majors was like a very big disappointment, I'm sure, for that organization. It's a new roster, but it still has Ahio and DJ.
Right.
It's kind of this feels like the reincarnation of MVP and Fnatic in one team. So seeing them back at TI feels like
don't forget about Ajit, man.
Restored. I mean, he's like
Ajit making the big plays.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's more like from a historical like legacy point of view. It feels like not having those 4 players at TI and majors is like, man, they should be there.
Yep.
It's kind of like Ice for a face that's not making TI. It's like, man, he's been in every TI. This feels like, obviously it's great.
We're only down to like 3 to 4 players that have made to every single TI so far, which is the list is dwindling.
But Fnatic, we're going to see some familiar names at TI. Ajit, the new face, he was at Boston Major with WG Unity. Managed to get top 8 there and do pretty well, but this is a team that could be a threat. How do you see them matching up against the real top dogs of Dota 2, the OGs, the EGs, the newbies, Liquids, etc.?
Well, I think MVP traditionally with the run at you strategy had been figured out in past TIs.
This is a team that OG should be scared of, though.
Right.
You know?
So, well, it depends on the matchup and depends on how much teams prepare for it. And also depends if Fnatic has other lineups, other drafts. Because so far they've been playing similar. I know you want to send into break.
Take courage when the road is long. Don't ever forget that you're never alone. Well, some people say faith is a childish game for play on children like it's Christmas Day. I want you to live forever underneath the sky so blue. I want you to live forever underneath the sky so blue. Oh yeah, I want you to live forever underneath, yeah, the sky so blue. Oh, I want you to live forever. Oh, underneath the sky so blue.